Hoodie pulled down, our bro is walking through Chicago streets. To one side, the splendor of the Yggdrasil and the high city towers. To the other, a grimy gambling store. He enters, hears a bunch of NPCs cussing their bad pulls and shitty prizes, grabs a seat, and gets welcomed by the loot box that can give him anything. Bro's eyes sparkle. He can already imagine the dopamine hit he's about to receive. That's because he wants the so-called ID card, the item that lets him become part of the Yggdrasil world. But the chances are so slim, it'd be easier to pull a 10 out of 10 babe while standing at 4'4" never began. Still, a dream is a dream, so he clicks. Massive sparkle with a Genshin Impact meteor animation. Bro actually pulled a trash toothbrush and it's N rank, the N letter been used for something bad. Interesting choice. Some time passes. Hey, calm down, bro. I know you've already got the XQC room behind you, but keep trying. And there he goes. Another one, DJ Khaled. This is a veteran gambler unfazed amid the misfortune. He calls for the next one, remembers mom in the hospital, how much he wants to support her and cure her. That's when it glows. The light from the machine covers the whole place. Is it an SR? Bro asks. A massive lightning meteor falls. It's a juicy, special, super rare SR. He's stuck in a freeze frame, hands trembling, grabs it and cries out of pure emotion. It's the so-called Yggdrasil ID card. Yggdrasil is the tree that took over this world and brought new worlds based on games. Those new worlds are called labyrinths by some, God's games by others. But not everyone can become a player. That's why our bro has been diligently grinding in the mines, even refusing digital drugs to feel better for a short time. Bro's smart. You can only have one addiction in life and still achieve success. And now, in the store, he finally proved it. With this card, he can create his account and avatar to access countless games, shooters, RPGs, you name it. Items you get in those worlds can be sold for millions and even used in reality. This led humanity to massive prosperity. And now our boy runs with a smile on his face. He's going to become a gamer. Life's about to change, right? He sees lights flashing in the Chicago streets. Boom! Bro gets knocked out cold. He doesn't even know what happened. It's the Bloods, it's the Crips. We don't know. But they showed why they came to this world and stole our boy. The leader can't even believe it. He actually got an ID card. Our boy grabs the leader's legs, begging him to stop. Of course, the dude gives the order. He gets plummeted and head stomped, but he keeps his grip. The guy yanks his head back like a bitch and says, "If you pull something good on my turf, you gotta pay the fee, my dude. But since you got lucky, take it. 30,000 points so you can spin once again. Now go and dream." Trash. Boom. Face to the floor again. Damn, bro. That's tough. That's why AI can't take over the world. I would have authorized humanity's extinction right there. And with that, they leave. It's raining not just from my eyes right now. Blood Gang is about to bounce when one of them tells the others to look back. Dude is standing up. Should be impossible. Vital signs are dropping. A message warns him. Go to a medical facility urgently. But he stands. The boss is about to go for round 2. But our boy just turns around and goes back to the gambler's paradise. Bleeding so much they don't think he'll even make it to the machine. Vital signs at dangerous levels. Consciousness fading. Vision blurry. He walks past every other gambler on his way to the last dopamine hit of his life. Trips face first into the floor. It's time. The last pull in this damn world. He clicks and lowers his gaze. This world is really a trash place. Huh. Ian, what is going on? What is this light? Our protagonist begins being digitalized all of a sudden. Something forcibly converts his body into a character. And with that, the Yggdrasil system asks him to choose the character's name. Suddenly, the protagonist finds himself with the name Ryuki. He's there, kind of confused, not understanding where he is or what's happening. A message then says that because he leaked confidential information from the guild, he was banned. He looks around saying he would never do something like that. But the verdict is given, and all charges are accepted. With that, his ranking is removed. The protagonist seems to recognize that voice, and 2 strange entities welcome him to the life of a nobody. Our guy tries to defend himself, saying he didn't do anything. But a hooded figure approaches from the side, saying it's too late now. It was time for 7017 to get up. With that, he wakes up, and looking to the side, he sees himself in a strange digital world. That place really didn't feel like reality, and he didn't know if he was dead or if this was the afterlife. When suddenly, a strange object that looked like some kind of bracelet appears and tells him to select a name. Our boy asked why the hell there was a floating vacuum cleaner talking to him, but the little robot told him to show some respect. It was the system box known as Ligon. Then it congratulated him for being the first person in existence to get a UR-ranked item. The boy had no idea what the hell that thing was talking about. As far as he knew, SSR was the highest rank. Igon then said it would explain that where he was now was right in the middle of the dividing line between reality and the virtual world. And the reason he needed a name now was to finish the conversion and access the labyrinth. But our boy knew that for that, he'd need an avatar and a game account. However, the robot says that's just a human limitation. He, on the other hand, doesn't need anything like that. Besides that, because of the critical state he was in, he initiated a forced conversion, connecting his body to Yggdrasil. Without further delay, he was supposed to go ahead and pick the character name so they could start this. Our protagonist still hadn't understood anything. He didn't know if this was a dream or reality. but there was a chance that this was the opportunity he had been needing. And with that, he chooses the name Ryuki. The settings are completed and he begins to be transferred to the labyrinth game. The moment he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a world called Phantom. He stood still for a few moments without saying anything, feeling the wind hitting his hair and his feet firm against the ground. That was completely different from any simulation he had ever experienced. Apparently, this was the labyrinth he had always wanted to enter. But in the middle of all that excitement, some skeletons appear next to him. The first one tries to attack, and he manages to dodge it by taking a small step back. Then he starts running, asking himself why there were so many creatures if, in theory, he should be in the tutorial. At least they were only level 1 skeletons, which were weak to physical attacks. Ryuki starts yelling to open the status window, but Aigon just replies for him to stop asking for dumb stuff. Our boy then wants to know where the equipment is. Normally when you start a game, you get something. But the robot explains that since he got a UR-ranked item, he didn't need to follow any of the labyrinth's rules. Also, he wouldn't be benefited by any skills, stats, levels, or any kind of advantages given by the labyrinth or the world called Phantom. As long as he had Aigon by his side, all he needed to do was test his luck in a random box. At least he had the beginner bonus. After logging in for 7 consecutive days, he'd receive a ticket guaranteeing an SR item. Since this was his first time, he receives 100 tickets from Aigon, plus 5 more tickets for entering the world called Phantom. Ryuki celebrates that at least he got a bunch of tickets and says he wants to start opening them right away. The boy is brave. He opens the first item, picks it up, and already calls out the skeletons, saying now it's gonna be easy. But the used toilet mop he got didn't last long, no. He goes right back to running, cursing out Aigon and asking where his luck is. Then he throws a wig at the skeleton, which was the second item he got. He's running around, leaving a bunch of stuff on the ground, when suddenly the robot tells him to be careful, but it's too late. He falls flat on his face like an idiot. Man, the little robot wearing the wig comes swinging the sword. Then finally, one of the boxes beside him shines. He manages to block the attack because he got a short sword in there, right? Clearly, it was pretty meh, but better than nothing. He celebrates the decent weapon and charges forward. He says it's just a level 1 skeleton. There's no way he can lose. But I think our gamer here isn't much of a gamer, because he tried to swing the sword at the skeleton's head. Obviously, the result was that he took a stab to the shoulder and the sword did absolutely nothing. Ryuki, though, is confused. Why did he take a stab that stuck in his shoulder instead of just losing HP? Aigon explains once again that the rules for them are completely different, so HP isn't a thing. He's risking his actual life. Seeing the skeleton coming, Ryuki wonders if he got into this mess just to die in such a meaningless way. Then he charges forward to block the attack as 2 boxes fall down. As soon as they hit the ground, he manages to deflect the skeleton's blow, charges in, and sends it flying. He's confused. For a second, it felt like he had used a skill and his body moved on its own. That's when he sees that from the boxes he got 2 S-rank skills. One for defense and one for sword mastery. And Aigon says that he's the only one who isn't limited by the world of Yggdrasil. If an item or skill shows up in the box, it gets transferred to him immediately. Another skeleton was coming in to attack from the side, but the SR rank parry activates and he manages to deflect the attack. With that, the creature is left kind of frozen and he lands a clean slash on it. Man, who was it again that said you couldn't cut skeletons with a sword, huh? Who was the idiot that said that 3 minutes ago? That was obviously thanks to the SR rank sword mastery. Ryuki now understood that those skills shouldn't even exist in the world of Phantom, since Yggdrasil has a bunch of different places. But with this talent, he was ignoring the laws and restrictions. Aigon then says he always knew the kid was lucky. It's no wonder he pulled a your item. When Ryuki looked back, he saw his first SR box. Right away, he smiled and went to grab the box, saying something's not right here. But a miracle was happening in his life. 3 skeletons come at him to attack, but with the box in hand. He turns and slashes all of them at once, already warning. If they're gonna give him this much luck, he's gonna milk it for all it's worth. The world he's in is called Phantom, a game considered a work of art made by the company Lasha. Besides that, out of all the games in the labyrinth, it's the most popular, and the one that everyone goes through. Ryuki was there, man, farming skeletons non-stop. Finally, he was one of the lucky ones who was also part of this. The kid was stacking up skeletons, but the experience he got was immediately turned into points to pull more boxes. Things were completely different for him, and he doesn't even have a level. Also, from the math he did, he'd have to kill 15 skeletons just to try his luck one single time. Now it was time for him to take a look at what to do with that SSR item he pulled. To him, it was something absurd, didn't even make sense for it to exist. But Aigon says if it's in front of him, then it exists. No wonder it's SSR, man. Stuff like that is always good. But our boy puts it away, saying for now he'll leave it sealed. That's because it's going to be perfect for dealing with that person, or actually, their whole guild. For now, he's going to hide that power for the perfect moment. The skills required roulette points to level up. At least for him, things were real simple. All he needed was for the game to keep sending monsters and for him to keep killing them. He liked it when the only thing he had to do was keep grinding. Sometime later, an explosion happens in the forest and another skeleton falls to the ground, leaving behind a crystal in front of him. This was already his third day in the game, and obviously he had been doing all the daily quests and farming all day long. He finally managed to gather 1,500 points, which was enough to do 10 pulls. Man, I think that's better than Genshin Impact, right? Farmed 3 days and got 10 pulls. Not that bad at all. Aigon is there celebrating, saying he's excited to see what the kid's gonna pull this time. But Ryupi spends 1,400 points to level up both skills. The robot loses it, saying this bastard should try his luck. It's way more fun. Our boy wants to know the probabilities, and the system explains. 70% chance for N rank, 27% for R, 2.7% for SR, and 0.3% for SSR. Then he wants to know why his inventory is full of trash. The robot tells him to stop whining. He already pulled several good skills. But Ryuki replies that he's only going to open boxes with the daily mission rewards. The rest of the points he gets, he'll spend to upgrade things. The robot says it got it, but then asks, "So how long are you planning to stay here in the tutorial forest?" But our protagonist is cautious man. He needs weapons and to level up his skills. Only then will he leave that place. He's someone who knows this world better than anyone, and he needs to use his knowledge from the past to the fullest. The starting forest wasn't an exception, and he was going to make sure to take full advantage of it. That's because it's a place where, once you leave, you can't come back. So before taking risks out in the world, he needed to make the most of it. He then tells Aigon that he needs to practice a lot to understand what the limits of the system are and what he can actually do even without having any stats. Apparently, 7 days have already passed. And of course, leveling up was starting to slow down more and more. At least both SR rank skills were already at level 3. Unfortunately, there was no option to level them up further, which shows this is the limit of the tutorial. But then Aigon gives him a little pat on the face, saying it's time to claim this 7-day login reward. Even though it was a guaranteed SR, there was still a chance it could be a useless SR. But man, it's all or nothing, and he commands the box to open. The golden package falls to the ground, glows, and then he seems confused, asking if something like that can actually exist in this world. He'd receive an SR rank sword, but at the same time it's a sword, it also has a revolver built into it. That one's efficient. But he knows that, considering the Phantom World's story, weapons like that shouldn't exist, which means if anyone sees something like that, the world is going to go nuts. He tests it out by doing a little light cut on a tree, which instantly gets sliced like butter. Even considering that he has sword mastery, the power of that thing was out of the ordinary. That's when he remembers that when he entered the game, he was basically dying in real life and wonders what happens if he dies here. Aigon explains that if he dies, he'll receive a backup and will be resurrected. But he wouldn't want to go through that since reconstructing the body would hurt like hell. Ryuki, though, replies that he doesn't care about the pain and tells him to go ahead and use the tickets. He needed to increase his combat power even more, even if just a little. Sometime later, he's already re-equipped with a rank R set, but hey, at least it's better than nothing. He then tells Aigon to get ready and start recording everything. From this second on, not a single moment of his gameplay should be missed. The robot asks what the file name should be, and he says to call it, the disc that backed away but escaped from the abyss. The robot says okay, but wants to know why he suddenly wants to record something like that. Our boy explains that most of the games from the company Rocha were kind of rushed in development, and even this one, which was one of the most well-made, wasn't that different. There are still some bugs. Like for example, right in front of him is this boss knight, who was supposed to appear way later in the game. The system announces that this is the Black Knight of Chaos, a creature blessed by the god of darkness. And with that, a sudden mission appears to eliminate him. He would receive 10 tickets and 1 guaranteed S-rank ticket. For someone who was already planning to kill the creature, getting a bonus on top was perfect. The boss raises his sword, telling the boy to prove himself, and slashes down hard. Ryuki, though, with that overpowered sword and level 3 parry skill, manages to deflect the monster's attack backwards. Just as he expected, since he doesn't have levels, he's limited to what his skills can do. With that, he tells the knight to get ready and lands a solid blow to the chest, but the strike doesn't seem to do anything. Aigon congratulates him for his bravery and says it looks like his attacks are working. Obviously, Ryuki is confused, especially since he didn't deal any damage. That's when Aigon tells him to remember, he's in a more realistic world. Then the protagonist understands. He was fighting like a character trying to chip away HP by hitting armor. But he wasn't bound by the rules anymore, and in this case, needed to fight more realistically. With that, he throws himself at the boss in search of a real weak point. The knight tries to block his blow, but Ryuki manages to defend with the sword and get closer. He stabs the sword deep into the armor, and fires a shot right in the middle of the arm. The stump falls to the ground, and the knight lets out a groan of agony. Ryuki is finally starting to understand what Aigon keeps saying about him not having HP, but at the same time being able to break the rules of the game. He didn't have to worry about the life of the creatures. What mattered was fighting in a realistic way. In the middle of all that haze in his head, man, out of nowhere, the monster hits him right in the shoulder. The problem is, Ryuki knows that the Black Knight shouldn't have any long-range attack pattern. Then he sees the strange energy that hit him also coming from the knight's arm. And the knight says that whoever threatens the Lord deserves to experience the abyss. Ryuki manages to dodge, but he's already starting to think maybe he underestimated this creature. Maybe the boss that appears at the end of the game is different from this one in the tutorial. After all, when you die in the starting village, you're sent to the first area, which means no one's ever fought this guy twice. He's in the middle of defending against a bunch of attacks, but of course, several of them are hitting him too. One lands a direct hit right in his stomach. The scene then cuts to our boy slamming his hand on a table, saying he doesn't understand. The strategy had gone wrong again and he has no idea what the problem was. Back in those days, he belonged to Guild Lindsay, and he was an analyst, the guy who receives the data. But he says the area where he was trying to work out the strategy had already been conquered by Linful. Ryuki insists, saying this time it's way more efficient. Besides, they'd be a bit ahead of the other guilds. But the guy just throws the papers away and says he's not even a player or someone with an amazing rank. So why is he trying to make decisions for Guild Lindsay? In this place, they don't do replays. That was the decision made by the best one there, Linful. So why was he questioning it? Ryuki is back in the room, slamming the table again, saying those idiots keep up with that no replay thing just so Linful can keep the ranks. But unfortunately, he had to calm down and focus on his mom's surgery costs. That was way more important. Suddenly, someone calls out Ryuki's name and he jumps. The person apologizes, saying they thought he might want some coffee. It's another researcher named Cynthia, who already says that apparently the guides he was working on got rejected again. He looks exhausted and she walks up asking if he wants a little help. Not the kind of help we're hoping he wants, but he says he wants help with some classified info to finish the guide. She says okay and smiles, saying that since he wants it, she'll get her best. Sometime later, Ryuki is back at the hospital, telling his mom not to worry. He already scheduled the surgery. She asked about the costs, but he says it's all fine. The guild have finally approved it. His mom gets all happy and hugs him, saying she's proud of how hard he works. He replies that everything's going to work out and says that hard work really was bringing him luck. But in the next scene, he's being expelled from Guild Lindsay for leaking secrets. He tries to say something, but the guy just tells him not to even defend himself. They already have enough evidence. Even though he had been discreet, they had already gotten information from Linful and Cynthia. Oh, that bastard. Look, in Linful's arms even. That cursed woman. Man, she tricked me with that little smile. Now I already want him pulling out an SSR gun and shooting that wretched woman right in the head. And that damn Linful is still there saying that he must be the idiot Ryuki, the one who kept sending those ridiculous guides. Seeing the kid with that stupid look on his face really fired him up. Then he turns to Cynthia and says she went through a lot to have to be near that piece of trash. But today they were going out to celebrate. With that, he walks off saying Ryuki should know where he came from. There's no point in being an analyst if you can't even analyze properly, let alone trying to make a guide so others can surpass you. Truth is, he doesn't know where he belongs. Then he walks out the door, saying it's a shame, but the insignificant life he had has come to an end. At that moment, our boy lost the little dignity he still had in that city and dropped to unknown rank man. At that point, all the money, status, honor, and family he had were taken away. He even lost his name. That's capitalism at its finest. Bro, you lose your money, not even your name's left behind. But now Ryuki is back in the dungeon holding off the Black Knight's attack, who's impressed that he's still standing after taking a hit like that. Our boy keeps resisting, and then the monster raises its sword, saying that in the end there's no way he's getting out of this. The attack comes full force at Ryuki, who wonders if this is really going to be the end again. How different would this opportunity be from his last life? Thinking of his mother and Cynthia, he swears he's going to make her pay for everything. Then he parries the knight's stomach attack, pulls out his own sword, and leaps forward. He grabs the knight's head, drives the sword into the helmet, and remembers those two pieces of trash. The knight falls to the ground, and he swears he won't forgive either of them. With that, the creature explodes, man. For killing a Black Knight at a low level, he receives 15,000 experience. On top of that, the emergency quest gives 10 tickets and 1 guaranteed SR ticket, while disintegrating the knight tells him to surpass Oblivion and go beyond. Ryuki just replies that there's no need to say it, he's going to keep moving forward. Igon recorded everything, and now a blonde guy is watching, wanting to know when the video was uploaded. The other person replies that it was just a few hours ago and asks if he wants them to reach out. But the guy replies he doesn't need that, he remembers the face. He just wants the car ready and also wants to know where Linful is. That guy, by the way, is the real leader of Guild Lindsay, Gabriel Darius. Apparently, Linful wasn't just the strongest in fights. The video our boy posted on IGGTube is of course causing a stir on social media. No one can believe someone went one-on-one with the glitched tutorial boss. What didn't make sense was that if it was in Phantom, there's no way he could have had a sword with a gun attached. On top of that, those reflex skills seemed way too strange. All of that made people wonder whether the video was fake or if the kid was abusing a bug that shouldn't exist. Man, the thing's already playing almost like a blockbuster on the big screen, and nobody can believe how fast he was reacting. Another analyst from Guild Lindsay named Laguna wants to know who this Ryu 7017 is. She considers herself a pro-level analyst, but even she can't understand how he beat that boss. She tells the team that this definitely seems like some kind of bug they should already know about. But the guy with the glasses says that the face is definitely who he's thinking of, but it really shouldn't make any sense. Then we see Linful turning around, asking what's this talk about Ryuki. Damn it, why are villains always hanging around the hot ones? And there's Linful, saying he has no idea who that guy is. But the man in the suit responds that the analyst from 3 years ago, who used to make some pretty solid guides, the one Linful asked to be kicked out of the guild, became a nobody. Linful just replies that the world is full of people with that same story. The man wants to know if he saw the Black Mag video, and Linful says yes, he already saw it. To him, it looked much more like some sort of bug, because clearly it's impossible to kill that creature in the tutorial. Then the man standing says Linful needs to understand that the person in the video is exactly Ryuki, and he should know what that means. Linful turns around angry and tells his brother to stop talking about that bastard. Since when are they cowards who care about someone like that? They shouldn't even waste mental energy thinking about that kid. Gabriel just decides to say nothing, man. Another guy approaches and asks what they're going to do, because he says this Ryuki seems to be trying to provoke them on purpose. Apparently, it looks like a trap, so they better be careful. First, they'll need to find out where he went after being kicked out of the guild to know what the next steps are. He walks off, saying to himself there's no need to rush. They have time to gather information. The problem is figuring out how his brother is going to handle it. Back with our boy, Igon says he's already recovered 87% and can move. Our guy stands up, drenched in blood, saying the pain was worse than he imagined. Because Igon explains that of course it was, multiple organs and muscles were torn, not to mention several bone fractures. But Ryuki smiles, saying that soon he'll get used to it, especially because he's going to experience it countless times. He keeps moving forward and sees a tower on the horizon. It was finally time to say goodbye to the tutorial. The demonic tower is the main content of this world. The problem is, it's something he can't access yet. He'll need to first level up several skills in the dungeons around the tower. As they move forward, Ivan says he thinks it was crazy that he shared the video. Now a bunch of people know about him, they'll want to kill him. But Ryuki says he doesn't think it'll be that serious. Most people will just think it's a bug, and bugs happen all the time. Besides, the person at the top of Lindsay tends to be much more cautious, so he'll want to gather intel before figuring out how to act. And that's exactly why he needs as much attention as possible. The more famous he gets, the fewer options Lindsay has to act against him, because everything would be made public. Not to mention, if that conversion works the way the robot explained, he can hide his body from this game world whenever he wants. It's like he's kind of logged out, but since he doesn't have a real body in the real world, his log-out state is like existing in the void, or at least that's what I think it is. And the little robot says he's using the system in a pretty smart way. Ryuki, on the other hand, is just thinking he can't wait to get revenge on that damn Linful. He's sure that once he starts making enough noise, that guy will try something. And that's exactly when he's going to strike. The system then says it's tired of all the chatting. It's time to open some tickets. He had 20 pulls, 2 guaranteed SR pulls, and 15,000 points. Time to start spinning and try his luck. But Ryuki says going to this city is the priority, because he has to save a revival point. However, Ivan explains that this only happens to people who are brought from the other world. His body actually already exists in this world. At that point, he activates the conversion system and returns to that shop where he died. I'm a little confused, but I think what happened is he now actually exists in that world, and when he converts, he comes from that world into this one, while people from Earth actually go from Earth to there. In the end, everybody's interacting with each other, right? But I think that's kind of the idea. He's there, kind of confused, looking at himself, saying he was just about to die, but now he's not feeling anything. The system says that's because he's just too awesome. Besides, first it's best to block the cameras in that place. But man, here come those gangsters again, already showing up, saying that the bastard looks pretty healthy for someone who supposedly died. No way, right? These gangsters, they set up some tent outside and just hang around all day. The alarm goes off. He just gets up and walks out. Ryuki isn't dumb. He breaks the window and takes off running, man. Aiman says he's looking for an escape route, and our guy follows the directions. But he ends up in a dead end. He punches the robot, saying the bastard just led him straight to his death, apparently. But the little robot explains that there's a reason for everything. The gangsters then catch up to Ryuki and say he's a bastard for making everyone run around at this hour of the night. Now they want to know what the kid pulled from the machine yesterday at the moment he disappeared out of nowhere. If he doesn't want to die, he just needs to hand it over and everything will be fine. Obviously, no way is Ryuki handing over Igon like that. The robot tells him to grab a wooden sword that's nearby. That's because at the moment he can't bring over any items from that world, so he's going to have to use whatever's close by. Ryuki picks it up, saying this is a joke. How's he supposed to fight these guys with that? But a little system window pops up. The gangsters start laughing, asking if the kid really thinks he's going to win using something like that. The Tigran of a Jersey guy charges forward, telling him to give up now. It'll hurt less. But then, whack, he takes a hit to the arm and then a smack to the face. Everyone jumps back in shock, and the boss immediately orders everyone to go in. There's even some office dude in the middle of the gangsters, man. But Ryuki says this is what's insane. Even in this world outside the game, he still has access to his abilities, folks. He has no idea why it's possible, but he's sure it's ridiculously overpowered. A few seconds earlier, when he smacked that guy, everyone got confused. They seem to have seen a strange glow. The boss, though, grits his teeth and tells everyone to go in, as if they're going to lose to one unknown kid. But now the bastard is sure. That kid must have pulled some seriously good item to be able to fight them like that. Still, they're part of the Black Snake, the group that dominates the Unknown's territory. But his expression changes, his face goes dark, and the next second, there's just one bald dude left, taking a hit to the head. Ryuki even asks, is that really all you little thugs can do? At the moment he picked up that wooden sword from the ground, he understood what's going on. Most people send their body to interact with the avatar in the game, but he, on the other hand, sent his own body into the game, and that's why he feels so much pain over there. Obviously, the advantage is completely unbalanced, because the stronger his body gets in the game, the stronger he gets in real life. I don't even know where from, but a bunch more thugs show up, man. They all charge in, but man, against someone with SSR, they got no chance. A light tap to the leg or arm, and the bones are already broken. Then our boy walks up calling for the leader, thanking him for the help he gave yesterday. The chump is spinning a stick trying to hit something, telling him not to come any closer. But Ryuki just blocks it with a level 3 parry and knocks the weapon right out of his hands. Right away, he asks if the guy's going to stop right there. Can't just walk away unscathed after all his underlings got beat up. The leader throws himself to grab the stick, shouting at him to shut up, but gets smacked right on the hand, immediately crying out in pain. He tries to throw a little punch in rage, but gets a club to the mouth too. Falls to the ground like trash, and Ryuki says that now he understands why this power feels so good. At this moment, he must be feeling just as good as they felt when they stomped on him that day. But he's sure that the leader's busted-up face suits him way better. The guy starts begging for forgiveness, asking him to stop. But Ryuki says that the card he stole that day was the last hope he had, and even then the guy still took it. So now they're not leaving until they've also lost every bit of hope they had. The guy crying says that no one known ever does something like that and gets away with it. But Ryuki man raises the club, saying that unfortunately, nobody's going to hear about what happened here. The chump is about to beg again. We see one of his eyes spinning and his head snaps sideways. Damn, I thought he was gonna be the kind of MC that actually kills. But nope, the robot's just asking why he let them live. Ryuki replies that it's because of what the robot did, and to avoid raising suspicion. What the robot did was enter the gangsters' minds and manipulate their vision, so they don't even know Ryuki is still alive. Well, I'll forgive you this time, he says, but next time, I better see some killing. Got it. Yeah, protagonist, for me you gotta kill. Don't come at me with this forgiving the villain nonsense. Then he says they're going to need to hide Igon's existence. Nobody in this world can know that an item like him exists. He grabs some random little knife and realizes the aura activates. As long as he's holding something that represents a blade or a sword, he can still use it. And honestly, his knife was way more convenient than walking around the freaking sword. Ryuki was about to ask something, but the robot seems to read his mind and answers before he even opens his mouth. Says no, his body won't age faster in the real world. That's because his true existence is now inside Yggdrasil. Outside, sometime later, our boy is talking to the little gangster, saying that this modern world is incredible. People recover real fast. Now it made sense why he let the guy live. He tells him to hand over the ticket, otherwise things will get messy. The guy obviously says he's saving up money, but needs more time. But that little knife's already pressed against his forehead, and our boy says that since he spared his life, it's best he doesn't forget that. The guy apologizes, and Ryuki tells him to start walking. They're going to get it right now. In the red light district, there's this poor guy scratching his neck all weird. Looks like he's got some kind of demonic virus or something. One of the gang members shows up and kicks him out of the way, telling him to get lost. That place is a store called Shutenku, and the guy says most transactions go through there. Ryuki instantly realizes it's probably where his ticket got sold. When he walks in, a guy in a cloak notices a customer entered. It sounded like the voice of an old person, and our boy asks if he's the owner. I don't know if this person's really that old. And no, I don't even know if it's a guy. I don't know what it is, but I know he's a shop owner and his name is Suzuki. The robot, in a digital form that only Ryuki can see, says that thing in front of him isn't a person. It's analyzing his data in real time. Our boy had already noticed the weird voice and says that cybernetic robots like that should have already been banned. Suzuki says it's impressive that he noticed so easily, but it's ridiculous to talk about laws to someone who works in the black market. Then our boy wants to know what happened to the account creation ticket. Suzuki glances at the beaten-up gangster and already gets the idea. He explains that item is one of the most popular there is, so it was sold as soon as it came in. He asks if that's all, and Ryuki says no. He pulls out a bag and says he's there to make some trades, since that's what this place specializes in. Suzuki goes to check it out, saying he's curious to see what the kid brought. And he seems surprised, right? I think it's those orbs he was farming in the dungeon earlier. He asks, all of this, these are mana orbs, and asks if he even knows how valuable each one is. But Ryuki answers that clearly he's being underestimated, just because he's an unknown. Obviously, he knows something as basic as that. At the very least, our boy should understand prices. He used to be a strategist in a guild, he's not dumb. I hope so, anyway. In the dungeons, there are two types of items. The normal ones, like swords and shields and all that, and some called specials. The specials, for example, are things like potions, mana orbs, that kind of stuff. The higher the grade, the purer it is, and the more power you can get out of it. But Suzuki replies that it doesn't make sense to sell something like that on the black market if the price is already set by the regular market. Why is he trying to do that here? Ryuka just tells him not to get involved and to go ahead and sell. That's what he came there to negotiate. Suzuki, however, finds it strange. An unknown who doesn't have access to the game shouldn't have mana stones to sell. Then he already tells Luga, right, that little thug there, to disappear from the place. The guy's all crook, wondering if Ryuki authorizes it, who just tells him to scram. With that, the door explodes right on the poor guy. The seller then says that yeah, it really is strange for an unknown to be selling mana stones, unless he stole them. But he also knows of someone who's been defying logic. Ryuki is about to ask what it is, and the guy says he's truly surprised. The star of that video just walked into his shop. With that, he opens his arms, welcoming Ryu 7017. If he wanted to hide his identity, he should have been much more careful, especially carrying a mana stone like that. It's an item dropped specifically from the Black Chaos Knight, and you can see that on the app. With all that said, he wants to know what Ryu 7017 is doing in his store. Yeah, this modern world is crazy, man. You post 10 seconds of a video, and everybody already knows who you are. Ryuka just admits that it's him and says they should focus on the business. Suzuki says fine and wants to know what he's looking for. Our boy points at his head and says he's looking for a mod. The seller says he must be going crazy, doesn't even know what that is. But Ryuki responds that he knows there are apps that artificially alter some things inside the labyrinth. Even an unknown like him knows about that. The seller then says that apparently he doesn't know anything. Most of the mods were cancelled due to limitations or critical failures. Our boy, though, uninterested, just says a black market vendor must be the only one who still has a few stored away. He wants those that reduce the game's difficulty, and he doesn't care about the side effects. Suzuki asks if he didn't see that guy outside the store scratching his neck. That guy is one of the unlucky ones who tried using a mod and got wrecked. Man, what the hell is that? Back in my day, you tried using a little hack and you got banned, alright? That's it. The poor guy had his brain fried. And Suzuki says that was from a simple pain reduction mod, and it caused all that. Obviously, the more changes you try to make, the worse the side effects can be. That guy tried to reduce the amount of pain he felt, and now all his other senses are extremely heightened. Basically, he's ruined, and even after removing the mod, he couldn't recover. From insanity to instant death, even spontaneous combustion, all sorts of things can happen. And that's why mods are illegal. But then Ryuki says he's not just some regular player. It's no coincidence he defeated the Chaos Knight. People are already calling him a cheater, so he should know how he plays. He doesn't care about the cost or the risk. If there's any mod sitting in this place, he wants it. Suzuki asks if he wants the ones that were discarded for being extremely dangerous. Ryuka just says yes, he wants to take a look. The kid snaps his fingers and says fine then. He can take a look at the ones that were discontinued. If he really has the guts to use something like that, he can start testing. In the box, there are CDs, man, from version 1 to 25. I would never in my life install something from a CD into my head. Are you crazy? But Ryuki is there thinking. He knows this stuff is risky, but he has his reasons. That first mod right there was triple power attack. And Igon already says that one's going to be a total failure. Actually, it's just exaggerated numbers and doesn't even have an effect. The next device, in theory, gave the power to see 1 second into the future. Once again, Igon says it's trash. It'll just make his vision blurry. The other mod made your character look amazing, and Igon says that it's possible to do that with some kind of illusion, but it's useless. The other one increased all skill damage by 20%, but it would destroy his brain. Also, it would increase the pain he feels by 3,000 times, which clearly wasn't a good idea. Ryuki already realized that all of this was just trash, until he saw one that was a probability manipulator. Igon analyzes it and says that the person who made this was truly a genius. It wasn't very effective, but it increased his luck by between 0.3 and 0.5%. And considering how it would be implemented in our boy, that would probably result in around 0.5 to 1% for him. Ryuki knew that 1% might not seem like much, but when it comes to luck, man, that's a lot. He then turns to Suzuki and says he's going to take 3 mods, including that one. The seller replies that apparently he's not all talk and really did pick out the few that were actually decent from that pile of trash. Obviously, the protagonist finds that peculiar. Why did this bastard offer him junk to begin with? The shopkeeper apologizes and says he wasn't trying to mess with the kid. It's just that another client asked him to take a look at those mods, and he'd already seen a few of them. Then Ryuki wants to know if that request came from the person who created those mods, to which Suzuki replies that soon enough he'll find out. Besides, he'll give him a special discount, since those things would have never even seen the light of day otherwise. Then some messages appear asking if he wants to install the applications, but they warn that once he clicks yes, it's irreversible. In his mind, he already decides to install, but then Suzuki says he wants to ask one last thing. If these mods work, what is it that he wants to do with this power? The scene doesn't give an answer, man. We see a tree, and some time later, Suzuki is laughing like a lunatic on the ground. Our boy pointed upward and told me that he wants to reach the skies. He doesn't want to be bronze or silver, not even gold or platinum. He wants to take everyone down along the way and reach the top of that world. That crazy seller, who clearly has some kind of mental issue, replies that he's looking forward to seeing what the kid is going to do. Sometime later, back in the game, he's holding his identification card in the Phantom world. He thought it would be hard since he's an unknown, but obviously, no one was going to suspect anything. After all, an unknown shouldn't even be in the game. But now finally he had arrived at the starting village. Everyone's happy. The old man's selling his overpriced apple, and the kids are running around with their goofy little faces. In the middle of all that is our boy, impressed at how peaceful that place seemed. Suddenly, Igon pops up, telling him to start pulling tickets already. It's been a long time since he tried his luck. Ryuki tells the gacha addict to calm down a bit. He doesn't want to draw too much attention. But that's when our boy notices that there are people staring at him weird. The protagonist explains that he already knows this very well. It seems that NPCs are made to not like players. Of course, that's because players also don't treat NPCs like people, which ends up creating this vicious cycle. Then, a guy in a blue jacket gets slammed to the ground. One with a beanie walks up, asking how the hell he had the nerve to try to rob him. The guy says he's starving, while the protagonist wonders what's going on. Also, the NPC's clothes looked very different from the rest of the people there. Ed explains that this guy seems to have come from another game in the labyrinth called Alien Space, but that game was shut down 3 months ago, or basically, the entire world over there was deleted. The only way people could survive was to migrate to another game in the labyrinth. Now it's explained why there are a bunch of people wearing those weird clothes and starving. Adapting to a completely different world is not something that happens overnight. Igon says that as soon as a world is considered useless by Yggdrasil, it gets deleted on the spot. So you better start running because that could even happen to Phantom. Ryuki replies that it's all good as long as he can destroy Linful and that damn guild Lindsay. Then he's fine with it. Sometime later, he managed to get a room in an inn and finally had a place to sleep. At that very moment, the robot is already talking again, saying this is the perfect time to pull some tickets and play gacha. Also, his probability had slightly changed. The NR items had lower chances now, and the SR and SSR were a little better. SSR, which used to be 0.3%, had now increased to 1%, more than 3 times higher. He then tells Igon that the long-awaited moment has come, man. Time to spin the roulette. The robot celebrates immediately, saying he has 40 tickets, 2 with guaranteed SR and 15,000 points. It was going to be enough to open a ton of stuff. Ryuki tells him to start first with the 40 regular tickets. Obviously, his expression wasn't too excited, right? A whole bunch of N-rank and R-rank items. In front of the poor guy, a pile of useless trash started stacking up. He falls to his knees in disbelief that he didn't get even one decent thing. Apparently, the mod he got was a lie. He didn't pull a single item above R. The robot, however, says he can already start a toothbrush store. At that, Ryuki grabs the little bastard, saying he's going to turn him into a piece of scrap metal. While the robot is begging to be let go, suddenly, something shines. From the skies come 3 guaranteed drops, right, man? Right away, his tone changes, saying he can always count on his buddy. I don't know if he used those guaranteed tickets, but he managed to get a Flash Step SR skill and an SSR intuition. The intuition at level 1 boosted his instincts. What at max level, it would allow him to even understand the essence of the world. The Flash Step was pretty obvious, a quick movement ability. Already excited to see the effect, he activates intuition. But at that moment, he didn't feel any difference at all. It didn't seem like anything compared to the other SSR skills he had gotten. He decides to take a look at the system, and there it says he'll have to spend 7,000 points to level up to the next stage, which to him is a total ripoff, since the other skills cost 2,100 to get to level 3. Igon already says not to spend points on a skill, he doesn't even know what it does. It'd be better to enjoy the hype and pull more because that's way more fun. But obviously Ryuki isn't going to do that, man. He's going to use those points to upgrade his skills. That's what. Sword Mastery and Parry go to level 4 and Flash Step to level 2. With that, he had 8,730 points left, and it cost 8,400 to take Mastery to level 5. While he's sitting there wondering if he should do it or not, the robot tells him he should go explore more. He should obviously pull more tickets and have fun. But the little bot breaks in half when Ryuki orders the system to take Sword Mastery straight to level 5, man. And then the system says that now that Mastery is maxed out, he can upgrade the rank. Just as he expected, it was worth reaching that limit. When he activates the rank upgrade, a golden light appears. A stone orb forms in the room. He asks Ligan what that is, but the poor bot is lying on the ground, devastated that he didn't get another chance to roll some gacha. The strange object keeps coming down, until the system grants him an achievement. For having maxed out Mastery, he earns 10 tickets, and apparently it became Ligan's System Mastery, an SR Plus skill that not only boosts his sword damage, but now gives him a blade aura as well. Ryuki had never even heard of SR Plus skills in the Phantom world, so maybe this was the strongest skill on that entire continent. While he's celebrating, arms wide open, the little system is asking why he, the system of luck, ended up paired with someone this cautious. His whole plan was to witness the glorious downfall of someone driven by greed. Ryuki is already at the door telling him to stop crying and get moving because now they were finally ready to begin. He wants to know what they're going to do. And obviously, man, it's time to go into the first dungeon. And the plan wasn't just to go into the dungeon, but to set the record in it. Ah, you sneaky devil. Now you're gonna use those strategies you were selling to that guy Linful, huh? Gonna humiliate everyone. In front of the dungeon entrance, a guy with a giant axe asks his group if they're ready. From now on, everyone was supposed to stay alert and not let any item slip by. That's when our protagonist walks past like he's just casually strolling in. The guy immediately calls out to him and asks where he thinks he's going without a group. He should know how dangerous this place is. But our boy just says that he knows very well what he's getting into. The guys start thinking that apparently they've just run into some lunatic they've never seen before. And his buddy next to him, who's so important they didn't even draw eyes on him, says that in the past 3 months, no one has managed to complete this place. The leader is sure it's a waste of time. But there's Ryuki Man, Witch's hideout, and the goal was to break Linful's record. Gunblade ready, aura active, time to break some records. The witch watches from her orb saying once again this bastard has invaded her domain. A filthy intruder like him shouldn't profane this sacred ground with his presence. But it was fine. She had ways to bring judgment upon anyone trying to enter that place. She would personally tear him apart and offer him as a sacrifice. That was obviously the boss of the place, and her level was just a series of question marks. Just by entering the dungeon, the sneaky kid got 1 ticket. The only problem was that the place was so dark he couldn't see anything ahead. Like seriously, I see torches on the wall. This poor guy must be blind. Apparently, the biggest problem with this dungeon is that every time you enter, it completely changes, so it's kind of hard to create a fixed strategy. He's sure that Linful cleared it in 17 hours and 30 minutes. Man, what the heck? 17 hours in the first dungeon? Might as well bring a wife and start a family while farming. Checking the rankings, he sees second place is held by someone named Azia, or well, a person named Azia, part of the Gaz clan, and they only took 8 minutes longer than Linful. Considering they were almost as good as Linful, it's a name worth keeping in mind. Suddenly, he stops, and looking up, there's a swarm of mosquitoes. Wait, not mosquitoes, giant bats. The problem is, not only do they move in huge groups, but they also stack a ton of debuffs. So even if you don't die right away, you just keep suffering until you can't take it anymore. But he's already pulling out an item, saying that's a story of the past. He throws something on the ground and says to Ligan, "This is how you handle this place." The thing explodes, spreading light everywhere. And if you thought it was a flashbang, you're totally wrong. It was a sound bomb, and now the suckers are falling everywhere with bleeding ears. Man, I felt bad for the little bats for a second. But then bam, sword to the chest. The kid has zero mercy. He already cleared the farming zone, slashing everything in sight. He says this place isn't that hard once you know the tricks. What he wants to know, though, is why no one's finished this place in the past 3 months. Ivan wants to know why that would be strange. So Ryuki explains that, in theory, this is supposed to be a low-difficulty dungeon. For everyone to be struggling this much, something else is going on. They keep going through the cave, and Ivan wants to know if he's sure they're going the right way. Our boy tells him not to worry. He knows the patterns of this place, even if the map always changes. Ivan might not know, but he's written countless strategy guides when he was an analyst. This dungeon right here, he's simulated it thousands of times, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Igon, however, comments that they've already passed through this area like 12 times. It wouldn't be a shame to admit he's lost. But Ryuki just ignores him and goes left, saying the entrance is right up ahead. He tells him to look at that stalactite on the left, the one with the cut. You had to pass through this path 32 times, and when the cut showed up, it was proof that the route had changed. The little robot is confused, wanting to know how he came to such a precise conclusion. Obviously, right? It must have been trial and error thousands of times, and Ryuki just tells him to shut up because he has to focus now. But to make Igon happy, he explains that they had someone in the group who had a certain ability that helped discover those things. And in the past, before strategy guides were developed, people actually used to memorize every element of the map and tried to guide themselves that way. So even though everything changes, he still has an idea of which way to go. The robot asks if he really memorized all those tiny differences from a place as useless as this, and already laughs, saying he now realizes his master is completely out of his mind. As they continue through the cave, Ryuki is sure he spent more time here than he wanted. Not to mention he still didn't understand why no one had cleared this in the past 3 months. Meanwhile, the witch is yelling, saying that apparently he escaped from the labyrinth, but now he'll fall into despair. The second he steps on the death magic, he'll instantly die. And man, that's exactly what he just did. Something activates, a flame surrounds his body, he freezes for a moment. Ivan wants to know what happened, and he answers he's not sure, but it felt like he was going to die if he took another step. Then he pulls out a weird little doll from his inventory and throws it forward. As soon as it hits the ground, the flames appear again. He recognizes them immediately. That was instant death magic, something extremely rare that should only appear much later at the tower. Why was something like that in this place? Igon immediately says that if unknown changes are happening, it's better to retreat. And now Yuki is deep in thought. A trap this brutal, right from the start, was dangerous. Maybe it'd be better to turn back. But when he looks behind him, he sees a strange path. And for a moment, he feels like it'd be okay to go that way. He starts realizing that these gut feelings and even the fact he spotted the trap are all thanks to the intuition skill. Watching through the orb, the witch says this bastard is really lucky. He survived by a single second. But it was just a matter of time. No matter where he went in this endless labyrinth, eventually he would die. But suddenly, he disappears from her orb. She's confused, uses a new spell, and locates him again. But now it doesn't make sense. He's in the central hall, which is really far from where he was before. Apparently, that damn rat managed to escape the illusion. But it's fine. This place is filled with traps, and that's where he'll die. Except a second later, Ryuki disappears again. She's confused and slams the table in anger, trying to understand what the hell this bastard is doing. Our boy was jumping through the very edges of the traps, dodging them all. The witch had no idea how he was doing it or why he kept disappearing from her sight. So she decides to end it all before anything else goes wrong and activates all the traps at once. A blue flame surrounds the whole orb, and she celebrates, saying, "Finally got rid of that cursed intruder." But behind her, something explodes. A voice from behind says that the materials weren't that great, but there were still things worth using. Igon's voice follows up, saying that if he had any sense, he'd disable that skill immediately. The witch turns and sees the two of them talking. Igon's scolding him, saying that this new skill of his is totally broken, and he can't just walk around with something like that. Naturally, the witch wants to know how the hell he got there. But our boy says he's too lazy to explain, so he's just gonna handle this quickly. He knows very well that she's the Witch of Solitude, no Miss Serial. Or rather, there was another name that fit her way better. Bug. The witch says the answer she wants is for that bastard to say how he got out of the traps. Ryuko replies that he almost lost his head. The path to this place was filled with deadly things all over. Ivan wants to know why he's talking in such a weird tone. Just a bit before that, our boy was looking down at the ground, watching the traps and wondering if there was any way to beat this. Maybe he should wait until the bug in this place got patched. But that's when he remembered. He needs his name to be known by everyone, before his former guild comes after him. That's when Igon says he had detected multiple traps, and at that point it was definitely better to retreat. Then half the room exploded and he jumped to the side. Igon freaked out, saying this bastard was trying to commit suicide. But then our boy told him to calm down. That skill he had gotten was even better than he thought. Back with the witch, he says the intuition skill is really good. The guy is even showing her, telling her that's how he got into the room. That one he wanted to explain in detail. Igon says that as good as it is, it's still linked to a human, so eventually he's going to hit its limit. Ryuki gets ready to attack, saying that's obvious. But what matters right now is survival. Suddenly, the window showing the witch's name starts glitching, and she screams the intruder's name. Several instant death traps appear in front of her, and Ryuki rushes in. The first attack comes, he ducks just in time. If not for the skill, he'd be dead. He starts to realize that the witch seemed to be getting corrupted by the bug in her. Whatever her pattern was, he didn't have time to figure it out. He had to attack now. So he uses Flash Step to get in close. With his sword aura active, he says she really is dangerous. But this is the end. Wham! A clean cut to the neck, separating the body from the robot's head. Ryuki thinks that was way too easy. And then the attacks keep coming from the rest of her body that's still there. He manages to back off, and when he looks again, she's reforming. Now he's sure. She's the reason for everything that's been happening in this dungeon. And the problem is, normal attacks didn't seem to do anything. She sends another wave of spells in his direction, which he manages to dodge as he keeps advancing. At that moment, the key was to keep his intuition skill active at maximum, because without it, he'd die on the spot. As he's dodging, he turns around and asks if Igon has any ideas, and Igon replies that just to help the kid out, he's going to activate the system so he can try to analyze her. As soon as he says to show the window, it pops up, Witch of Solitude, level 25. Bud with infinite regeneration and instant death active, and looking at her, you could see a strange wing on her back with the word death written on it. What he notices is that the wings were oddly colored, so he advances and uses Analyze, but just on the wings. That's when he discovers this was an item from the game Beyond Space. He remembers that's the same one those dozens of people abandoned in the city came from. Now it made sense. What was causing this bug? While Ryuki dodges the attacks, Igon is recording everything and says he's going crazy. In the middle of that situation, where a single touch would mean his death, he had a smile on his face. The kid is throwing out Instagram motivational quotes and says that on the path to the pinnacle of humanity, a fire like this wouldn't stop him. Meanwhile, the witch is preparing a mega attack from behind, saying the damn intruder is going to die. Ryuki sees it and thinks it's pretty simple. If a single touch means death, then just don't let it touch you. The boss keeps charging up the orb until suddenly it explodes in the middle of the room. She seemed confident, said there was no way he could have dodged that, so this time he was dead. But of course, Ryuki already had his sword on his back going in pure grit. Actually, he was already riding on her back, saying that this wasn't her original power, and that's why she couldn't control it properly. Just by touching it, the items seemed to be kind of disappearing or interacting in a weird way. Clearly, this was a bug. The witch, desperate, tells him not to cut it, because those wings gave her freedom. She had been playing her role in this dungeon for a long time, never questioning it, just going forward. But then she found those wings on the ground, and that freed her from that magic, and she was finally able to live. Ryuki replies that if she ran away from the circumstances they were in, then they were similar in a way. He was also struggling to get out of this horrible world. The witch says that if that's the case, then they should understand each other. But Arcane of Instagram quotes just says that for him to reach glory, her freedom has to be destroyed. And with that, he rips off her wings, man. He even activated the sword's aura in his other hand to crush the second wing, and then she seems to have been defeated. At that same moment, all of the witch's stats go back to normal, right, and she becomes just the creature she was supposed to be in this place. She even goes back to doing the standard routine, saying that the intruder infiltrated her hideout. The poor thing is they're giving her speech, but he just stabs the sword into her chest. Yeah, this guy's not hesitating at all. And on top of that, he pulls it to the side, slicing her completely, saying that now that she's back to normal, nothing changes. He has to finish her off to keep moving forward. With that, the monster's little hand just drops to the ground, right? No mercy from the kid. In total, he received 13 standard tickets and 1 SR ticket, plus 500 experience points, a magic stone, and Suriel's heart. Ryuki was kind of disappointed. Just a little stone, a heart, and 500 points. That knight who gave 15,000 apparently was kind of abnormal. Igon tells the kid that even with luck, he's not always going to get good stuff, man. He needs to get used to a normal life. To which he replies that it's all good and SR ticket alone was more than enough to make it worth it. Besides, what matters is breaking Linful's record. At the dungeon's entrance, the guy with the big axe is furious because they failed again. The guys are all cursing each other out, blaming each other, saying it's because he died, because he did this or that. Meanwhile, in the cave, Ryuki is coming out, hearing all the commotion. Right at that moment, one of the guys is talking about cooperation. They see our kid passing by and say it's amazing. He stayed inside for 7 hours. He must have hidden a lot. But now seeing him walking away, they figure he gave up. Time for the kid to face reality. But then a little window pops up behind the fool, showing updated dungeon info. In the witch's hideout, our guy finished in 7 hours, man. 10 hours less than Dear Linful. The guys are already wondering if this isn't the same guy who just came out of that place. Suddenly, the dude puts his sword next to Ryuki's neck and tells him to stay right there, wanting to know what little trick he used. It's impossible for someone to shave off 10 hours without using some kind of hack or something. Ryuki is honest, man. He just says there really was a bug and he exploited it to finish quickly. That's it. The good thing about honesty is that no one questions if he's lying. The bad thing is that now everyone is saying that Bastard should be ashamed for clearing a dungeon using stuff like that. But Ryuki just keeps walking, saying the bug's gone now. They better get to farming quick, or they'll stay weak forever. The sword guy tries to go at him, saying a cheating bastard like him has no right to be giving moral lessons. But our boy just dodges it easily. Maybe hits him with a punch and elbow, not sure. Maybe just shoves him. All I know is the fool ends up on all fours on the ground while our kid walks away. The guy stays there swearing he'll kill him someday, but the axe dude just says, "You idiot. We can't beat that bastard." The guy insists, but the boss tells him to stop being stupid and points out that if the kid managed to use the bug and pull it off, he should realize the truth. The group figures it out, right? If not only did he use the bug, but also managed to clear it, then clearly he was way above the level of that place. But they still find it kind of unbelievable. The boss starts to feel like he's seen that face somewhere before. He's remembering the video of the Chaos Knight, but he can't quite connect the dots. Then we see a few locations: White Lake, the Red Spider Forest, and the ruins of the ancient gods. All of these were famous dungeons where Linful's team held the record. There was still one more that might be good, but 3 was already enough for him to deal with for now. The robot wants to know why, and he explains that it seems another guild managed to take the record about 2 years ago. The skill girl from Asia group of the HS Guild. Guy's a little lady, huh? Up until now, is it just me, or have we not seen a proper badass waifu? True, right man? Dang, artist, what's going on, bro? Let's use that little bit of talent. Want me to lend you a compass so you can draw some circles? But Ryuki isn't worried about waifus. He's worried that that damn girl came in with her record way too close to Linful's, which makes him kind of mad, since he was the one who developed the tips. Well, man, now that I notice, she has white hair, right? Could it be that damn Cynthia? And Megany? That one deserves to die, huh? Dan wretch. But then he gets up, saying enough talk, it's time to handle some dungeons. Meanwhile, inside the Demon Tower, it's Linful's group and Kasano is the one giving everyone orders. That's when a little window pops up for him. A photo of a giant octopus, maybe the boss from White Lake. There was also a photo of a spider dying, which, yeah man, that's the spider from the Red Forest. There was even a golem there, defeated, and Linful's already telling the group to handle the loot because something urgent came up. Lying on the couch, she's wondering who this kid is. The kid was deliberately focusing on breaking his records, which showed he was looking to pick a fight. Maybe the bastard thought he was hot stuff. The boss mentioned this name, Ryuki, but no matter how much he thinks, he has no idea who this person is. Man, that's rough. The guy literally doesn't have the slightest trace of our boy's face in his memory. Right then, someone opens the door calling for Linful, saying that kid, Ryuki, is live streaming. Analyst Laguna, as always, is analyzing. And our boy posted all the records, man, from the bug dungeon to Uparn, Varan, and the big golem. She can't believe he cleared all 4 dungeons and broke all the records almost simultaneously. Obviously, the result of that was nearly 2 million views in 3 days. The attention he got was expected after all the buzz with the Black Knight. There was still something she couldn't understand, like the items and his reactions. But at the same time, he was using an extremely advanced strategy that would require knowing every element of those places. Not to mention, the scariest part was that he cleared the witch's hideout, which no one had managed to do in the past 3 months. A bunch of people on the internet, right, are saying it's a bug, a cheat, or something like that. But regardless of all that, it's clear the dungeon was cleared and he's sitting there with the record. For someone who had such advanced strategies, he would need to have an extremely high-level analyst with him. What guild is backing up the kid? Poor girl, she has no idea. He's not some Jinwoo, but he's solo leveling. Our boy is still on his phone, says they must be really distracted now with all those videos. But compared to what he's about to release, that's nothing. Ryuki says this idea is really different from the others, since now he's basically going to declare himself an enemy. He sits down in the chair and the robot tells him to think it over. First, it'd be good to get stronger before doing something like that. Everyone still sees him as a noob, but Ryuki just thinks that even though Igon is right, he can't stall. Until those guys give an answer, he can't stop. His mind got stuck 3 years ago, and the only thing left inside it was despair and hatred. Those were the reasons he kept on living. Our boy then started the live stream and introduced himself as Ryu 7017. Ryuki inside the game Labyrinth. It was a shame, but today's video wasn't about clearing a dungeon. Today, he was going to reveal the truth everyone wants to know. The guy started the exposed livestream, man. The first impressions were that he seemed a little more normal than they expected. Our boy then says that everyone seemed curious about the unknown written on his profile. And the truth is, that's exactly what he was, unknown in the literal sense. It was hard for them to believe that someone without an account managed to enter the Labyrinth game. But that's the truth. He didn't create an account and wasn't selected by any guild either. He guarantees that he's one of the poorest unknowns out there, man, without the slightest opportunity. And about how he's playing, he sums it up by saying that basically he just got lucky. And he doesn't care if they don't believe it, because that is the truth. Watching, Linful says this bastard is trying to lie, pretending to be an unknown. Then Ryuki says he became unknown because he was falsely accused. He's making this video because he's sure that bastard Linful and the Linza Guild are watching. They better remember the face they threw into the abyss. He suffered in that hell, but he managed to escape. And now they better be ready, because their turn has come. In a room surrounded by cards, a man in a hat says it looks like an enemy of Linza has appeared. Carde says the views are no joke, and V replies that apparently now the kid's going to be hunted. The man in the hat already comments that if this is one of Linful's messes, Gabriel has surely already wiped all the data. Card V says that Linful and his crew are promising, so it's worth keeping an eye on them. But it responds that to him that team is kind of pathetic. The guy in the hat, though, wants to know what they're going to do, since Linza won't be able to ignore Ryu 7017. The two cards, however, aren't too motivated, saying they've already got a bunch of stuff to deal with. The man says it's fine, he'll keep watching, but maybe he'll act on his own. The cards disappear, saying they already expected that, and say goodbye. The man also says goodbye, saying he'll follow the path that seems more interesting. At the Linza Guild, Gabriel is giving an interview while being bombarded by reporters. Everyone wants to know about this Ryuki and what connection he has to the guild. He reveals that yes, the boy was once part of the team, but due to an internal accident, he was expelled and no longer has any connection. The reporter, however, says the kid in the video claims he was falsely accused and wants to know if that's true. The guy answers that it's a complete lie. But the reporter insists, saying there are several other suspicious rumors about how they've been acting, ranging from malicious behavior toward other players to alleged collusion with the developers of that place. They were using their influence in the game to pressure the developers into changing how dungeons were regulated, even to the point of altering how items are acquired. As the guild leader, the reporter wants to know Gabriel's opinion on all those allegations. Like a good shady politician, he says it's all lies, just attempts to tarnish the name of the Linza Guild. They already gathered new information about what Ryu 7017 was saying, and soon everything would go back to normal. While Gabriel was doing that live stream, someone was watching in a store. Our boy walks in and the person immediately says the whole world is talking about him. Ryuki responds that he doesn't care about any of that. What matters is, why does he leave this old man voice in such a healthy little girl body? To which the guy answers that that's the best part of having a fully prosthetic body. The only woman who even slightly dolls herself up in this story is, in fact, an old man with a robot body. What a mess. Ryuki then just says he's tired of it and wants to see the mods. But Suzuki shows him the same ones as always. Our boy immediately tells him to stop offering junk, especially since he already said he could find the person who delivers the good mods. Right then, Suzuki says he understands that Ryuki wants to talk to the person who creates the mods. He reaches under his kimono, pulls out a CD, and says this is what he was told to deliver if someone ever came looking. If someone managed to find him using the information in there, then they'd be given a chance to talk to him. Ryuki just thinks that for someone to have gone through all of this, they must be pretty powerful. Aigon takes a look and sees it's a visual mod. It would interfere with his visual system and retrieve all sorts of information. The only issue is that it's more advanced than the previous ones, so the risks are higher too. Our boy thinks he doesn't really care about that. What he really doesn't like is this feeling that he's being tested. So he starts taking his little backpack off and tells Suzuki he brought a little gift. Everything he had been hunting these last few days. Basically, the items from the record-breaking videos. He drops them on the ground and tells her to sell it all, that she'd be well compensated. Dang man, how rude. Just threw it on the floor like whatever, see ya. Walking through the streets of the city, he says he's been seeing the items from the dungeons popping up on YouTube, and it's actually bringing in some money. Obviously, Ivan told him to take advantage of that positive momentum to pull some gacha rolls, man. Time to gamble a bit. But he says no, there's one more person he needs to meet. That's when someone raises a hand and calls him. The dude with that K-pop haircut tells our boy it's been a while since they last saw each other. Ivan thinks some nutjob just showed up because no one is friends with Ryuki, right? The guy is a total loner. But when the guy greets Ryuki, the robot is shocked that the bastard actually does have a friend in this world. Looking at the guy's hand, our boy remembers Yggdrasil, from the clothes and everything. It seems like they were school friends. The guy asks if they can talk for a bit. And man, our boy is clenching his own hands so tight that his veins are popping green. He says sure, he doesn't mind talking. Damn, I thought they were friends, but clearly they're not. And the guy's already walking with him, saying it's nice to see him calm and all, while he makes a weird hand sign behind his back. There are already a bunch of guys prepping Glocks behind him, and he's saying he missed his friend. What the hell, man? There are people on the rooftops and everything. Take it easy, buddy. The jerk is throwing out that fake talk, saying he missed him, barely even recognized him. But Ryuki just says it feels like there are a lot of eyes watching the two of them. Dude, I thought a fight was gonna break out, but now we're in a cafe just chilling. The guy is apologizing for everything that happened 3 years ago. Ryuki keeps it real. He just asks if the guy really thinks his apologies make any difference. Oof, brutal. Now the guy's just sitting there with that dumb look on his face, and Ryuki wants to know if he was called there just to hear apologies. The guy says no, he's got a plan to get Ryuki back into bronze rank. Now I don't know. Does he even realize our boy is the real Ryuki? What's going on? I'm starting to get suspicious of everything. Our boy wants to know if that's even possible, and the guy starts explaining the plan. But then, flashback time. Ryuki was calling out Garcia's name, saying there was only 1 week left until his mom's surgery. Man was on the floor like trash, clutching the guy's cards, begging him to cover the costs of the surgery. Oh man, what a bastard, he kicked Ryuki and told him not to touch him with those filthy, disgusting hands. Yikes. And then people wonder why our boy turned out all dark and brooding. Yeesh. Next scene, he's just staring at his mom's body, and a voice even says maybe it was for the best after all. He wouldn't have been able to cover the surgery costs anyway. For someone unknown like him, keeping up the payments would have been impossible. Obviously, Ryuki's expression didn't turn out too great after that. Back in the present, Ryuki tells the bastard to stop with the performance. With a snap of his fingers, he reveals that the guy was a developer from the game Space Alien, which he is the one that went bankrupt. Considering he's in such a miserable state now, what kind of help could he even offer? Ryuki just gets up and says goodbye, but the guy tells him to wait, warning that if he doesn't talk to him, he'll send all the information he has about our boy to Linza. He should know very well what'll happen, since he used to work there. To be honest, what can they even do, right? Our boy doesn't seem to have any family at all. At most, they might go after him, but they're gonna do that anyway. Back in the past, when our boy handed the first tutorial over to Gabriel, at that time, Linful wasn't the top dog, it was his older brother, who praised our boy, saying that for a beginner, he was incredible. From then on, he'd keep a close eye on every guy he released. Garcia, showing a card, says he must have some idea of how terrifying that man was, so he better consider the offer. Ryuki's expression changes. He turns around, and at that moment, the guy looks confident, thinking they're finally about to negotiate. But Ryuki just snatches the paper from his hand and asks when the hell he's going to shut up. What the hell, man? Garcia's already pulling out a knife, saying that a filthy guy like him lost all sense of how to behave in this place. He lunges to attack our boy, but all he gets is a hand around his neck. Ryuki just says that the one who lost their sense of danger is him. Apparently, the fool was eager to meet death. Slams him against the wall. After all, you can't just kill someone out in the open, right, man? Then he walks off, saying it's best if he never sees his face again. Garcia quickly sends a message to the crew, warning them the target's escaping. The moment Ryuki steps out of the store, bam, 36 Glocks pointed at him. Everyone shouting for him to surrender and put his hands behind his head. But in a single second, the first guy has his Glock ripped right out of his hands, and our boy pulls a move so fast, even the artist couldn't catch it. The kid's moving so fast, he's slipping out of the frames. Come back here, kid. I can't even see you anymore. The damn witch calls out to him. She's up on the rooftop, see. Use level 3 flash step. The poor guys didn't stand a chance, and he's even impressed at how aggressive they're being. Igon then says our boy's stress levels are spiking. What's bothering him so much? He just replies it's nothing serious. At the very least, things were now clear. He knew the next steps. First, it was time to go back to the world of the ghost. The scene shifts to Gabriel, who says he's disappointed in Garcia. Seems like that's how he repays the trust he's given. The fool apologizes, but says he has some crucial information, like, for example, that Ryuki is 25 years old. Gabriel just tells him to shut up. Honestly, that info is garbage. I'm with Gabriel on this one, man. He warns him not to say a single thing that the entire Linza guild doesn't already know. Then he says the kid got something in a random box. That's how he accessed the game. He just needed one more chance to fully investigate and figure out what really happened. Gabriel says they already know about the ticket that was acquired in that area. It was auctioned off, and he already confirmed that. What he's certain of is that someone is sponsoring Ryuki, and that's the information he wants. Garcia, though, thinks it's impossible to know which lunatic would be backing a complete nobody like him. At that, Gabriel turns around and says he wasted his time talking to trash who would betray even an unknown friend for a bit of cash. Damn, he hired the guy for the job, and now he's humiliating him for taking the job. That's harsh. The psychological damage was way too much. And here he comes, pulling out that knife again. Hey man, you really need to drop that habit. Yeah, you stepped forward, it put a hand on your head, and you kissed the pavement. Too smart for your own good. Man, it was Gabriel who landed the hit. I thought it was like a security guard from behind, but the guy is just that fast. He says that apparently this bronze must be out of his mind for trying to attack a member of Jinza. Normally, he'd have to be killed, but out of mercy, he'll just let him become an unknown. Now the idiot's being dragged away, begging for forgiveness, saying he doesn't want to become an unknown. Yeah, but too late, man. He's going. That dude with no self-control totally earned that demotion. And now Gabriel's deep in thought. He remembers that bastard actually was a decent analyst. But that was it. There was no way to compare that Ryuki with Linful, who was the obvious pick. But somehow, that kid always had something special about him. It was time to find out just what the secrets of that account really were. Back in the ghost world, our boy drops into the city like thunder, now showing up fully geared in his little armor. And Igon is already telling him to roll. Time to hit the gacha. But our boy's got more important things to do. He says he wants a crowd around to see what's about to happen. The views on his videos keep climbing, and he knows it won't be long before those guys make their move, especially since those bastards are the biggest guild in the ghost world. He takes off his helmet, saying it's time to spring a trap. Right then, people start pointing, saying to check him out. Everyone seems to recognize him, right? The unknown from the video everyone's been talking about. Ryuki had 92 tickets, 5 guaranteed XRs, and 8,500 points. First things first. He starts with a 10-roll man. The items drop in front of him, full of useless stuff as always. He gets all bummed out. No SRs came. And the robot says that, unfortunately, there's no guarantee with boxes. The only thing he can guarantee is that he'll laugh in the protagonist's face, and there he is spamming laughter across the screen while our boy's just sitting there with a mountain of trash. He's lost the will to live, wondering how he didn't get anything with a 3.6% chance. Aigon tells him not to give up. No true gacha addict would stop here. That's when he grabs the SR cards and says that, actually, now the game begins. The first one gives him a Phoenix Feather SR rank, a necklace that lets you resurrect once. Considering that a bunch of the bosses in the game have those instant-death attacks, it might actually be worth it. Second box drops, he's sure this time he's getting a weapon or a sick ability, but what's inside is an SR rank toothbrush. The robot congratulates him, saying now he's officially the king of toothbrushes, but Ryuki's confused. There has to be something special about this so-called magic toothbrush. There's no way it's just normal. Aigon explains that the little star next to the name means it's a special item, which means he can actually use it in the real world. He wants to know what the hell he's supposed to do with that in the real world, and the robot says, well, he can brush his teeth and destroy any cavity. Ryuki throws a punch in frustration, but the damn robot dodges. The problem now is that he's only got 3 cards left, and with each bad pull, the chances of getting something good are slipping away. So he decides to open the last 3 all at once. Usually that's when something good pops out. He's biting his lip, begging for a decent weapon. But what he pulls are 3 copies of the sort of weapon. The robot is dying of laughter while everyone watches him lying defeated on the ground. He's wrecked, doesn't understand how he spent all those tickets and still ended up with nothing. The people nearby are kind of confused, not really sure what's going on. I'm not sure if they can even see what he's doing, like the items popping out. I don't think they can. And the guy next to him is already thinking about reporting him to Linza so they can come kill the kid. Then Aigon says he's got some good news for the protagonist. After pulling so many SR-ranked items, he finally unlocked the combination system. He can't reveal what other features exist in that system, but just know there are more. Our boy wants to know why the robot didn't just say that sooner, instead of laughing in his face, which is still twisted up dancing around, saying it's irresistible to laugh at a sucker like him. Then the system appears. They have both ability combination and item combination. And under item, there was also undo, which let him break items down into random box points instead of combining them. The combination itself doesn't have much mystery, right, man? You combine 2 items, and they get upgraded. He combines 2 swords, and it shows up with a little plus sign at the end. Right away, he wants to know if there's a limit to how many times he can combine something. He puts 2 already combined swords into the system, and again, it looks like it's working. Excited, he jumps in shouting, "Combine it." Man, I thought it was going to fail, but no, it really upgraded, and the thing turned massive. It's the Grand Sword, now with the name IGG at the end. Apparently, now it really can be used like a pistol from far away, because before it kinda only half worked, like it was jammed or something. He's laughing like a maniac, and the robot says his vital signs are starting to get weird. Then he spends the rest of his points to upgrade his parry to level 5. And now he's got an SR IGG with a star at the end, right? That part we already knew. He can use it in real life. That's when he starts wondering what happens if he combines 2 skills that are already maxed out. The system shows that he could gain the skill Sword Saint, Heavenly Sword, or Sword God, which immediately makes him blow up at Aigon, asking why even the skill combinations are completely random. To which the robot replies that it wouldn't be any fun without a little bit of luck. He should just keep going to try and pull a Transcendental Plus rank skill. Our boy wants to know what the odds are of getting one of those. The robot says an incredible 2%. Dude's out of his mind and decides to go for it. What if he gets lucky? But all he pulls is Sword Saint. It was basically max mastery and defense at level 3, with sword energy at level 1. It also granted bonus SP when leveled up, but since it's not fully maxed out, he can still evolve it more. He's about to say something to Aigon when suddenly someone approaches from the side. The guy puts a sword to his neck and asks if he's Ryu 7017. Our boy thanks him, saying finally Linza sent someone. He was starting to think they were taking too long. He starts to say it's crazy to go for a PK inside the city, but the guy just slashes his throat. The footed man says he shouldn't worry about such insignificant things. The PK rule only says you can't kill anyone, but it doesn't say anything about inflicting pain. Ryuki knows this is Linza's usual strategy, especially since the sensation is way too realistic. So he asks why the guy's even wearing a mask when it's obvious he's from Linza. Man, I don't know if it's another guy, but he gets hit with another sword strike, this time in the back. And the man warns him to understand that from now on, he'll never know peace in this game. Wherever he hides, they'll follow and kill him. Ryuki turns and says it's hilarious how this whole world belongs to Linza. The guy tells him to keep laughing, because soon the only thing he'll be doing is screaming in pain. But on the next attack, Ryuki activates Flash Step and grabs the sword. He gets right up close to the guy and says 3 hits were enough for him not to be seen as the villain in this scene. The masked man then realizes the kid was holding back from the very beginning, and now he's the one getting cut. Everyone nearby can feel the guy's pain. Man, the knife's being driven straight into his back now too. Ryuki wants to know what happened to the guy who was supposed to be hunting him all over the game and making him scream in pain. Normally in this world, the more defense you have, the less pain you feel. But our boy, yeah man, he doesn't follow the rules of the game. And apparently the guy is trying to log out, but he can't. Ryuki says that's good to know. In a place where no one can die, it's the perfect setting to let someone sit there suffering. He keeps spinning his sword back and forth, saying this revenge is only just getting started. That's when Aigon warns him to be careful. A bunch of hooded figures surround him from all sides. One of them, with a brooch on his shoulder, calls out to Ryuki and says he'll get straight to the point. It would be best if Ryuki left the ghost world, and even better if he stopped being a player altogether. If he agreed, they'd let this go. Ryuki, who draws his second sword, says they're being way too generous offering him such a noble favor. He stabs the guy in the back again and says that they were the ones who provoked him first. The bridge guy replies that clearly this bastard was more dangerous than he expected. Ryuki tells him to run, but the guy says that's not an option. Besides, he's curious to know what that sword is. Ryuki tells him to take off the mask and he'll explain, but the guy just answers that that's not going to happen. He says Ryuki should have used the bugs he got to live a peaceful and hidden life, but he wanted too much attention, and now he found himself in trouble. A shame, really, but his plans end here. Right at that moment, all the masked guys attack Ryuki, who's just standing there like a fool, but he dodges the first strike and takes a step back to avoid the second. The guy with the blue bangs is coming from behind, thinking Ryuki isn't half bad, but this is where it ends. Only Ryuki already activated Sword Sync and slashed the first attacker. Apparently, the guy managed to defend himself, but his whole sword cracked. He couldn't understand how someone who hadn't even reached the demon tower was already using aura. A technique like that normally burned a ridiculous amount of mana, so using it like this was insane. He decides to try again, saying that weak aura won't do anything, but Ryuki just deflects it using his sword, which has his own aura, and says they probably don't even realize what he's doing. He strikes the guy in the chest, and another one's down, or rather just incapacitated, since no one dies here. The leader, at least, is smart. He sees how quickly Ryuki blocked with aura and wonders if it's a parry, like in some other games. Ryuki just replies that they're starting to realize the more they try, the worse it'll get. To help them make up their minds, he reveals that his ability doesn't consume mana, which means right now he's the only one who won't get tired. Before the guys can even process what he just said, bam, another sword strike hits dead center on someone's head. Judging by the blood sound, that thing went in deep. Speaking of going in deep, there's a little white-haired girl. Is that you, Cynthia? You sneaky snake. You think I forgot your name. The other guy's leg is messed up, and the leader tells them to be careful. Somehow, the pain from this kid's attacks feels worse. They shift into a hide and leaf formation, each one drawing their class setups and all that. At that moment, Ryuki replies that if someone was pulling out Nightfall, then they're not trying to hide anymore. He knows all too well a dual sword user known as Cassius. Not as famous as Linful, but still well known, and definitely not someone people would want to find out what he's been up to. Cassius activates a binding magic, Oliva, to paralyze the kid so they can go in for the finisher. Chains rise from the ground and wrap around Ryuki. Everyone starts prepping their best abilities, and 3 attacks come flying toward our boy. Cassius knows how parry works. If there's nothing solid for it to counter, it doesn't work properly. And judging by Ryuki's face, looks like he's right man. Glitter explosion everywhere. But when the smoke clears, someone's just standing there untouched. He's got that dumb look on his face while Aigon explains that now that the ability has evolved, it can also defend against non-physical attacks. Even so, Ryuki's swinging his sword around, saying he's kind of disappointed. Looks like he'll have to be more careful with long-range fighters. Man, before Darius could even say anything, he took a bullet straight to the chest, dropped like trash to the ground, calling for backup. Our boy says it's really sad to see their boss go down with just one little bullet. He hadn't even started having fun yet. But the guys are completely confused. How the hell does this bastard have a revolver firing in the middle of a fantasy world? Our boy is they're holding 3 massive revolvers, man. Against monsters like golems, they're not much use. But against humans, it's a different story. Especially in a world like this, where that kind of item shouldn't even exist. He warns them that everyone who came after him today is going to leave here crawling. Somewhere, someone's watching a screen, just listening to the sound of gunfire. It looks like a weirdly warped teddy bear saying things are starting to get interesting. Back in the scene, Ryuki's disappointed by how weak these guys are. Aigon explains that these guys just play based on in-game stats, right? They don't even try to dodge anything, and that's why they can't handle a gun. Plus, he was keeping them pinned in place so they just stay there writhing in pain. Ryuki walks up with a smug look, saying that as high-ranking members of Linza, these guys probably have some kind of mental defense. Suddenly, he senses something and dives to the side. An attack slams into the ground and blows the whole area apart. Well, man, not only that, now a rain of attacks is coming down on the poor guy. He recognizes it as meteor rain, definitely the skill of a certain someone, and he wants to know if it's the person he's thinking of. Right then, a transfer stone drops next to him, and in a split second, Ryuki vanishes. The people in the city are all confused, while Cassius wonders if those guys are going to get personally involved. Somewhere else, our boy is running while attacks keep hitting his back. Man, when he looks back, Linful showed up. What the hell? The guy teleported him? This dude's hacking too, huh? And the bastard says that now that no one's watching, things will get better. He wasn't going to ignore all the noise Ryuki's been making. He already throws his spear at his back and asks if he's ready for the pain he's about to feel. Aigon warns that Ryuki's heart rate is spiking. Our protagonist thinks about how he's imagined this moment countless times in his head. He turns to Linful and says the only thing he wants to know is, does he remember who he is? Oh man, the villain with his Alzheimer moment says he really doesn't remember. He thought seeing the kid up close would jog his memory, but nothing. Not a single thing came to mind. So Navin wants to know why the kid is trying to ruin his life like this. That hits Ryuki like a brick. He can't believe that the bastard who ruined his life doesn't even remember anything. Then Linful puts a hand to his face and keeps repeating to himself, Ryuki, and suddenly turns and says, yeah, he really doesn't remember. You scumbag. I really thought he was going to say, I remember. But nope, he has no clue. He just asks if Ryuki feels wronged by the fact that he doesn't even know who he is. But honestly, he doesn't care, because now that Ryuki's done all this, he's going to have to pay the price. At the very least, he hopes he won't leave here disappointed. Alright man, the fight's really about to go down now, and Ryuki tells him not to worry, he had no intention of holding back. The two of them are standing still. It's full NM vibes, the beatdown is about to start. Linful charges up and attack at the tip of his spear, and our boy already knows what's coming. He charges forward, super fast, he dodges. Linful gives a little impressed smile that Ryuki managed to escape with that little jump. But our boy curled up like a turtle man, he's not looking too brave, hands shaking all over. Here comes another attack from Linful. He manages to block it, but the guy keeps the combo going, man. Ryuki couldn't believe this guy was that strong, and not even Perry was giving him a solid chance to defend. Another hit. He's sent sliding backward. Linful says maybe he's going to have to reevaluate the kid. The entertainment wasn't bad. He's tired of this game that's become just a big XP farm. Back in the day, everyone played just for fun. He lands more strikes and says Ryuki is lucky too. He's learning from someone with real talent. He twirls the spear in his hand, comes down from above, activating the meteor strike attack. Man, our boy tries to block, but it stops him cold. Looks like he managed to defend it, but it felt like his arm nearly broke. He keeps reactivating parry while Linful keeps the pressure with the spear. But man, talk about SR sword mastery. The hit flung him away. This time it's me saying, finally. He created an opening to attack, but the bastard was way faster and almost landed a spear in his mouth. Ryuki couldn't believe it. Linful got hit by the parry and still reacted faster than him. Then Linful says it's interesting that he has parry, since that skill shouldn't even exist in the ghost world. So now he's gonna level up the heat and see how long the kid can last. Next attack, Ryuki dodges by throwing his head to the side. Problem is, even when he lands a parry, a guy counters faster than he can even react. Considering he's analyzed Linful a lot already, he knows part of it is thanks to that weapon he's using. Linful charges again, saying he's impressed the kid is still standing. The weapon he's got is the Starlight Spear. Its effect is that the more you attack, the faster it gets. So eventually, not even parry combined with intuition would be enough to keep up. Ryuki goes on the offensive, and finally, Linful has to block something. It's his first real chance to counterattack, and he goes for it. But judging by the change in expression, you know it didn't go well. The spear is already lodged in his chest. Linful says it's a shame. Just 3 more seconds and Ryuki would have set a new record. But apparently, he wasn't even worth remembering after all. It was a good fight. That's all it was. He tosses his body to the ground and says that, to be honest, it was actually disappointing. It was ridiculous for him to think he'd win with the abilities he had. Besides, he explains, even if Ryuki wanted to die in this place, he couldn't. That's because it was a free zone for PK. Even though it looked like a village, it was actually an abandoned area. If he wants to blame someone, let it be the developers who left those bugs in the game. I think he explained all that because, in theory, you're only supposed to be able to force teleport someone into a town. Don't know the exact rules. What I do know is that Linful wants to know who's backing the kid, to which Ryuki tells him to ask Cynthia. Suddenly, Linful's expression changes. He grabs Ryuki by the neck, demanding to know if he knows who she is and where that wretched girl is hiding. Ryuki just laughs, saying that it looks like he got betrayed too. It's true, man. I told you, Cynthia, from the Ace Guild. Right. Linful is there, shouting, but our boy's consciousness was already slipping away. Man, he's on his way out. He pulls out a flashbang, and while Linful is mid-sentence, it explodes right next to him. Our boy backs off, and the guy asks if he really thinks he's going to win using toys like that. Then Ryuki says to him, "Stop asking who's backing me. I don't need help to kill trash like you." The blondie's already got the veins bulging on his forehead, and Ryuki tells him that, yeah, he's got that little memory issue, but today he's going to make sure he doesn't forget. That's because now he's going in with 50%. Aigon is confused, and Linful asks if he's gone insane. You don't just take a beating and then suddenly say you're gonna use half your power. That doesn't make sense. Aigon's trying to talk him out of it, and our boy just says he's given up on useless emotions. I don't really get what this 50% thing is. Is he using those CDs? What's going on? Maybe it'll get explained later. Anyway, he charges in, focusing entirely on intuition. He tries to go for a knee strike, thinks about activating Flash Step, but gets kicked straight in the head and slammed into a wall. Bro, all that dramatic talk for this? Before you can even blink, Linful's already launched a spear strike that nearly hits him in the eye. He just manages to pull away in time. Linful says the kid's lucky they're in a no PK area, otherwise this would have ended fast. Ryuki, though, is just realizing that his arm can't take much more. Then the blonde says it'd be a real shame to fight in the city. It'd draw too much attention, and afterward, he gets scolded by the boss. Tired of all that chatter, Ryuki tells him to shut up, vanishes, and suddenly appears behind him. But man, Blondie's grinning again. Without even looking back, he just slashes and cancels out our boy's movement. Then he activates Meteor Rain on his spear again. This time it lands clean. Yeah, our boy's taking a beating. Honestly, I'm with you. I think it was way too early for him to fight this guy. The dude only cleared 4 dungeons so far. The blonde even mocks him, asking if it's time to up the power on that supposed 50%, since he's getting wrecked. Our boy tries to get up while the guy's laying into him, telling him to try a bit harder. It's been too easy. The bastard's even tapping the spear on the ground, saying this revenge story of his is way too weak. He grabs Ryuki by the collar and tosses him into the air, saying it's a shame he wants to keep playing, but now it's time to end this. He launches an attack into the sky that slices our boy clean in half. But just before he hits the ground, Ryuki manages to activate Flash and causes a full-on explosion. Then Linful turns to a window that just popped up in front of him. It's Gabriel, telling him to stop the fight immediately and return now. But Ryuki gets back up and says, wait. Linful can't believe the bastard is still standing after taking that hit straight on. That's not the kind of thing someone can survive with sheer willpower alone. Aigon explains that when he's using 50%, he feels less pain, but it also slows down his movements. What he doesn't get is why use a strategy like that. Is he some kind of masochist who wants to suffer longer? But Ryuki just replies that he can't give up there, he needs to take advantage of this opportunity. As Linful walks toward him, Ryuki asks if he's afraid of Gabriel. The guy's expression changes and Ryuki says, looks like I hit the nerve, huh? Just the fact that Gabriel showed up proves no one's backing Linful right now. He's sure that at this moment, Gabriel must be furious. And in the middle of that conversation, our boy was already drawing a rusty dagger. And when Linful goes to say something, gets stabbed in the neck. The bastard lets out a scream and Ryuki tells him, calm down, it was just a little cut, nothing serious. But for a guy like him, who plays loaded with items to reduce any sensation of pain, it definitely must feel different. That's because, well, Ryuki's attacks ignore any kind of pain-dampening items, and the pain still hits the same. Linful's cursing and swearing, but Ryuki just says, now this is what I wanted. Let's see you raise all that hell again. Stop whining and come at me already. Here comes Blondie again, but this time, Ryuki seems to be able to redirect his spear. Now the guy's confused, looked like the kid was reading his movements. And the truth is, it's something like that. Back when Ryuki was still an analyst, he reviewed everything Linful ever did over and over again. He already knows every pattern, every habit, every combat style the guy has. And considering Linful's probably never experienced this kind of pain before, his focus must be completely shot, which gives Ryuki the upper hand. While dodging, Linful mutters to himself that he needs to end this fast. He charges up a combo attack on his spear, saying it's all or nothing now. He activates one skill to boost attack speed, one to power up skills, another to double the next attack's damage, and a final one to increase crit chance. This is a combo he only ever uses on the bosses of the tower, but now he has no choice. He's got to burn it on the kid. Ryuki immediately recognizes it, it's Celestial Meteor Rain. He knows he can use the terrain to his advantage to get away from this guy. He just has to make sure not to step out of the PK zone. He starts running, but Linful gets closer, saying he's still too slow. Until suddenly, bam, a wooden doll smacks Linful right in the face. Our boy starts creating as much distance as possible, setting off a rain of random junk items from those trashy roulette boxes he's always opening. Problem is, Linful walks through everything like it's nothing and goes in for another spear strike from behind. The attack slices half the mountain, and Linful grumbles, saying this kid is seriously annoying. Ryuki is down, but he managed to dodge a direct hit. And now, while holding the spear, he says, finally, I got you right where I wanted. Linful tells him to take his filthy hands off that weapon and not stain it with his rotten blood. But Ryuki starts pulling the spear, saying he's excited to show him something really fun. Oh man, is this it? That's SSR he mentioned way back. The one he said he was saving for Linful. He apparently tested it earlier on Suriel's wings, something that wasn't even a skill or an item. Linful's confused, wants to know what the hell is happening to his spear. And oh man, a spear starts disintegrating. Ryuki had unlocked the SSR system, man, and just deleted his spear. Yet we're crossing over with that Charles C storyline from the other day. Full system level stuff now. The spear crumbles into dust, and Linful is standing there, not understanding what just happened. Looking at his hand, the dude's on the verge of tears. That was a unique item, and now it's not even in his inventory anymore. This game doesn't even have a destruction mechanic, so how is this possible? He's convinced the bastard is using some kind of cheap trick. But right then, bang, Ryuki shoots him in the shoulder. Our boy says, "I was aiming for your heart, but you reacted pretty fast." Linful's still confused, wants to know where the hell this guy got a pistol. Ryuki just tells him to stop crying and explains, "The very data that registered your spear in this world, it's gone. There's no bringing it back." That's the power of his skill, SSR Delete, a system-level ability that overrides even the game's own authority and erases the data of items inside the labyrinth. The only activation condition, you'd have to hold the target object for 5 seconds, and it can only be used 4 times a week. Linful pulls another spear from his inventory, saying he doesn't know what tricks this bastard's using, but he'll finish him off with any weapon. But at that moment, Ryuki is already backing away, taunting, "Come on then, try and catch me." The idiot comes charging in, shouting that he's not letting him get away. But then, stepping where he shouldn't, Linful steps on a bomb. Man, our boy is the king of FPS, seriously. As soon as the guy got hit by the bomb, Ryuki followed up with more shots to the chest. Then Ryuki says, "You better stand real still, Linful. This whole area is covered in mines." The guy's expression shifts. Once again, this bastard had some item that Linful had no idea how it was even created. And with the very next step, click. Ryuki just says it's stupid to think he hadn't planned for this. Linful's desperate, but our boy tells him to think real hard. Any movement now is extremely risky. And on top of that, he lets him know that this entire setup has been in place since the moment Linful made his first move. That's because Ryuki already knew all of Linful's patterns, and he knew that once he started making noise, he'd be dragged exactly to this spot. All Linful can do now is be grateful for having fallen right into the trap. Linful gets tired of hearing all that and charges toward him. But of course, boom, the mine under his foot goes off. When the smoke starts clearing, he spots something in the distance, but it's clearly a decoy doll. He rushes in, slamming an attack through its head, yelling that he finally won. But only he hadn't noticed what was obvious to everyone. And now Ryuki is standing right beside him, counting down from 5 to 1. At 0, boom, another spear disintegrates. He's got a gun pointed right at Linful's face, and the guy realizes, looks like the kid wasn't lying. Maybe the Starlight Spear really was deleted. Ryuki activates ignition and slams Linful into a boulder. The guy's down, groaning that sooner or later, Ryuki is going to pay for this. But the moment he tries to log out, the request is cancelled. He wonders why, and bam, sword to the back. Of course, it's Aigon, stopping him from logging out. Ryuki says he's being way too serious to let him run away at a moment like this. He slams Linful's face into the ground and calls out, "Linful Darius, do you remember the guy who used to be an analyst in your guild, named Ryuki?" Linful asks why he remembers something like that. "I'll never remember who you are." Ryuki asks if he really won't remember, even if it means never being able to play again. He reminds him, each person is only allowed 1 account in the game. And what would happen if he used his ability and deleted that account? Maybe then, you'd never forget my face. Linful shouts at him to take his hands off, but Ryuki starts counting. 5, 4, 3. And then we see, when Gabriel first holds someone to look into this Ryu 7017. 2, 1. Linful's still pretending not to care, scratching his ear, saying he doesn't give a damn about that person. 0. The guy screams, and just like that, he's deleted. Now I don't know if he's really gone, if he's ever coming back, or what just happened exactly. But Vigon's praising him, saying he did it. But man, Ryuki, the demon of vengeance, just says he hasn't done anything yet. This was only the beginning. There were still plenty of people who had to pay for what they did. And oh man, behind the rock, there she is. White-haired girl, drawing a blade, probably our dear Cynthia. She throws a dagger wrapped in dark energy straight at him. But what's this? Full-on Giga Chad mode, he catches it midair. He was about to ask who that person was when suddenly, Aigon warns him to be careful. In a flash, he finds himself trapped in some kind of strange black cube. It looked like a spatial transfer, but at the same time, something about it was different. Then someone approaches, saying, "It's been a while, Ryuki." He asks who it is, and the figure introduces themselves as Gazazia. He remembers that was the name of the person ranked number 2. The weird thing is, he's never seen this one before. And man, now that I'm saying this, I'm remembering. I spoiled this 26 chapters ago, didn't I? She pulls off the cloak, and I hate to say it, but damn, the woman's stunning. Obviously, though, deep down in our hearts and souls, we will never forgive this woman for betraying our boy. Right then, he remembers that fake little smile and her standing next to Linful. He's having a full-on breakdown, calling her Cynthia, but she says that was just a disguise. Her real name is Asia. Whoa, man, our boy is seriously unhinged now, laughing like the Joker. He says he doesn't care what her real name is. Because of what she did, he got kicked out of the guild, became an unknown, and lost everything he had. And yet she still showed up to find him. That means she must want to die. Cynthia, no, Asia, says she's been looking for him for years. She never imagined he would become a player. Ryuki responds that all of this only happened because of the hatred he felt toward her, Linful, and the entire Ginza guild. So she better get to the point fast, because if she doesn't, he's about to go in for the kill. Asia says he's really changed over the past 3 years, but she'll get straight to it. She tells him he should drop the revenge against Linza. He asks why she's saying that, and she replies that soon they'll start tracking his family in real life, and you should start worrying about his mom. Man, I thought she didn't know, but out of nowhere she says, "Oops, forgot. She's already dead, huh? My bad." Okay, this woman's asking to get sliced. Our boy's gripping his sword now, saying this damn woman must have a death wish. He charges in, saying that if that's the case, he'll gladly grant it. The blade lands right in her stomach, but weirdly, even so, she just dodges to the side. Then she starts running for that dagger, and he's a little confused. That thing looks special. But the second she reached for it, slice. Someone cuts off her hand. Yo, our boy's moving fast. He's already behind her, slashes her neck too, and says she's way too slow, didn't stand a chance. As she vanishes, Aze says she never realized just how deep his hatred had gotten. Wait, vanishing? Not dying, reconstituting right beside him. She says that clearly defeating Linful wasn't luck after all. She says she's leaving now and he fires some shots, but clearly they're doing nothing to her. She says she was just curious to see what would happen. Never thought he'd actually beat Linful. Aigon warns him that dagger is a real bug. People keep calling him a bug all the time, but truth is, he just has a broken system. What she's using is something artificially created. He says he doesn't care, but it looks like he understands now. He won't be able to kill her just yet. Cynthia says that destroying the Linza Guild is a job she's going to take care of. She has no idea what trick he pulled to take down Linful, but she wants to see what he'll do when that guy comes back. Ryuki simply answers, "I won't stop my revenge, and I don't care about the consequences." She tries to warn him that he'll regret it, but he just says, "You'll never see Linful again in this game. I deleted his account, and honestly, it was beautiful watching him cry." And he guarantees that when he finds her again, the outcome will be the same. Still, I'm curious, did you really delete the guy's account? Can you actually delete someone permanently like that? 4 deletes per week? That's busted. Outside the scene, Ryuki notes that damn bug woman really managed to shut down what he could do. And the most terrifying part was that strange dagger she was using. When she threw it, apparently he should have dodged instead of grabbing it. But at the time, he didn't feel any danger from it. He's going to need more info and allies to figure out exactly what that thing is. Then he asks Aigon if that thing is ready. Aigon says yes, the dates line up. They're finally going to meet the person who creates the mods. And it looks like this time, it's that creepy little bear, who, by the way, was watching this whole mess go down and was thinking of logging off. But yeah, Ryuki's totally hacking, man. He's watching through some virtual screen and tells the teddy bear straight up, "I'm not letting you log out." The bear apologizes, saying he was just watching the fight out of curiosity. But our boy just replies, "We're meeting tomorrow, 8 p.m. at Suzuki's shop." Ah, so that's what was going on. He was watching everything through the screen in Aigon. Now it all makes sense. The bear agrees, says he'll meet him there, but he wants to ask about a strange signal drop that happened earlier. Ryuki realizes that even this guy didn't really understand what Cynthia did. Since he doesn't feel like revealing anything, he just replies, "You've asked too many questions for someone in your position." Next scene, we're already arriving at Suzuki's shop. Our boy walks in complaining, "This is ridiculous. I take around time and the guy doesn't show." Suzuki asks what he's talking about. Hadn't he noticed? The mod creator's already here. Ryuki grabs him by the collar, telling him to stop joking around. But suddenly, someone says, "I'm here." When Ryuki turns his head, the teddy bear comes down the stairs and says he's the one who creates the mods. Man, I thought he'd be bigger, but our boy just picks him up in one hand. He's tiny. The poor bear's squeaking that he's being crushed while Ryuki yells at him to cut the nonsense. Out of nowhere, Suzuki throws himself onto the table, and our boy's like, "What the hell is going on now?" Then the bear says it's probably easier to show than explain. In that moment, he was moving his consciousness. The person talking to Ryuki is the mod creator named 5555, and at the same time, the person across the counter speaking to him is also him and also Suzuki. Looks like the little robot now has Suzuki's voice, right? The author of this story didn't really think through the whole voice switch setting for identifying characters in the manhwa, huh? Ryuki doesn't believe it, but Aigon confirms it really is the same person. Seems like it's a consciousness that manages multiple bodies, each with a different personality. Then Ryuki realizes the nutjob must be using some sort of mod to alter his own personality. The teddy bear puts his hands on his hips and says, "Finally, you figured it out." Then he congratulates him for killing Linful, says the ending was incredible. He wants to know how he made the guy disappear. What are the limits of the ability? How many times can you use it? Is there a cost? How does it work? Looks like the voice changed again, so our boy knows this is now 55-55, the mod creator's core personality, not Suzuki's. Ryuki says he's not answering anything until he tells him who he really is. 55 says he'll get to that, but first warns. You need to be careful. Don't let anyone find out you have the delete ability. Ryuka just shrugs and says, too late. Aigon had already recorded, edited, and uploaded the whole thing. From now on, this fight with Linful would go all the way. 55 is freaking out. You're insane. You broadcasted that. The whole Linza guild was going to start hunting him in every corner of the world. Ryuki replies, that's exactly what I want. The bear gives up, man. He's already realized that this kid wants to be hunted. Then he asks if Ryuka even knows who's really chasing him. Our boy's a bit confused, but then the bear logs out and Suzuki gets up. He snaps his fingers and says, okay, let's take a look at this first. Holographic aerial view pops up -100 meters around the mall. Behind a wall, we see those gangsters from way back at the start. Ryuki's actually a little sad that those losers still haven't given up. But the most important detail is the other guys, right in front of them. It's the Iron Blood Group, a criminal syndicate that rules the underworld. Fortunately, they had no connections to Linza. The boss of that group retired after an accident. Rumors say that Linza caused that accident. Ryuki gets what Suzuki is implying. These guys wouldn't have ties to Linza since Linza screwed over their people. But now he really wants to know. Okay, but who are you, Suzuki? The shopkeeper replies, all right, since you figured it out, it's time we went somewhere a little more appropriate. Next scene, they're walking through the sewers and Suzuki says that he and all his clones share the same goal and are looking for allies to help with it. Meanwhile, Aigon is running an analysis and tells our guy that at the moment, he's not in any danger. Then he enters a room full of puppets and Suzuki explains that this is where he keeps his best creations. Our boy approaches one of them and Aigon says it's impressive that a human was able to create something like that. Ryuki, however, isn't that interested in those bodies and asks if he should call them 55-55, Suzuki, or what. Suzuki tells him to call him Suzuki when he's human and 55-55 when he's a bear. That's when he's in hacker mode. My god, son, give me a real name already. Suzuki then says he's going to explain exactly who he is and Aigon pulls up some data. The name was no name, the age between 20 and 30, and the gender was female. Okay, you can come out of the shadows now, girl. And the damn girl says that's all anyone knows about her. Obviously, Ryuki's confused since that's basically nothing. He asks if she really doesn't know anything about herself. Could it be that these personality shifts mess with her head? She answers yes, kinda like that, and asks if he's ever heard of Accident 707. It was a plane crash with no survivors. But the truth is, there was one person who made it out, burned to a crisp but still alive. That person was torn apart in a lab until there was nothing left, and then a crazy guy shoved her inside an android body. Damn boys, the dream of meeting a badass waifu is dead. She got barbecued. And it gets worse. He asks if she's the sole survivor, and she says actually they are. As a result of the experiment, she had countless memories implanted in her. She doesn't know if they're souls, minds, stories, or whatever, but she can control each one artificially. Ryuki's already realizing there's no way to make sense of this crazy girl, so he just asks what kind of deal she wants. Suddenly, she tosses him a notebook saying she wants in on the revenge too. Online, all anyone's talking about is the beatdown Linful took along with his guild guys. He didn't even look like the same person anymore. The only thing people found weird was that the whole deletion thing seemed fake. Especially because, in this game, deletion isn't allowed, so it should have been impossible. But then the question is, if it's fake, why hasn't Linful shown up and proven to everyone it's a lie? Whether he is Linful Phi surrounded by bottles and drunk. He throws one at the wall and looks at the system window. It says account verification failed. No data found. The dude laughs, saying not to mess with him. It's impossible this could happen. He was Linful, the strongest in Linza. The good thing about our guy not having a waifu, a mom, or anyone, at least there's no one for them to take revenge on, right? Only thing left is to beat him up. A little earlier, Linful was banging on the table, calling for his brother and asking for one more chance. But Gabriel says the idiot ignored him, went to fight alone, and even lost his own account. Obviously, now he's screwed. Linful was freaking out, saying he got caught off guard. He just needed a new account and everything would change. From now on, he'd do whatever Gabriel said. All he needed was someone else's account or a creation pass. Gabriel, however, just says that for someone who's been playing for so long, Linful is pretty damn ignorant. He's ashamed to share the same blood. The rule is simple. One account, one person, that's it. If he lost it, there's no way to get it back. And now his time is up. Damn man got kicked out by his own brother. Linful tells him to stop being ridiculous. That useless loser actually became a player, so why couldn't he? He breaks free from the guys and tells them to move. He's going to fix this. Yeah, right, you're gonna fix it. Already got tossed out like garbage. The brother says there's a lot of mess to clean up now, so Linful better never show his face there again. The dumb blondie can't believe that the guys who used to be scared to even look him in the eye are now treating him like this. That's when someone comes up from behind and asks if he's Linful Darius. But the blonde guy just tells him to get lost, he's not in the mood, and it's better for bums not to get close. Still, the guy hands him a cart and says he's there to help him. Apparently, Linful's in need of the kind of power they can offer. He asks if he's interested in hearing the proposal. If I'm not mistaken, that's the same guy from that room with the H and V cards, right? Back with our player, he found out that Linza is holding back the progress of all the other players in the ghost world. Looks like it's some kind of trade-off between them and the developers, since that way the devs have less work and give them a few perks in return. Hlygon responds that they're truly pathetic. No wonder the final product, this game here, is just a buggy mess. Then Suzuki says this is a secret pact between the Linza Guild and Rathian Soft, the developer. But it was ridiculous that they made a pact like this just to delay everyone's development. Ryuki says he gets it, but the whole game is basically backed by Yggdrasil and Rathian Soft works for them. So how are they supposed to go against a company that practically has the whole game development in its hands? Suzuki responds that they need to be eradicated from this world because in the past, they used to lead the development. But now, they're just rotting and holding this place back. Ryuki says her hatred seems way too intense for something that simple. That's when she brings up the plane crash, the 707 accident, and explains that what exploded that day was an item taken from Yggdrasil. Obviously, he immediately concludes that she must think Rathian, the developer, was behind it, and she answers that she's sure of it. Ryuki knows that just killing the Linza Guild would already be hard enough, but taking down Rathian would basically mean destroying the ghost world. So he asks her if that's what she wants. She says they don't need a dumb game like this, even if it supplies half the society's resources. Everything Rathian's been releasing lately is nothing but garbage, and because of the lack of progress in the games, the resources are slowly drying up. Things are stable for now, but in 5 years, there's no guarantee they'll stay that way. They can't let a bunch of incompetent people monopolize the development of the gods game. Ryuki knows the main objective of this game was to conquer the Demon Tower. The problem is, Linza controls everything here. He was planning to take over that place too. On the other hand, Suzuki's plan is basically to destroy the entire platform. That's when Aigon tells the master that they should go ahead and do it because for a game of the gods, this so-called ghost world is just a poorly made piece of trash. Just a dry, withered branch trying to hang on, and they need to help it get cut off. Ryuki then says he really liked the story but apparently forgot the reason he came there. He stretches out his hand and tells her to hand over the mods. Later on, climbing the stairs, Aigon says that this disguised mod, one of the 13 new ones he received, seems pretty good. Ryuki says it really was an interesting trade, but he's still curious to know more about that incident she mentioned. Aigon confirms that the incident did happen and one person survived, but it couldn't be confirmed that it was Suzuki, especially since humans are creatures that should never be trusted. Ryuki agrees, and as he's coming out of the sewer, he says they should be near the Hotel of Pleasure, which is a safe place to exit. But as soon as he tries to leave the hole, there's that blonde guy looking kinda messed up. Ryuki goes up to him to see what happened, wondering if the guy was drunk. But that's when he sees there was a digital drug installed on the guy's neck thigh. The area is known as the Pleasure District, so it makes sense someone would have used something like that there. Suddenly, he hears someone approaching and takes off running. A guy with a white jacket tossed over his shoulder, full one-piece style, says that apparently this one's gonna be a real handful. Aigon immediately notices they're wearing the same clothes as the guys who were watching our boy through the window before he entered the shop. That the guy in front with red hair says that this bastard keeps making them run back and forth all the time. He grabs the blonde guy by the neck and says the bastard ran here after stealing what belongs to them. Smacks him in the face while Ryuki is just hiding there, watching everything go down. The redhead tells them to grab the guy and take him, lights a cigar, and asks if they lost the target. The guy next to him apologizes but says they'll start tracking again and will find him soon. Apparently they're actually hunting Suzuki, says that bastard is extremely cautious. But it's all good since the client just asked them to keep an eye on things for now. The guy is told to head back to Jushin Street and keep watch. He complains that keeping watch there hasn't really helped much. The boss crushes the cigar and tells him to just do what he's told. That's when Aigon comments that this wasn't Suzuki's doing. Both of them seem to be targets right now. Our boy just asked to be taken through a path with the fewest people. A while later, he reaches a door, opens it, and finally he's alone and can get some rest. After weeks in that cursed game world, this was the first time he could really relax. He spread his arms and smiled, but then a sword came flying, nearly hitting him on the bed. Man, he reacted quickly though, already activated the Sword Saint and sliced off the attacker's arm. But the bastard, even while bleeding, jumped right out the window. But now Ryuki's also losing it, turning into a psycho. He's all happy the guy used an item from Yggdrasil. He jumps after him and tells Aigon to show him which path they're going to follow. Thanks to the trail of blood, at least it's easy to track. Ryuki explains the guy was using invisibility and a presence-concealing item. Basically, game items converted into real life. Our boy just keeps going and soon sees the guy turning the corner. When he gets there, the person's back is facing him, and he tells them to reveal their identity. Who sent you? Black Snake or Steel Blood? But the guy just raises his sword, fills it with money, and goes for a slash at Ryuki. He manages to dodge, but the guy's slash was so precise it left a gash in the ground. That's when our boy says the weapon seems excellent, but the swordsmanship wasn't that great. The attacker moves, and in a second, Ryuki's already behind him, grabbing his hand. He pinches the guy's hand hard, making him drop the sword. Our boy comments that now he could finally get a good look at his face. Then he laughs and says it's amazing. The former ace of the guild is now an assassin. It was truly pathetic, the state Linful Darius had ended up in. The guy's desperate, yelling at him to shut up. Now I want to see what wickedness our boy's gonna do. Will he kill him or not? What's it gonna be, kid? Linful dashes forward to grab the sword, yelling for him to die, but gets hit with a brutal knee to the chin and gets tossed to the ground like garbage once again. Our boy goes to pick up the sword, wanting to know where he got this terrifying item straight from Yggdrasil. Apparently, he couldn't use its abilities unless it was inside the in-game inventory, but even so, it was still a chunk of metal sharp enough to cut. Linful's panicking again and runs off once more terrified. But man, Ryuki just chases after him, saying that wasn't the best choice. Linful is trying to understand how that bastard got so strong and tells himself there must be some kind of solution. The kid might be strong and getting famous, but in the end, he was still just a nobody. That's when people nearby start looking around and seem to recognize Linful. They ask why there's blood on his hands. When they see the sword in his hand, everyone also realizes it's probably an item from Yggdrasil. And then some voices start recognizing the face of the famous Ryu 7017. They know he had already defeated that guy in the ghost world, so why were they fighting here in real life? That's when Linful says to our boy that the biggest crime he committed was that a nobody tried to kill a gold-ranked player like him. That was the worst possible crime, especially now with so many people watching. The testimony of a nobody holds no legal value, so what's he gonna do? Ryuka just drops the sword on the ground and tells him to go ahead and arrest him then. If what he's doing is legit, then Linful should just kill him right now. That way he'd be considered innocent. This was his golden chance. But of course, that's if he could actually do it. Linful, poor guy, he knows the kid is planning something, but the desire to kill that bastard is just too strong. Still, he's sure the guy is bluffing. And on top of that, there are tons of cameras around. You can't go through that kind of humiliation again. But greed speaks louder. This was the perfect chance for him to revive the name Linful. He grabs the sword and charges in, but Ryuki dodges, saying it's sad to see how ridiculous Linful looks with a sword. It doesn't even feel tense fighting like this. Linful keeps swinging and swinging, but Ryuki's just laughing. Fighting someone like that who used a spear his whole life, it's just funny. Linful asks how long he's going to keep dodging, but then takes an uppercut to the chin. Our boy tells him to stop thinking this is some kind of duel. He's only hitting him because he's trying to draw out that brother of his. Linful is devastated, humiliated again. He sends out a flurry of attacks, but Ryuki keeps gaining distance and dodging. Then suddenly, Ryuki stumbles over some rubble and Linful sees his chance. He jumps in with the sword, saying now he's going to pay the price for trying to humiliate him. But just as he's about to land a massive slash, Ryuki blocks it with a tiny dagger of fire. Ryuki tells Linful to be careful. Not only is he wrecking the city, but he was about to kill innocent people. The blonde asks what he's talking about, and then it's revealed that a girl had nearly been hit by his attack. Meanwhile, other citizens are fleeing, yelling that Linful has gone crazy and is attacking everyone. People are running away from him in a panic. That's when the fool realizes Ryuki had blocked his line of sight. He didn't even know what he was doing. He turns to yell at the protagonist, but it's too late. The injured citizens are recording everything, saying they'll make sure the whole world knows about it. Now what can he do, right? The guy's just standing there, surrounded by cameras, trying to make up some excuse. But Ryuki says it's going to be hard to explain why he used a sword on innocent people. Linful turns to strike again, but it was other civilians, not Ryuki. Now he doesn't even know what to say anymore. He tries to explain that it was all because of that damn nobody, but it's already over for him, son. Ryuki then congratulates him, saying the useless life he led has finally come to an end, and asks, "Do you remember my name now?" Finally, that bastard seems to remember something, that time when he put a hand on Ryuki's shoulder and told him to stop with those trashy guides. He left with Cynthia in his arms, who ended up betraying him too. Right, he got completely screwed. What a fool. He screams our protagonist's name, but the scene already cuts to all of this being reported on TV. Linful was arrested, and of course he had all sorts of excuses, saying everything was a setup by that bastard Ryuki 7017, but the authorities didn't buy it. Watching all this unfold is Gabriel. When the red-haired guy comes over to grab something, his expression instantly changes. Linful says that from now on, they're going to mobilize the entire Linza Guild. They weren't going to overlook any method, even if they had to shut down the ghost world completely. They were going to find that bastard and settle things once and for all. Honestly, I wish our boy had killed Linful, but thinking about it, What he did might have been worse than death, because if you kill someone, they're gone. It's over. But now, Linfol's stuck living this miserable life, just another wrecked convict nobody cares about. Meanwhile, his dumb brother is the one stuck having to give interviews to explain everything. He tries to tell the reporters that Linfol had already been expelled when all that happened and was no longer a member of the guild. That's why he wants to make it clear. From now on, anything involving Linfol has nothing to do with Linza. But the reporters want to know if it's true that Linfol's account was deleted and whether it really was that Ryuki 7017 who did it. Gabriel just replies that they're still investigating, but yes, it seems that Guy Ryuki declared war on the guild. And not only that, a power that can delete data from a game is extremely dangerous. That's why he's now considered a risk factor, and they're going to mobilize all guilds and resources to take him down. He tells the citizens not to worry. Linza will protect the ghost world at the very end. Ah, sneaky little thing, you're trying to paint our boy as the villain now, huh? But on the internet, everyone's on Ryuki's side, laughing at Linza, saying that bastard's already in hiding and they're never gonna catch him. People are even starting to wonder what rank the guy is. Some say gold, others say platinum. Meanwhile, that researcher woman Laguna is furiously hammering her keyboard. A month had passed since the Linfol incident and Ryuki still hadn't posted a humble little video. A red-haired girl about 1.30 meters tall and with 80% of her weight in her thighs asks what Laguna's doing there all alone. Turns out this girl's name is Bisque and Laguna wants to know where the leader is. Apparently, she's from Linza too and says that Gabriel went to meet with that pig. Laguna comments that they seem to be working hard and Bisque says yeah, they are. Everything in this game is a complete mess because of that damn Ryuki, or whatever his name is. She can't understand why they just won't accept that Linfol lost. Maybe because the guy has a bug no one knows how to counter. But Laguna stands up and says she doesn't get it. What Ryuki is doing goes against common sense. Bisque then asks, so where's this guy who defies common sense? Looks like everyone's trying to hunt him down and no one can find him. Laguna goes to answer that that's exactly what she wants to know. But bam, something pops up behind her. A new video just got uploaded. Meanwhile, in the Rathian Company Operations Center, someone asks if they still haven't found that damn Ryuki. Gabriel apologizes to the fat guy, who says apologies won't work. He's already said it, just kill the kid in real life if you can't find him in the game. After all, he's just a nobody using hacks. How hard can it really be? Man, I think they went overboard on this dude's design. His head takes up like 1% of his body. This guy is Duke Stevero's CEO and developer of Rathian and a platinum-ranked player. He asks if it's true that resource farming in their main game, the Ghost World, is declining. Looks like Linza Guild is just becoming a bigger disappointment every single day. Gabriel's there apologizing, thinking to himself that he's sick of dealing with this outdated garbage. The fat guy, however, says it's fine, that thing was just a relic that would soon become obsolete anyway. The only issue is that it would be kind of inconvenient if the game collapsed right now. It needed to stay up until his masterpiece was finished. Then he says he's going to show them the game that will reshape the entire industry. At that moment, a video window pops up in front of him. And for everyone in the city who has notifications turned on for Ryuki's channel, he just posted and it appears for them. You guys could take after those honest citizens, right? Turn on the notifications here on my channel too. Our boy raises his hands and welcomes everyone, introducing himself once again. He's standing in Minecraft-like world saying that they're calling him an enemy of society. But to him, the ones who truly deserve that title are Linza and Rathian. But no rush, because soon enough he's going to destroy the Ghost World. What he really wanted to show today was what's coming next. A game called Thump Builder, which used to be a hit but was later abandoned. Usually games like that don't just get abandoned, they get destroyed. So the question is, why are games destroyed like that? He explains that there are games focused on gathering resources and others focused on fun. This little cube world, like Minecraft, is in theory supposed to be fun, while the Ghost World is entirely focused on farming and grinding because that's where the fun was supposed to come from. Obviously, with games like Ghost World, once the resources run dry, the game shuts down because that was the only reason it existed. This Minecraft knockoff, however, was destroyed for a different reason. Right then, a massive heart appears above, and he says that's the god of cubes, the divine entity that basically keeps this world running, but also turns it into trash. Then he pulls out his sword and says he's going to show them how each world can be destroyed. Bisque is confused, wondering how he's doing something like that. Both she and Laguna are thinking the same thing. How the hell is he using a weapon from the Ghost World in a completely different game? The god of cubes starts attacking, swinging first as Ryuki explains the real reason this game failed. It's because this damn god kept destroying everyone's builds. It was supposed to be a fun game, but no one had fun because the difficulty was insane thanks to that bug. He jumps from cube to cube, closes in, and asks, what happens when they destroy the thing holding the world together? He plunges the sword in, the cube rises, and he places his hand on it, explaining that when a severe, irreparable failure occurs in the system, the game is supposed to collapse. Then he activates the SSR system and uses delete. The The cube begins to disintegrate and explodes in the sky. Suddenly, everything around him starts turning into a mess of pixels, and he says that now that no one's managing it, this place is going to be undone. Evis asks if he's really destroying the labyrinth itself, and Laguna realizes he just used the same ability that destroyed Linful's spear. Our boy opens his arms and says, as you can see, if you destroy the thing holding a game together, it disappears. And very soon, they'll see the same thing happen to the ghost world. Gabriel, during an interview, had said that without the ghost world, the real world would collapse. But the only thing that's going to collapse is the greed of Hatina and the laziness of the Linza Guild. And Ryuki guarantees they're next. Man, and all this chaos just to announce that he's planning to end the game, huh? Next scene, we see a group entering a dungeon in the ghost world. Apparently, there are wanted posters out for our boy, Phi. In fact, right in front of the dungeons, there are always a few guys posted up, holding his wanted poster, checking who they'll let through. Players are starting to get pissed, both at Ryuki for making everyone go through this mess, and at the Linza Guild for making them go through this mess too. Man, the guy orders everyone to take off their gear and drop all their items on the ground so they can inspect them. That's when the guy with the helmet starts pulling out a pistol, and you already know who it is, Phi. Right away, everyone gets on alert. Only one person had that weapon. And our boy shows up, saying it must be hard for them, spending the whole day chasing him like this. He gets ready to attack, saying it's time to test out some new abilities. A little warm-up before entering the dungeon. One of the skills he got is called SR Sword Draw. Basically, he unsheaths his sword really fast, delivering a slash with a boosted chance of a critical hit. Then he switches to another sword, a blue one, and finishes off the other guy. That was the Soul Finisher sword, which always lands a critical against spiritual-type enemies. A guy with an axe comes from behind, yelling that he's an arrogant bastard, only to take a punch right to the face, son. Bro, the guy literally turned into a puddle of blood from just a punch. Our boy says this is way too easy. What were they even doing this whole month? That scene was actually a month in the future, and now we jump back to a month in the past, right after he made his big announcement. He decided to go back to the labyrinth and search for other games, since for now, he'd be hunted non-stop in the ghost world. So he heads into one called Celestial Blade Online, a martial arts game. But it was too easy to beat everything there, and he still wanted more power. He needed enough power to go up against Rathian and Linza all by himself and not lose. He died once to the boss, and again and again. The old man, in-game, yells that it's ridiculous. Even after taking so much punishment, he still believes he has a chance. Because he's so persistent, the boss says he'll show him the peak he's reached. This was the Sword Demon, the final boss of that game. Ryuki punches the ground in frustration, shouting that even if this guy is the final boss, he's too buggy and insanely hard. The problem was that it's an abandoned game, so there were no real strategies and no one had even tried to fix it. Back to his usual ways, Aigon tells him to try his luck on the roulette wheel. Maybe he get a legendary ability that solves everything. Ryuki shoves the robot away, saying he's already told him that those points are for upgrading skills. But then, something seems to click. Cut back to the boss, who asks why he doesn't just give up already. He should realize how dumb it is to keep trying the same thing without changing strategy. But Ryuki walks calmly through the gate, saying he's heard that line so many times he's got it memorized. No more chit-chat. The old man better just come at him already. The sword demon calls him an insolent piece of trash and lunges toward him, saying no one insults him in lives. He launches some purple slashes and Ryuki starts dodging. Once again, he's dealing with a completely unbalanced combo attack. Then the boss gets behind him and says Ryuki talks big for someone with zero chance. Ryuki manages to block the attack, and the boss even compliments him for at least surviving. But at that moment, Ryuki had dropped a grenade right behind the guy. Looks like he came out unharmed, but while following Ryuki, the boy starts dropping a bunch of grenades. The sword demon keeps chasing him, yelling that a sicko like him won't win with some dumb strategy like that. One of the things he slashes happens to be a gas grenade. Ryuki instantly puts on a mask. But it wasn't gas, it was a stink bomb, and the boss has to cover his nose. Our boy also puts on earplugs and anti-flash goggles, while throwing flashbangs and sonic grenades like crazy. Everything explodes, and the boss in that moment couldn't smell, couldn't see, couldn't hear. That's when a bullet hits him right in the forehead. The boss drops to the ground. Even if Aigon says this was the dirtiest strategy he's ever seen a human use in a game, our boy just replies, I use human technology, grenades, bombs, flashbangs, and guns. There was no way that martial arts boss would know how to deal with all that. Just like the Black Knight, this guy was a bug, which is why Ryuki earned 15,000 points. Back in the present, he's still impressed. That sword key thing is insanely powerful. The ability itself is pretty simple. It boosts physical strength. But since it came from a bugged boss, clearly there's nothing simple about it. He waves goodbye to the crowd, telling them to say hi to Gabriel for him. The boss of this dungeon was known as Liganen, and it seemed like his specialty was being able to use aura as if it were part of his own body. What the hell, Phi? Next scene, the boss is groaning in agony. Our boy had summoned this Ramuth in its child form, a shadow creature, basically a pet that could absorb the shadows of other creatures. So yeah, since the boss focused on aura, he got absorbed. Or maybe it wasn't the boss. Maybe it was just the first creature in the dungeon. Or am I going crazy? Nope, that was it. And he's already exiting the dungeon. And obviously, the second he steps outside, everyone's waiting for him. Our boy says he thought Gabriel had retired. Apparently, the legend Gabriel Darius was planning a comeback. Ivan comments that they already figured people would be waiting, but it looked like half the server was there. Our boy asks if Linza doesn't have anything better to do than to show up with that many people. But suddenly, Gabriel pulls out a book and says he's actually there to make him an offer. Our boy calls it ridiculous to talk about offers when you show up with a mob like this. It's clearly a threat. But then, Gabriel offers him a return to the Linza Guild. He wouldn't be seen as a nobody anymore, and he even received the gold rank, something almost impossible to get. On top of that, you'd be named heir to the guild master position. Damn, the guy really offered everything. Our boy replies that apparently they're trying every trick to keep him trapped, offering him the very thing he wants to destroy in order to stop him from destroying it. Right away, he fires a shot and says, "My answer is go screw yourself." But in a second, Gabriel's already behind him, saying he understands. He attacks and Ryuki blocks it. Gabriel says he was going to celebrate, but it looks like Ryuki doesn't want to accept a great offer. So to celebrate that decision, he's going to share something about the St. General Hospital, the place where Ryuki's mother died. Her death wasn't from natural causes. Ryuki shoves him away and says he's not fallen for something that stupid. Gabriel responds that Ryuki can check it himself if he wants, but his purpose here is already done. He's actually more interested in the skills and items that shouldn't even exist in this game. Then he says goodbye and tells Ryuki he'll be waiting at the top of the tower. The bastard starts flying, saying that of course, Ryuki will first need to deal with all the other players. Man, he really flies off, and there's a whole crowd out there. Looks like a day in football stadium. Gabriel announces that whoever kills Ryuki will get the same offer he just gave him. Obviously, the crowd gets hyped about it. Gabriel knows the kid is extraordinary, but there's no way one person can beat 1,000. But before he can even finish that thought, bodies are already flying in front of him. He looks back, and a laser is coming straight at him from Ryuki, who tells him to stay right there. Bro, his asterisk sword just keeps getting bigger. It's a damn cannon now. The poor guys who got hit are in shock, saying it can't be possible that hundreds died in the first strike. The blonde girl insists they still have enough numbers to bring him down. Another volley of arrows and spells is launched at our boy, but from the look on his face, you already know nothing's gonna happen. The explosion hits, and in the smoke, that's where he should be. But he's gone. The players are confused. It looked like he used a return stone, but those things take 10 seconds to activate. Gabriel lands back on the ground, confused that Ryuki still had another trick up his sleeve. It was fine that he got away this time, but next time, something like that wasn't going to happen again. Our boy reappears in another part of the forest. He had used a teleportation skill. He had 5 save points, and the cooldown time was 1 hour. Man, our boy pulls up the skill list, and the thing is getting massive. The latest additions were Ancient Level 1 and SSR Limit Break. But he's pissed, saying that's way too little. This past month, he'd been working non-stop, saving up 1,000 tickets, and that's all he got. Igon says he should at least be happy he got something, but now he's curious. What's the next step? Ryuki says, obviously, it's time to start the core of the game, the tower. Man, I love tower games. Who doesn't, right? Climbing floors, good stuff. But before he can head to the tower, our boy has to clear multiple dungeons, and he's breaking records in every single one. People are getting nervous, asking what the hell Linza is doing because they're losing everything to this kid. Some comment that, as always, he's probably abusing some weird bug. That's when a red-haired guy yells that Ryuki was spotted in a nearby dungeon. But the crowd's not really in the mood to chase him. They say he was just spotted in another dungeon right before that one. By the time they get there, he'll already be done and off to the next. The NPC behind the bar asks if the guy isn't going to go hunt him down. The guy in armor thinks it's strange. Why is an NPC interested in that kind of info? The bartender answers that it's just interesting to watch a kid being hunted by dozens of guilds while taking out every other player. The guy with blue hair asks if the old man's really okay with all that. After all, the kid's trying to destroy the very game they all live in. That's when the bartender reveals he comes from another world called Palm. Apparently, it's one of the oldest games from Yggdrasil, so this guy's been around a long time. The old man explains that he's been in and out of countless games, and in the end, they don't really have a choice but to accept that some games will disappear. Just when someone's about to ask more, someone outside calls out to all the citizens born in that world. A guy in red armor yells that this is the reality they live in. They were born in this place, and they're going to die here. That's why they need to unite and wipe out the invaders and take back their land. They call themselves the Blood Guild, and tomorrow they're going to invade the dungeons and prove they don't need players anymore. Bro, is this a guild of NPCs? This guy is getting wild, son. Back in the bar, the old man thinks to himself that these kids really don't understand how games work. He says he's about to close the shop, so the armored guy should head out too. Wait a minute, plot twist. That guy was Ryuki in disguise the whole time. And the little bear reveals to our boy that this NPC group is being led by someone named Kugan. Apparently, they've already challenged countless dungeons over and over again, but this time, they're saying they'll conquer. Now I'm confused. Do they want to conquer any dungeon or the tower itself? Aiman chimes in, saying that since they're NPCs, this is basically suicide, because they can't be revived when they die. Our boy asks if it's actually possible that they found a way to conquer that place. Aiman replies that yeah, it might be possible, especially since HS seems to be in contact with their guild. Our boy remembers the only woman in this entire world, you know who, Phi. If she's made contact with those guys, it's probably some bug nonsense again. Right away, he starts disguising himself again and saying he's getting a bad feeling about this and is going to follow them. Scene changes to the Predator's nest. The whole group is advancing while our boy hangs back, wondering why so many people are coming along. Ivan explains that the 4-player limit per dungeon only applies to players Phi. For residents of this world, they can bring as many as they want, since for them it's literally just a cave. But Ryuki thinks that doesn't make sense. These guys were way weaker than even the weakest players, so how were they supposed to fight? That's when a red scorpion charges in to attack, and the Knights Phi, instead of defending, they all dodge. Kugan, organizing the formation, orders the front line to step back and the second row to go in. Now these Phi, these are real players, man. These guys were risking their lives. This was what you'd call a hardcore dungeon. Ryuki is impressed for a bunch of NPCs. They were really well organized and moved with coordination. Too bad they probably wouldn't do any real damage. But that's when he notices something strange. The tip of one guy's spear looks bugged. All the attacks were piercing way too easily. Aigon quickly points out that it's the same pattern from HS Dagger. If they could capture one, it might be able to analyze the structure. Looking at the chaos this has turned into, Ryuki starts thinking that dealing with NPCs might be even harder than with Linza. The worst part is, even though the NPCs are packing overpowered weapons, Phi, a hit to the chest, still opens a crater, and the guy, obviously Phi, is in a critical state. He's going to die. Ryuki asks what really happens to an NPC's data when they die. Aigon explains that basically they're reborn in a different form, kind of like reincarnation. But only rarely do they retain any memories from their past life. So yeah, some NPCs end up Escade. Looks like this whole thing is a simulation. Wait, what if we're in a simulation too? Ida, Rapaz. Then Kugan pulls out a dark-looking potion and tells them to give it to the wounded. As soon as it hits the NPC's mouth, Phi, it's like Ryutier healing. The guy's instantly back to full. Our boy's just standing there watching like, these bastards just keep pulling out item after item more suspicious than the last. Now he starts to feel a strange unease along with a dark aura, maybe thanks to his boosted intuition. Everyone's cheering, saying that person told nothing but the truth. With those spears and potions, they'd survive and get the job done. But then a bald guy holding a spear asks why that player gave them all this stuff. Kevin replies that not all players are enemies. Still, the true intention behind all this is clearly using the residents as pawns. But of course, they're not going to just sit there and be used. Once this is over, they plan to flip the game and take control of everything. Time passes, and Kuvan announces they finally arrived. The final boss of the dungeon, Phi, the post-McDonald's version of Beru. No hesitation, they charge in with their spears, but the monster phases into the ground. Our boy is hanging back, analyzing the fight and studying the patterns. Everyone's tense, wondering where the boss will pop up next. That's when Kuvan pulls out a battle standard, slams it into the ground, and activates a radar. Damn, it really revealed the location underneath. This guy's legit. The creature realizes it's been detected and instantly bursts out of the ground. Ryuki says this detection thing is basically cheating. Ivan fires back. You're the last person on Earth who can talk about cheating. The boss slams the ground, sending giant boulders flying. If it hits the chest, you're dead. But Kuvan sneaks up from behind and pierces through it like butter with his spear, screaming that victory was finally within their reach. With that, the Predator's dungeon was cleared. Standing atop the monster's corpse, Kuvan celebrates, shouting that they did it. Suddenly, someone starts clapping, saying they're deeply moved. When Kuvan looks to the side, he recognizes the man in the hat is John Doe, who says he can't believe they actually did it. But this guy wasn't supposed to be there, and Kugan asks what he wants. John Doe apologizes, saying that's no way to treat a friend. But right away, Phi, the NPCs raise their spears, saying they're sure he's planning to use them for something. John Doe calmly replies that he heard Kugan say he'd clear the dungeon no matter what, so no use complaining now. The NPCs could carry the pride of having fought, but they wouldn't be the heroes of this place. Kugan says he doesn't know what John Doe wants, but that the Chiefulden was just beginning. What the hell is Chiefulden? Yeah, no clue. John Doe just throws his hand downward, saying, they took the potion. Suddenly, all the NPCs collapse, surrounded by some glitchy aura. And this little villain of the week says that the potion doesn't restore people to their original state. In fact, it creates bugged code in the damaged areas, letting the person survive a little longer. But the damage keeps stacking. Heisha's goal from the beginning was to see what would happen when the bug reached its peak. And obviously, a sealed room with 50 people was the perfect test zone. Poor Kugan thought he was dominating. Now he's bleeding from his eyes, asking what that bastard thinks they are. John just says, "You're NPCs with slightly better eye." Kugan collapses, yelling for him to go to hell, saying players really are all bastards. From above, Ryuki watches the guy being dragged away. John Doe's checking the bodies, calling out things like, "Number 32, failure. 41, failure. 21, total failure." He checks each one and every single body was a failure, until something catches his eye. Kugan's body is being covered in a black aura and John gets excited. Finally, at least one was a success. Man, the guy starts rising up, dripping black sludge, completely darkened, muttering something about awakening the residents. Suddenly, a cocoon surrounds him and he turns into a bucket of black ink. While John Doe celebrates, hoping this first success doesn't collapse. Bam! Ryuki appears behind him, knife to the neck. When John starts to turn, our boy just says, "Don't turn your head. He better start talking. What's HS really up to?" Blood starts dripping, but John Doe calmly says there's no reason for him to reveal that. Next panel, he's already spilling it. Guess he wasn't that hard to convince. He explains it all started with research into Yggdrasil's interference signals, and then it's almost complete. All they need now is the final test. Cut to another scene, 3 knights looking at a child asking if the NPC has glitched speech. But the kid replies, "I'm not an NPC. Someday he'd be just like the players, walking the world freely, fighting monsters, leveling up." The white-haired guy says he can tell the kid's serious. So why not make a bet? Back to the present, John Doe tries to attack Ryuki from behind, calling him an idiot for letting his guard down. Looks like he already figured out who our boy really is. But what he didn't expect was instinct level 2. "Bro," Ryuki whips out a flashbang and throws it in the guy's face. "I told you, this bastard is the king of FPS, Phi. Let Yggdrasil drop Counter-Strike 3.0, he's ready." John Doe's stumbling around confused. Where the hell did that flashbang come from? But now he's already getting slashed in the neck and Ryuki demands again. "What was that black thing devouring the dungeon?" John Doe, instead of answering, asks, "Why are you so mad? Are you emotionally attached to those NPCs or something?" Man, in that panel with his invisible foot, the idea was probably to show a high-speed movement, but looks like the artist got confused with the effect this time. But hey, there's the result. Smash the poor guy face first into the ground. As always, the guy tries to log out, but it's not working. Meanwhile, Kugan's body is completely black, surrounded by glitchy red cubes. Ryuki says he wants to see the guy keep acting tough after getting hacked. Better start talking soon, or he's gonna vanish. Someone tries to stab him from behind, but Ryuki just fires a bullet, saying this is pathetic. Even Ryuki is impressed with how level 2 perception lets him sense danger before it even comes. But suddenly, John Doe looks shocked and tells Ryuki to look behind him. Kugan is coming up from the back, stretches out his hand, and launches a barrage of dark energy. Ryuki's forced to fall back, wondering how this bastard is still alive. The attacks are hitting John Doe's arm, and the guy is literally disintegrating, turning into slime and pixels. Just one touch, and it was corrupting his entire arm. John starts to log out, saying he's screwed because of that damn bug, but he'll make sure Ryuki pays for all this. Aigon explains that he didn't really log out. He used some kind of dungeon escape function, the same one that let him show up there in the first place. Before Ryuki can say anything, Kugan hits him with another attack. But man, Ryuki solves it quick, landing a clean shot right in the forehead. Doesn't look like the boss lasted too long, huh? Ryuki finds it interesting that Kugan is still alive even with a hole in his head. Despite his human appearance, he was just a bundle of bugged code. Seems like Kugan's having flashbacks, back to when he was holding a wooden sword and someone yelled at him for being too slow. It was that knight from yesterday saying that if the boy landed even one hit, he'd take him on an adventure. Then his mom showed up, saying she'd been looking for him all morning. Told him to go chop some wood. But he replied that he didn't want to do boring stuff like that anymore. The people outside were waiting for him. Then man, he slashes her neck. Her body drops like trash, and the guy crouches down, saying, "Finally landed one." The NPC had been holding the item for the next dungeon. Kugan, horrified, asks why he did that to his mother. But the guy just looks confused. He thought the kid was gone. He explains they were just in town, waiting for the NPC who carried the crystal to show up. Kugan, desperate, still doesn't understand why she had to die. Back in the dungeon, Ryuki has secured the black spear and the antidote, everything needed for analysis. Looking at Kugan's decaying body, he asks if he's got any last words. He says he'll listen to his wish before he dies. Kugan says he will never forgive the players. And in that moment, he curses them all. His body begins to explode, releasing dark energy throughout the cave. Ryuki fires again, but this time the whole place blows up for real. When the dust settles, there's nothing left of the guy. And Ryuki reflects, maybe they were alike. Maybe, if he were still alive, they could have gotten along. He just hopes that in the next life, if the guy's born into a better game or a better labyrinth, Sometime later, he's asking 55 how the data analysis he sent is going. 55 replies that it's interesting data and he's going to investigate this John Doe. Ryuki says that the time-consuming part has finally arrived. It's time to climb the Demon King's tower and finish this world's content. In front of the tower, there she is, Bisque. Or is it Bisque now? Damn translators hate when they keep changing the name every time. She's standing there angry because instead of climbing the tower, she's stuck guarding it. All right, boys, this one here. That's Noor, finally making her entrance after 27 chapters. A proper badass stepping onto the stage. Sure, we had Cynthia, but let's be real. We just want our boy to kill that damn snake already. Her name is Noor, and she says there's a 90% chance Ryuki will show up at the tower sometime next week. Bisque just replies that the guild master's been acting really weird lately, is definitely planning something bad. On top of that, all the support they're getting is trash, and the guild members are starting to lose their patience. Noor tells her to stay calm. The world's a mess right now. Apparently, the NPCs made a dungeon, but it bugged out and everyone died. Now the players think NPCs are a threat, and obviously, that's just escalating the conflict. Because of the bugs, all the info got wiped, but of course, people are already saying it's Ryuki's doing. She heard all that from Laguna, who kinda sees Ryuki as some new god or something. Noor even admits that having Ryuki on the team would make clearing these raids way easier. But Bisque says she'd rather stay away from someone who can delete characters. Suddenly, her expression changes when someone asks what that kid is doing there. Oh my god, the dude with 2 swords on his back is named, get this, Explosive Blade. What am I even supposed to do with that? Let's just rename him right now with that gear and the way he clearly dropped billions of cash. We're calling him Pay to Win. Pay to Win wants to know why Miss Dungeon Addict is outside the tower for the first time. He taps her on the head while she tells him to beat it, says she can't even stand looking at his ugly mug. But P2 replies that they could make a bet. Whoever kills Ryuki first gets to take Linful's spot. The two of them start bickering while Noor tells them to chill out, especially since Ryuki-related info should be kept quiet. And in the middle of this argument, a notification window pops up right in some player's face. The 3 Linza clowns are confused too, wondering if someone just passed 447. But Bisque corrects them, it's not about 447. It's a notification that the record for the first floor was broken. Bro, he beat the first floor in 18 hours. I'm telling you, you could start a whole family in these dungeons. How long is it gonna take for him to do 46 floors? Or even 100? You start a family on floor 50 and by the time he finishes floor 100, your kid's already 20 years old. The crew's going nuts because the previous record was 72 hours. They're all asking, who could have done this? Like, come on, y'all acting surprised like amateurs. Obviously, it's Ryuki. Now they're wondering when the hell he even entered the tower. P2W is stunned, and Noor says that with the power he's built up, it makes sense he breezed through the first floor. P2W turns to Bisque and asks if she could beat that record. She says yes, if she restarted from floor 1 maybe. But why would anyone go back and reset their entire tower progress? Meanwhile, Noor is thinking she really underestimated Ryuki. She should have gone after him with everything she had. Wait, did you even go after him at all? Am I losing it? Do I have Alzheimer's, boys? She stares at the tower and says now she understands why Gabriel is so cautious. He's not really cautious though, is he? He should be out there hunting our boy down, not just sitting around on floor 100. Back with Igon, and he's roasting Ryuki for taking 13 minutes longer than he should have. But Ryuki fires back saying, not bad for someone who had to fight for 18 hours straight, huh? And of course, Ryuki immediately goes off on that Dan robot, shooting him out for setting goals that made no sense in the first place. Also, that extra time was because they discovered new areas during the run. But it was fine. With that, the preliminary battle was complete. Not a bad result for a first attempt. But after 18 hours, man, it was time to return to reality. Suddenly, he's back in his room thinking it's been ages since he's actually returned to the real world. At least this time, he wasn't sensing anyone's presence. Ryuki wonders if maybe Akatsuki was the one who prepared the rune for him. Looks like they changed the name of 55/Suzuki to Akatsuki, and it makes sense, since he's the only one who could set this up. Sure enough, that's it. Akatsuki calls him up, congratulating our boy for clearing the first floor and saying it was a real pain to get a room that couldn't be tracked. He also asks for a personal visit. Ryuki's confused, wanting to know why he suddenly wants to meet face-to-face. But damn, Akatsuki sounds panicked, warning him to be careful because more and more people are hunting him in the entertainment district. Even though he's pissed, Ryuki decides to go. Igon says it's madness. This sudden call, the weird voice, everything smells like a trap. Ryuki admits he doesn't fully trust that person either, but he doesn't think they betray him like that. But just then, boom, something explodes right behind him. He turns. Igon says the signal from that recently uploaded video came from that very spot. The store building is in flames and Ryuki's hiding nearby. Igon says he's not sensing 55 anywhere nearby. So Ryuki says there's a fast way to find him. Next panel, he's already beating up poor Luga again. This guy's been catching hands since chapter 1. Ryuki tells him he knows damn well he's the one who's been watching him and the shop owner since that day. He remembers what he saw in the footage. He says he let Luga off easy because he didn't think the guy would go this far. But that was a mistake. Now he knows Luga's the kind of guy who needs to be killed. Luga's panicking, apologizing, saying he had no choice. It was because of Steel Blood. That's a name Ryuki's heard before, right? Yep, the same guy he saw that day in Pleasure Alley. Luga explains that burning places down and murdering people is routine for those guys. Ryuki doesn't stand a chance. But Ryuki grabs a wooden stick and says he's not looking for apologies right now. What he wants is the location of their base right now. Just then, a group of armed men show up, telling their captain the mission was easy. They blew the place up. Of course, they come face to face with Ryuki. They seem to realize he's a nobody. And I'm over here like, what, does he just have a nobody face or something? Luke is yelling, saying they're taking too long. He turns to Ryuki, smug, saying he's screwed now. The level of gear they brought this time is on a whole other level. But man, poor guys. Ryuki just warns them he already said it once before. The sequence of skills he's about to activate. Now surrounded by an aura, he tells them, pretty soon you're all gonna be begging for mercy. They open fire, but the first splash of blood and Luga's already regretting every life decision. He starts thinking life would have been better if he'd never met Ryuki. He shouldn't have robbed that guy that night. Next panel, Ryuki's sitting down exhausted. Aigon tells him he checked the cameras. It really was Steel Blood who took Suzuki. These guys are a few levels above Black Snake. In the real world, they got real power and massive intel network. And that's why Aigon says it's probably best to give up on Suzuki. Ryuki, however, responds that he was the target all along, so of course he has to go. After all, he doesn't have many allies and he can't afford to lose the one person who's actually useful. Since these guys were so polite to invite him so enthusiastically, he'll just have to go meet them in person. Scene changed to the base of Steel Blood. Commander Crow says this is the first time he's ever met the legendary Suzuki. One of the guys warns him to be careful. The digital drugs didn't really work on her. And there's Suzuki, all beaten up, saying she ended up like this because someone launched a surprise attack. She didn't even have time to react. But along the way, she saw some interesting things. The weapons they had were incredibly hard to obtain, so how did they get their hands on them? Crow just tells her she's not in any position to ask questions, so he's cutting to the chase. He points a gun at her head and asks, "Where's Ryu?" Suzuki wants to know why they're hunting that boy and if they're involved with Linza too. Crow snaps, tells her to shut up, and warns that if she says anything else, those implants in her head will be detonated. But Suzuki calmly asks why he, who gave up being a player because of Gabriel, isn't opposing Linza instead. Crow fires a shot, bang, blows a crater in the wall, and tells her next time there won't be a warning. But Suzuki stands up calmly, saying that was a very interesting threat. Crow sits back down, demanding she finally tell him where Ryu 7017 is. She says she had provided him a hiding place, but obviously he already left, and she has no way of contacting him. Nalva wants to know what kind of tech he's using because she must know something. But she explains that even though she takes pride in her knowledge, she has no idea. That kid is an incomprehensible exception, not made by humans. Crow gets up again, points the gun at her once more, saying she needs to stop talking crap. There's no way she'd keep hiding information about Ryuki. But suddenly, her expression changes. She says she was never trying to forget. She was just buying time. A floating red window appears, and she explains. This is the virus known as Trucadia, something discovered in one of the sci-fi-style labyrinths. It's a kind of seed that can be injected into the human brain, but it causes irreversible effects. At the time, she was shocked to discover that all tech-based drugs were derived from Yggdrasil. There was massive backlash, and because of it, everything was completely banned. Of course, it would be chaos if people ever discovered what else that tree produces. Turns out she was hacking into their systems right then and there, digging up everything. Crow orders them to capture her immediately, and if she tries anything funny, blow her head off. Suzuki just laughs, saying he's a coward. In another room, Crow's slamming the table, while the screen says connection failed. But honestly, he doesn't care, because he got what he wanted. He finally has the Yggdrasil item in the real world, a snow ice blade which can freeze anything. He's certain that if he can figure out how Ryuki's tech works, he'll escape this cursed pleasure district, become a top-tier player again, and rise to the top. And when that happens, he'll put a bullet straight through Gabriel's face. Asterisk man, in this story, literally everyone wants to kill Gabriel Phi. No wonder the guy's hiding up on floor 100. Now it makes sense. Suddenly, there's a commotion outside. Suzuki starts radiating a golden energy, smiling as she says, "Life is all about survival." Next thing you know, heads are rolling and everyone's scrambling to flee. Smoke fills the air and Crow manages to shield himself with the sword. But right in front of him, a whole wall of surveillance monitors lights up. And there's Suzuki on the screen, saying, "This must be quite fascinating, huh?" The only thing she had blown up was the puppet's body. Her consciousness and brain were hidden in one of those drones. He calls her trash and she replies that she doesn't want to hear that from someone who makes a living selling drugs. Then the robots split up and she says it's time to play tag. He slashes a few, but the others move off easily. The rest of the goons arrive asking what happened, and right away he tells everyone to start hunting down those damn drones because that girl Suzuki is escaping. The problem is, obviously, she easily escaped outside. So he activates Hunter's Eye, which allows him to locate targets in the area. The guys start using cake weapons and lightning weapons to destroy the Big Brother cameras. Because of that, the drones keep crashing to the ground. We see one well hidden off to the side. Crow approaches and says that apparently the real one is hiding like a rat. And at least for Beneza, this is the first person who's given him so much trouble, besides Gabriel. He fires a shot, but obviously the barrier does nothing. Then he says he's going to stab her with that freezing sword and make sure she suffers as much as possible. The blade slowly moves closer and the drone starts freezing. For some reason, I feel like that's not the real one, you know. He freezes her completely in a block, drops the sword above, and goes in for the finish. But wait, our boy shows up to save the day, so I guess it was the real one after all. And Ryuki asks the guy, "Do you have what it takes to deal with my rage for messing with my ally?" He asks about Suzuki's condition, and Igon says she seems to be in hibernation, but she'll be fine, easy to recover later. Still, our boy's shocked. His so-called ally had basically become just a camera. It was hard to even call something like that human. Just then, more goons show up, and Crow says they got to defend this damn base. This time, the guys are all armed with Yggdrasil weapons, 5, so it won't be that easy. Then Ryuki says that earlier he was in a hurry, but now he's going to deal with this. Except he had just broken a mini-chip under his shoe. When Ivan tries to warn him to be careful, it's already too late. 3 attacks are already on their way. An explosion hits, but man, the guys are already all defeated. Ryuki's there stroking the neck of the last one. Crow can't believe it. Even after catching the kid off guard, they were all taken out so easily. Then, Crow suddenly changes his tone. He says, "I have no idea who you are, kid, but the orders came from above, so I'll allow you to leave unharmed." But obviously, that lame excuse wasn't going to work with our boy. Then we flash back to that day. The day Ryuki found out his mom would die because he lost his position and wouldn't have enough money to pay the hospital bill. Man, her body would be kept at the hospital for 3 weeks, and he'd have to pay the fee to recover it. She was already dead. Otherwise, after that, her body would be chopped up and sold at the city auction. The guy warned him, researchers, collectors, and perverts would buy it. What kind of messed up world is this? Even I'm mad now, Fi. Our boy's dating in Minecraft, trying to calm down and forget what they told him. Right after that, he ran to the Minecraft mines to farm Fi. He needed money to get his mom out of there. First, he'd deal with the funeral, and only after that, accept reality. That's when someone showed up behind him and told him to wake up to reality. That even in 3 years, he'd never earn enough. So why not volunteer for a very interesting experiment? He pulls out a chip, saying it has all the security data of the city, and with it, he'd be able to infiltrate the hospital and do whatever he wanted. Sure, it was still in its early stages, but it was a great opportunity. Staring at the chip, Ryuki thinks it's madness. That hospital is extremely secure. Hacking a place like that wouldn't be easy at all. But with no better option, he decides to check the files. As soon as he opens it, he can actually see the entire city, all the data, access passwords, everything. In that moment, he's sure he found a way to get his mom out of there. Man, this is the first time I've seen a protagonist have to work so hard just to save the body, you know. It's not even about saving the person anymore. Next scene at the hospital, one of the doors opens. One of those corpse freezers, I don't even remember the name, is empty. Our boy is carrying the coffin for the city Phi. After a while, he collapses in an alleyway but smiles, saying that he finally made it happen. At least, it was a miracle. Really, it was all thanks to that weird chip. Obviously, he's still suspicious of where all that data even came from. Then, bam, he looks back and his mother stands up from the coffin. He jumps back, shocked, wondering how that's even possible. He goes in for a hug, and that's when someone shows up, clapping. What the hell? Cynthia and Linful appear, telling him that now all he has to do is come back to the guild. Is this a dream? What the hell is going on? I'm confused. Cynthia apologizes, saying now they can go back to the guild together. Yeah, something's definitely off here. His mom starts fading away and he has no idea what's happening. He looks to the side, she's gone, and suddenly he's somewhere else. The guy behind him says that he woke up faster than expected, maybe even had fun. Of course, the test version would end quickly, and obviously, this experiment would come at a high cost. The boy looks confused, so the guy explains that the chip he used was actually a drug. He has no idea what the kid saw, but it must have been a mix of hallucinations and delusions. Man, what a bastard, he gave our hardworking Minecraft boy some tech drug just to get him addicted. But our boy's sense of justice kicks in hard, and he punches the guy in the face the moment he offers more. Too bad that back then, he had no strength. In the next scene, he's getting beaten down and kicked out. The worst part, he starts wondering how much time had passed. Back at the hospital, he finds out it's been a month, and the auction already ended. Oh my god, Now I want to destroy this whole damn world, blow up Yggdrasil, kill Linful, burn Crow, everything. Back in the fight, Crow can't understand how he's getting pressure even while using an Yggdrasil sword. He leaps toward our boy, saying he'll end this nobody. But our boy already has a blade at his neck, saying, "You might not know it, but I've got reasons for what I'm about to do." Crow backs off, coughing and stunned, while Ryuki says it's shameful that a leader is this weak. But the clown replies that now he's going to show the true power of the Snow Ice Sword. The floor begins to freeze along with all the other subordinates, turning them into popsicles. Aigenom warns our boy that, unfortunately, even with the talents he has, a wooden sword won't be enough to win this one. And the cold aura around them is draining his energy. Eventually, he'll be paralyzed. Right then, Ryuki throws a knife, but Crow blocks it, saying it's useless. Inside the blizzard, he can even track the trajectory of bullets. He lunges at Ryuki, saying that as long as he's within the storm, he's invincible. Our boy blocks the strike, but his hand and blade are already starting to freeze over. Meanwhile, Crow can't understand how the hell he still hasn't beaten this kid. Then he mutters, "You must be using some Yggdrasil item to be resisting like this." Ryuki just replies, "Go ahead and keep living in that illusion." But at that exact moment, Crow activates his aura again, saying that now we'll see who's stronger, the ice sword or the wooden sword. The problem is, Ryuki couldn't see a thing, couldn't even move. And just like that, the guy was already behind him, landing another hit. Ryuki blocks it, gets knocked backward, while the bastard says he won't be walking out of there with just a broken arm. Ryuki's shoulder, leg, and waist were already turning into blocks of ice. Even so, he keeps provoking the guy, asking, "Is that all you've got?" Crow charges again, and once more, Ryuki blocks him, laughing, saying, "It's pathetic that someone using a legendary sword can't beat some nobody." Crow then unleashes the full power of the sword. Now literally everyone around them had turned into ice statues. He charges again toward Ryuki, and honestly, I don't get it. 1 second, he looks desperate, but in the very next panel, he blocks it calmly and knocks Crow's hand away. That fake panicked expression? Yeah, it's messing with everyone, even Crow himself. But in that moment, his wooden sword broke. Even so, our boy was completely chill. As long as he had a little knife, he could still activate his skills. He triggers Meteor Strike, dashing in and slicing Crow. The clown hits the ground, and Ryuki says he's sensing more items on him. And yeah, turns out Crow was also wearing black steel armor. He warns that the defense on that thing is perfect and none of Ryuki's attacks will be able to do a thing. Ryuki just replies, "You really enjoy suffering, huh? Would have been easier if you just gave up." And before Crow can say anything, Ryuki grabs him by the neck and plants his face into the pavement. Then he says, "This is the perfect chance to figure out how my powers work in the real world." Sometime later, he's using martial fists, just pummeling the guy on the ground. Crow can only remember Gabriel, calling him pathetic and saying he always planned to steal his account from the start. That's when he loses it, manages to land a kick, and sends Ryuki flying. Ryuki's shocked, and Crow draws the sword and slashes him in half. Like, what the hell just happened? Crow says that he's aiming to reach the top, even if he has to walk over a mountain of corpses to do it. He'll regain his status as a player and eventually rip everything Gabriel has away from him. And what did Ryuki do? He gave the guy the same drug back. Crow's there, delirious in the chair, asking how Gabriel feels now that he's been defeated. Later on, the police arrive and they find out that this was the place where the viruses and chips were being produced. Seeing all the bodies on the floor, frozen and doped up, they say, these idiots deserved it for getting involved with illegal tech. But of course, there are some corrupt cops too, right? Saying, shame they died. These guys used to pay us good money. Up on the rooftop, Ryuki says he never imagined those people would be smiling like that. Ivan comments that now, with those guys out of the game, Ryuki will definitely be hunted even more. Ryuki said it's all good. His only real concern was getting a like on that. And do you remember how the last chapter ended right after Ryuki had beaten everyone inside the warehouse, leaving them all frozen, and the police arrived to collect the bodies? Yigan warned that now, with everyone dead, he would be watched even more closely. The protagonist responds that he knows, but there's something he's very worried about. He then remembers the man lying on the ground saying, "What do you think of SEN? I told you, I'm the guy who's going to make it happen. Choosing me was the best decision." The protagonist has no idea what this SEN is, but it seems to be related to the Yggdrasil items they brought there. Now he wonders if Linful and Darius also managed to get items from this SEN. In the next chapter, he finishes researching what it is, but Yigan says there's no information about SEN. The fool has to hide in the basement because Akatsuki is the one who destroyed the place he had to hide. The problem is he doesn't have any information about it and should also be focusing on the demon tower. Then a woman who looks like a child appears, saying hi to our protagonist, who asks if she's Akatsuki, and of course, she is. Yugen says, "Wow, it's creepy how human-like she is. Such precision is beyond my understanding." The protagonist, however, tells him to leave the cybernetic interests aside. He wants to know what happened to Akatsuki's voice and way of speaking. Did something break in her personality? She says she only did it to get closer to him. The weirdo, or the weird one, You can never tell, asking if that's his preference. Better for the protagonist not to seek a relationship then, or soon the fool will be in jail. I'll call her she because I'll get confused if I keep saying he for a girl. She then throws herself on the couch and says he's a pervert. The protagonist, however, responds that he has no sexual desire for her, especially since her appearance is artificial. But what's this? She's arguing back, claiming that this body is original. She created it through blood, sweat, and tears. He's confused, asking how it can be original. She explains that it's a simulation of the body she would have had if she hadn't died, if she had grown up normally. This body, in fact, is what she really calls 0 to 0. However, it's more like an unattainable illusion, a dream she'll never have. The protagonist is sipping his tea, not caring about her sad story. However, she warns that this body here is on a completely different level from the other prototypes, and he's the first person to see it, so he should consider it an honor. Ryuki questions, "So, am I always going to see you in this 0 to 0 body now?" She replies that's not the case. That's because if she stays in the 0 to 0 body, she feels empty. He doesn't care, serves some tea. "Here, have some tea. Don't annoy me, woman." He explains that he learned to make tea from his mother and even knows the exact temperature to extract the perfect flavor. When she says she likes it, he's surprised, asking if the cyborg really has the ability to taste. She tries it, telling him not to annoy her, and then comments that after the situation where they discovered the entertainment district and the police were well connected, things are only getting worse, and now they won't be able to hide the illegal items they possess. And she wants to know if Ryuki knows why these items are considered illegal. The protagonist imagines, "I don't know, they go against social order," or "I have no idea." However, she says the reason is simple. It's because Dia decided they were illegal. She explains that this person is actually an invincible authority. It's the kind of being he wants to become. The protagonist gets excited. If he could become something like that, it would really be worth ranking up. He says it's a surprise that he's not really afraid of something like that. But the problem continues to be SEN, and she heard that this organization appeared in the entertainment district and made a certain proposal. For this proposal, there was a great reward, and that reward was Yggdrasil items. Ryuki thinks that this wasn't enough information. What was the purpose of these people, and why did they have so many Yggdrasil items? Then he stands up, saying, "Not just gays, but this bunch of individuals, now this SEN. I'm getting a headache. The way is to go forward and solve it little by little." She responds, "Well, I know we don't have much to do until we deal with these people, and that's why I have a certain idea." The scene then shifts to the Minotaur, falling to the ground, there in the Demon Tower, 10th floor. The blonde guy says, "Wow, the monsters here are really strong." And the friend next to him says something is wrong. They're very strong, but at least they're appearing one at a time. The leader named Agos responds, "It's okay. We're just going to kill the boss and move on to the 11th floor." While they go ahead, there's an idiot coming, carrying the backpack. "Look, he reminds me of Nag. Remember that work we did? Where he also carried the backpack." Sometime later, they sit together and are commenting on Ryuki, who everyone is talking about. The blonde guy asks who this is, and the friend says, "It's Ryuki 7017, the one who's trying to take down WAP." The blonde guy says, "That's just marketing. Those videos are fabricated, as if there's someone that strong." The friend sitting, however, warns that if they could take down someone at that level and with that fame, they would become very famous. The knight replied, "Well, if he was on 9 before, he must be reaching 10 now. What if we meet him before taking down the boss? It would be perfect." The backpacker, however, says, "Guys, why are we going to fight him? What if he's really strong? That's not part of the plan." But obviously, the men are eager to get beaten. And Ego says, "You trash. Do you think I'm going to lose to that unknown guy?" The friend tries to argue that even Linfell lost, but gets a kick in the stomach. The man starts to humiliate, kicking him, saying that Linfell was nothing more than a scarecrow from Linza. He was trash with no experience in this world. While the damn backpacker is in his group, it's good to start respecting everything he says. Then he lets the boy go and says he's annoying. They were supposed to go to the boss and resolve this business before this trash, who only serves to carry items, tests his patience even more. With that, the door starts to open and the team finds themselves in front of the entrance. The man is carrying the backpack and everyone comments that it was very quiet. One of them comments that the boss was supposed to be a giant minotaur with different colors. The backpacker is about to say something strange, but Agos, once again, tells the idiot to shut up. However, in the middle of the humiliation, suddenly a bunch of errors start appearing on the screen. Wow, it seems they recognize it as a death game error and everyone is running for the door. When the two in front look back, there's a minotaur screaming, "Poor backpacker." The obvious is going to happen. The monster steps, he managed to dodge, but the friends went out the door and obviously got a kick in the chest and he was thrown far away. Agos thanks for the time he's going to give everyone while the poor guy cries. This here is the perfect beginning for a new manhwa. The backpacker, abandoned by the team, returns as rank SS. The idiots are saying, "That was close." While the girl on the left wants to know why this had to happen right now of all times, not to mention how they're going to get out. They have to kill the boss. Agos, however, says that actually, this was all perfect. He's sure the next person to open this door will be Ryuki. And there's the protagonist killing another one and telling Yigon that soon they'll reach the boss. And a panel later, we're in front of the door. While Yugon says the idiot is saving too much, he didn't use a ticket. Ryuki told the idiot to stop being addicted to gambling. Enough with using tickets. He's going to save as much as possible. The next chapter comes from the story of the backpacker. In theory, this was supposed to be that friendly image, like they were nice before, but the trio has a psychopathic expression on the first day. Even though they're saying, "Don't worry, friend, we don't need anyone for combat. Join our group, let's conquer the tower together." But in the end, he got kicked and was thrown in front of the Minotaur. While the men outside were saying that finally, he was going to be useful for once. The poor guy is running, telling himself that he always knew he was trash for the group, but he never imagined he would be abandoned like this. The error code was 666, known as the death game. This was a kind of bug zone where you can't leave the game and the connection is extremely unstable. If you die, it's game over. He needed to at least get out of this zone, but my god, he got hit by an axe that exploded on the wall. I don't know how he wasn't cut in half, but it's over and he's about to die. It's like Sung Jinwoo waiting for death to come while saying he doesn't want to die there. He wants to get up and escape. Wow, but he hesitated, wondering if he escapes, what would change? He was a weakling destined to have nothing in this life. But in the middle of the crying, an attack hits the monster's chest. Ryuki arrived with his sword, saying you can't take down one this size just with shooting. Not to mention the accuracy is bad, it's time to get closer. Yigon then says, calm down. There's error 666 here. This is the same error that happened when the wrath of Yggdrasil appeared and the entire labyrinth became unstable. The protagonist thinks this is the reason countless people have already died. And Yigon says at the moment it's the perfect chance for him to roll and get some new items, get stronger. The protagonist already said, you idiot, you don't care if I'm going to die. You just want me to spin this. However, the protagonist sees the boy and says, what are you talking about? Your team died and you were abandoned, or were you waiting there to ambush me? What's this? Accusing the boy. He tells him to answer quickly, because he must know that this is an error zone. He put the gun to his face and the idiot replied that he was with his group now, but they abandoned him. That's because I'm weak and useless. The protagonist remembers, wow, I was a filthy weakling too. Suddenly, it's going to turn into friendship. Friend, if you survive, what do you want to do? He sees that the boy wants revenge just like he wanted before. Ready, let's create a new slave. He's already smiling and he says, well, stay in a corner and I'll finish this here. After all, if you die, your whole life will have been for nothing. He approaches the Minotaur, saying that, besides, this creature here is his prey. Meanwhile, outside, people are looking at the map and seeing that the backpacker is still alive. Really, the idiot had talent, considering he had no skills. Agos responds that no, he must be hiding while Ryuki is fighting the boss. Anyway, they're already in there, knowing that soon the error will disappear. It will be at that moment that they will launch a surprise attack. And in the end, they will finish everyone and laugh in the end. Inside, the Minotaur raises the axe and the system warns that this was a creature from the ghost world. The Minotaur, with a bloodline of giants. The attack hits the ground and sends a crater in the direction of the protagonist, who is impressed. The idiot not only endured a lot, but also managed to easily finish him off. And with that, the axe is almost hitting the head. He manages to take a quick step, steps back, and dodges. While the kid in the background is in shock, he was going alone against the Minotaur face to face. The protagonist thinks that so far the pace is good. If he keeps things like this, he will eventually win. However, a lightning bolt appears on the Minotaur's horn, showing that he was moving to the second pattern. After the count of 3 seconds, he lets out a roar with lightning striking the entire room. In fact, it was a count up to 10. The protagonist is dodging. The problem is that almost everything is passing close and he got hit on the shoulder. The problem is that this thunder attack was completely random. If it weren't for the high intuition he has, he would have received several. He needed, however, to just hold on a little longer. The problem is that the Minotaur was sending a sequence in his direction, and now the ground behind him was destroyed. He sees that there's nowhere to escape and 40 seconds of thunder have already passed. My god. Finally, 40 seconds and it's stopped. 40 seconds of random area attack is insane. In RPG, that would be very good. The backpacker is scared that he managed to dodge it alone. While the Minotaur, however, comes once again approaching. The protagonist says that everything so far he already expected. The question, however, is if he really can block the third pattern. The instincts were telling him to leave, that he wouldn't have any chance. However, for him, this was the moment to put everything on the line. Yugon responds that he understands his reason, but really, the situation was complicated and dangerous since the error code was activated. The protagonist, however, is completely ignoring it. Wow, you should have played in the auction, get new items. But too late, because the Minotaur comes for the final attack and the protagonist says that now there's no escape. He strikes, the protagonist starts being thrown away, stones everywhere. In the next chapter, we see a little before. When the protagonist was facing, the axe hit squarely, explosion. The backpacker there scared, thinking he was crazy. Even though it was a low floor, this was a boss and it was much stronger than any player. Not to mention he was alone, even the top rank of the ghosts wouldn't have chances. And this red cut wasn't something you should block. The strategy is usually to dodge and people revive whoever dies. He, however, was wanting to withstand the attack. The protagonist is on the defense, but falls to his knees while starting to activate an ability. Then he says, "So far I've gotten several items and abilities from the boxes, but this one was the worst of all." Yugon asks, "Calm down. Are you talking about the SSR item?" And the protagonist says yes, it was an ability that allows you to evolve the item until it reaches the Yggdrasil stage or the next level within a time limit. It was this limit break ability, which from what I understand, during 5 minutes, his Sword Saint ability went from SR to SR++. But how is this ability bad? Very good. He's shouting, while the energy of the two is expanding, the monster holding the axe that, apparently, was thrown to the ground. The backpacker is confused while Yugon says it was extremely risky for him to try to fight like that. It was better for him to start looking for the next master soon, because Ryuki wouldn't last long. The protagonist, however, responds that if he wants to reach the next levels, this kind of risk is inevitable. And now that the entire axe is destroyed, the Minotaur is scared, retreating. But Ryuki prepares for the attack, saying that now it's his turn to hunt. A cut on the face, the entire Minotaur is drawn and he activates the level 1 instant pass enchantment ability. I thought the monster would have died, but no, it's still whole. Gave another punch. Ryuki is really weak. Now even I'm doubting. Gave 0 damage. However, the damn guy is confident, saying the cow was too slow and, with that, sends a bunch of blue cuts in the direction. Finally, the cut hits the heel. Do Minotaurs have heels? What would be the name of that on the hoof? What I know is that the idiot went chin to the ground and the protagonist sees the perfect chance to activate the second enchantment. After hundreds of experiments, he finally found the strongest combination, adding the effect of the meteor explosion on the holy sword and using a concentrated attack. But the monster came for another attack while he was throwing himself in the direction of the palm. He shoots at the same time he sends a cut and passes a blaze, tearing off the head, crossing, falls to the ground. A look back and finally the 10th floor had been completed. The system comes with a rain of experience. 5,000 experience, point box, Minotaur's magic stone, axe, horn, plus 10 tickets, and another guaranteed SR ticket, as a reward for the 10th floor. With that, however, the error area was completed. Wygon comments that the error was really related to the boss, and congratulations to the boy, he really managed to do it alone. The protagonist comments that he managed to finish this boss an hour faster than the record. However, suddenly, in the background, the backpacker rises and tells Ryuki to be careful. Actually, he was wanting to ask how the protagonist got so strong like that. He tells the truth, at least. I was lucky, that's it. At least he didn't lie. I worked hard. Or, you have to work hard. Just revealed the truth. But at the moment, Agos appears, congratulating him for killing the boss. The backpacker looks back while the protagonist is following without caring much. But with that, the team comes closer, saying that both will disappear. And Agos tells the boy not to resist and hand over the crimson shield. However, with that, he steps on a block that was a trap and blows up the feet of the three. Wow, the trap is really brutal. What's this? The man disappeared. The backpacker, too, scared, while the protagonist asks if they were hiding since the beginning of the fight. That's exactly why he hid several bombs right at the entrance before advancing. He's going to warn the friend that there are still several near the entrance, so it's good for him not to approach it. After all, if he wants revenge, he's going to have to get stronger. With that, Wygon is celebrating, saying that the time for the draw has come, the fun has arrived. The protagonist is excited, saying that he's been collecting several daily bonuses. He's been saving everything and collecting all the boxes. However, he still can't get too comfortable. After all, even with the manipulation of probabilities, the chance of an SSR was only 1%, and he humiliates, saying that he's already spent over 1,000 boxes and only got 2 SSR. This was a lie. That 1% chance didn't make any sense. Yugon tells him to stop being annoying, saying that if he's not interested in trying, he can just quit the game. Realizing he doesn't have much to say, he suggests, let's just open these regular boxes. And with that, the first glow appears. On the first ticket, on the first try, a colorful box appears. The item he got was the SSR Ghost World, a system item that interfered with the authority of things that can be done in the Ghost World. Obviously, he's a bit confused. Considering it's SSR, it seems like it won't be very useful. Yugon says, equip it. Let's see what the item is about since we have no idea. The protagonist activates it, but the item is level 1, with low HP and all stats almost zeroed out. Yugon laughs at him, saying his luck was wasted. The protagonist, however, ignores it until the robot says, "Hi Ryuki, you were the first person to finish level 10 quickly." The protagonist, however, sits down, saying he's starting to hate this game. Besides, outside, this dungeon seemed to have been created randomly. Not to mention that the design of the bosses, the patterns, everything was reused. Nothing changed compared to the times when he was an analyst. Then, he receives a message from Akatsuki, asking if he remembers that day he met the 0 to 0 form. It's time for her to tell him something. Actually, she's going to make a proposal. Ryuki seems surprised, and the scene shifts to a chubby guy in front of a bunch of monitors saying that when this project is finished, everything will change. They, the Latias, will usher in a new era. In the next chapter, Golden Glow, Golden Glow, the protagonist spent hundreds of tickets. In fact, he spent 20, including the guaranteed SSRs and the regular ones. But in the end, he only got one SSR. He's surprised, saying that considering a standardized probability, he should have gotten at least 5. How does he only have one? To which Yugon responds that if it were standardized luck, they wouldn't be called random boxes. It really makes sense. The protagonist, however, is like, I only got one SSR level at the start, and that item was useless. The protagonist asks him to explain what this ghost system is. Yugon explains, well, currently the system applied to you is the Ultra R Wygon. It's what allows you to surpass basic stats. In contrast, the WOP system applies levels and status values. It starts at level 1, and you can't gain points through random boxes. However, on the other hand, it can keep leveling up and greatly increase your abilities. Yugon is shocked, like, it came at level 1. Are you telling me I have to start this from scratch? The robot, however, ignores it and tells him not to worry about it. There's something more important to say, something new that was unlocked because of these last random boxes. He tells the protagonist to check the achievements, and he sees there that he has already opened 1,500 boxes and, with that, received the ceiling function. Look at Genshin Impact coming. The protagonist asks, what is the ceiling? And the robot explains, now, every time you do 300 pulls, you're guaranteed to get the rarest rank. In other words, at least every 300 times, you'll get something really good, which means it's the perfect time to pull another SSR. The protagonist asks why the idiot didn't say he would eventually get something like this. Yugon tells him to stop being annoying and open one already, since he'll finally have a guaranteed one. With that, the click is made, and another ultra-colorful box comes down from the sky. The item hits the ground while the protagonist is begging for it to be something decent this time. The name is good, Demon's Blessing. It gives you the blessing of the demon living at the top of the tower. It amplifies all abilities, increases skill damage, reduces cooldowns of SR skills, and any below that. The protagonist is emotional while Yugon is wide-eyed. At the moment, he's impressed. This Demon's Blessing thing seemed overpowered since it was the World of Ghosts system, the OP. Wow, now I realize that OP is the same as World of Ghosts, Ghost World. My god. What a disappointment. 16 here, the boy himself. The protagonist wants to know, though, what this Demon's Blessing thing is. Wygon explains that they are abilities given by the tower bosses. They are not necessarily player abilities, they are blessings. The protagonist realizes it was basically like a buff that greatly increases attacks and cooldown time. At least this one lived up to the SSR rank. My god, look at how many abilities he has. What is this? He's going to organize. He's going to remove the fireball, remove the Tai Chi, remove the war cry. Everything that doesn't really suit him, he's going to abandon. I think these are the rewards he might have gotten from the boss or everything he's been collecting on the 10th floor. And the only thing he thinks will be of good use is this energy pack. Basically, it expands his energy by 10 for compatible models. Yugon responds that it's like that armor the human had before. Certain items need energy, and this box allows you to use this type of item for 15 minutes. With that, the protagonist organized his inventory and kept only what he will use. Besides, he got rid of the useless abilities to put them as experience in the ones he will also use. He's testing the new ability, but he's shocked that the cooldown of the Godspeed ability is 5 minutes. Worse, it's an evolution of the instant pass he kept using all the time, meaning now he can't do that anymore. Yugon says, kid, don't suffer, but tell me, what was Akatsuki's proposal? Wow, we see. The bear offered them to create a new labyrinth that would challenge the ghost world. The protagonist was shocked, like, how are we going to do that? And Wygon seemed excited, saying, good idea. It's even better than most humans think. The protagonist, however, is standing there with a dumbfounded look, saying, a new labyrinth? How are we going to do something like that? But the friend just asks if that wouldn't be really much more fun. And now with Ryuki, he says, well, since the plan is to surpass the ghost labyrinth, things have gotten much more interesting. But for that, first, we'll have to conquer the demon tower. The scene shifts to a city inside the demon tower. People are asking what business it is of his to have killed the Minotaur alone. No lie, it's impossible. The man looking at the rank, however, says, it's undeniable. You can see here that he's breaking all the records. It's not possible. This kid must have found some cheat, a bug. There's no way. While everyone is talking about him, the protagonist is calm, and Akatsuki is talking to him. The speed at which he was breaking this tower was way out of the ordinary. Even for someone who knew all the strategies, none of this would make sense. Ryuki says whatever, there's a long way to the top of the tower. The only bad part is that the tension among the players seems to be increasing, and most are keeping an eye on him. and at this moment, he is completely surrounded. 16 loot boxes came to bring the items to him because it's obvious what's going to happen. The protagonist even stands up, saying, "Aren't you guys tired of this already? I'm getting bored." The man is going to say something, but he just says, "Quiet. Let's finish this quickly, because even if you had twice as many people, you still wouldn't stand a chance." The men lose their patience, all advancing from all sides, explosion, houses being destroyed. Yugon asks if the master is okay. And of course, he is. He's calm, saying that, as expected, these poor guys can't do anything beyond some simple attacks. Apparently, they're wanting revenge for some reason, but it's weird. He's already been attacked by hundreds of players, but none of them came back for revenge. Wow, he stole the man's sword, who tells him to let go and asks what he's going to. That's what he's going to do. Slashed and dead. Okay, I thought he had cut the neck, but it was just a cut on the shoulder. And with that, Ryuki says he's going to show the man now why no one tries to get revenge. Wow, did he use delete on the man? The kid is ruthless, deleting everyone from the game. The bald guy watching from a distance says they better leave before they get deleted, while Yugon praises our boy, saying, "You're really ruthless." Suddenly, however, he receives a call from a 5555, congratulating him for clearing the 15th floor and saying he has a proposal and wants to discuss something with him. He wants to share some information with the kid, but it can't be in the labyrinth. It's for him to go to a tavern in the entertainment district. In the next chapter, we're with Akatsuki saying, "Trap." That's what everyone would think. It's very suspicious that he decided the meeting place unilaterally and it's just one person. Besides, it's this person. It's hard to know what he's thinking. Yugon says the days when Gabriel was considered a great manipulator are in the past. No one would fall for such an obvious trap, but the boss isn't the smartest either. And obviously, Ryuki is eager to go to the meeting. Akatsuki explains that it's a well-known place in the underworld, famous for its extreme security, and usually only used for negotiations by high-ranking individuals. She hands him glasses, saying that since it's a famous place, it's unlikely anything crazy will happen, but it was good because it would help him customize his outfit, maybe a disguise. At least Ryuki understood that what Akatsuki is trying to say is that it's worth the risk. And with that, the friend also reveals that after investigation, he got some information from the Yggdrasil General Hospital, a place that, in theory, is famous for charities and donations and is sponsored by LUCKIEST software. This is how this company makes everyone think they're good, since they associate the company with this charity place. Being a medical institute, a trade one, he thought it had something to do with organ trafficking or something related to drugs. However, the more he researches, the more suspicious things appear. He then tells our protagonist that it's time to show him. It's good for him to prepare before looking at everything because even he, who has lived in the shadows for so long, was shocked to see this. The protagonist's mother's death, in fact, wasn't a disease. He then says, at the Holy Yggdrasil Hospital, that's where his mother was placed, and he tells our boy to click on it and find out what happened. Obviously, it wasn't a good thing. The protagonist wants to kill everyone. The scene, however, shifts to a room with an old man entering and the blonde wanting to know how this filthy unknown left him waiting for 8 minutes. The old man is the protagonist, and the blonde says, "You've gotten quite brave since the last time we saw each other, Ryuki." And with that, the protagonist takes off his glasses and says he's going straight to the point. He wants to know about the human experiments conducted at that hospital. The blonde responds, "Apparently, you've already found out. It seems you have a pretty competent ally, but unfortunately, that was a while ago. Now that you've realized, it's too late. Your mother was also part of the experiments." In a split second, the protagonist is grabbing him by the neck, shouting, "Gabriel," but he responds, "You idiot. You didn't come here to fight me, because the real mastermind behind all this is someone else. People so powerful, they can make my Lindsay Guild disappear at any moment." The protagonist imagines it must be LUCKIEST software, but he wants to know, why are they doing this and wanting to control the world this way? To which Gabriel explains that the goal of these men was conversion. It wasn't something as simple as connecting a labyrinth avatar through connectors. The heads of LUCKIEST software wanted something much more advanced. It was when a certain item from Yggdrasil appeared in front of them. Even though the item's information was from the labyrinth, it could manifest in reality when converted. That's why they started trying to study the reverse of it. What if human bodies could be converted to the labyrinth? And that's how these investigations began. Ryuki wants to know, why are you telling me this? Besides, if other people find out, LUCKIEST software would be destroyed along with Linza. To which Gabriel explains that he really underestimates the power of authority. The CEO of Latia is platinum rank. Any kind of accusation from an unknown person won't do anything to his reputation. Besides, the bad luck the protagonist has been having is all because of this same authority. It would have been much better if the kid had given up and stayed quiet, instead of chasing after information about his mother. None of this would have happened if he hadn't tried to make money and study what was happening. He reveals, remember at the beginning when the protagonist was making money and studying and that's why he was fired? The man says that's why he was made unknown. He lost his position and was expelled from society. And Gabriel also says that, unfortunately, the people who went through these experiments, even in theory, were converted correctly. But basically, they turned into numerals, and their physical bodies became something that couldn't even be considered human. Most of the bugs in the ghost world are also a side effect of this, and these converted people sometimes became residents of the labyrinth. If they were unlucky, maybe even turned into monsters that would be hunted. I think the protagonist realizes that, theoretically, he might have even hunted his own mother. And obviously, he's saying the man is a bastard, but Gabriel is lying. The man, he explained and will say again, he's just a low-rank man who doesn't represent much. If Ryuki really wants true revenge, he won't be able to kill him, because he's there to make an offer. The protagonist isn't very interested, asking if he really thinks he's going to believe something like that. He already knows that Gabriel's group is on the 47th floor of the tower. What are they planning? Gabriel responds that he'll find out tomorrow if he logs into the game in the morning. The protagonist replies that he better not think he's going to obey everything he says. He assures that both Latias Software and the Linza Guild will disappear. Gabriel just says he's looking forward to it and responds that they'll talk tomorrow before leaving. The scene shifts to a dungeon in the Minotaur's room with someone saying they can't believe he placed an error 666 here and it was defeated so easily. It's Asura from the beginning. The person behind tells her not to worry, that in the end, it will be them from the HS Guild who will have the last laugh. They will be the masters of the skies. It's the blonde guy. What a sly one. Wait, I'm confused. Is he the owner of Guild 1 and also from Guild 2? Now I don't know if he's playing in the fourth dimension and fooling everyone, or if everyone is against the protagonist. But here we are. The next day, as the protagonist mentioned, theoretically, according to Gabriel, something is going to happen in the morning. However, Yugan comments that he finds it funny that the protagonist is following anything Gabriel said. Ryuki thinks he wanted to use this person, but in the end, he's following his plans. However, before he could do anything, someone shouts, calling for the protagonist and comes attacking with an axe, forcing the protagonist to defend himself. The fool shouts, saying they finally met. The protagonist recognizes her as Bisque and delivers an attack, sending her flying. She's confused, saying, "You know me? It's an honor for me to know that even the famous player knows who I am." The boy says, "Of course, I know who the future of Linza is. After all, I have to know the names of all the people I want to destroy." Bisque prepares, saying he's more confident than she expected. She advances again, delivering a sequence, but the protagonist goes on the defense. However, he's really being pressured. She delivers an X attack to his chest, but he calls for an SR shield. Yet, he feels something strange, and suddenly the axe is coming at his neck and back. Our boy gets angry and activates the demon god's blessing. Wow, he came with a punch to the face and buried the girl in the ground. Even the protagonist is shocked, saying that this agility was extremely different from anything he's experienced so far. He's staring at the poor girl, thinking that if Gabriel thought one person would kill him, it's really disappointing. Bisque, however, gets up, telling him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. He should save that act for when he's actually won. He says fine, then she should come at him with everything she's got. Obviously, there was something more. The moment he advances, suddenly the game starts glitching. The poor guy is all digitalized, saying that those Linza bastards are really getting in the way. Then, he receives a message from someone telling him to log out immediately, that someone was trying to destroy the labyrinth system. He's confused about what happened, and even Bisque is puzzled, telling him to explain. He realizes it had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, an announcement is made to all players. A critical bug had occurred in the ghost world, and all connected players should log out immediately. The message starts glitching, while Bisque wonders what's happening, and in general, the city is also confused. Bugs happen every day, so why do they seem so scared? In the Lachia building, people are confused, saying that real-time monitoring is impossible. This was affecting even the players affiliated with them, and the bugs seem to be spreading across all towers and cities. Meanwhile, the blonde guy is staring at the monitors, saying, "This must be Lardia. That fat idiot is up to something." He remembers a moment when he went to meet him. He warned the fat guy, "I'm in a good mood and have extra time, but I have no reason to keep talking to a fat guy like you. In the end, you were just a part of this plan." The fat guy is confused, wanting to know what he's doing with his labyrinth, because Gabriel responds that it's time to put an end to this old era. A knight is furious, saying he was already on the 141st floor and a bug had to happen right now, while another girl runs, wanting to know where Bisque ended up. There are some cloaked men in front of a dungeon, and Sarah asks what phenomenon this is, and the hooded man in the back says yes, that bastard Gabriel was making his move. With that, energy expands through the forest, and it seems a new tower is appearing. The protagonist appears, looking around and responding that it was exactly as he said. Back in the conversation, Gabriel says that Lacia wanted the glory of the ghost world to last forever, and that's why they deliberately delayed the conquest of that tower as much as possible. The plan was to delay it for 2 years. The protagonist, however, beats his chest and says no. He alone resolves it in 6 months. Gabriel says he agrees. His involvement changed the situation. And investigating our boy's fights, he realized it's something inexplicable with current technology. It was as if he had the support of Yggdrasil itself. Ryuki questions, "What do you want to do? Want to stop me?" But Gabriel says no. not him. However, for sure, Linza wants to stop him. At this moment, the front line of the demon tower is on the 14th floor. I thought it was 141, but I guess I saw it wrong. And he explains that the top on the 50th floor is reachable, but it doesn't matter anymore because tomorrow he's going to open the door straight to the 50th floor. Ryuki is thinking that he has no idea what Gabriel's intentions are. However, according to what he's been saying, the ghost tower will be conquered soon. The girl looking at the screen says it's impossible for something like this to be happening. All 2,000 players in the ghost world who were connected to the tower were instantly sent to the 50th floor. The protagonist is trying to communicate with 5,555, but no one hears anything, and no one responds. Yigon says, yeah, it seems all communications have been cut. At least now he's sure. Gabriel didn't lie about everyone being sent to this place. But what plan is this involving all the players? Does he really want to end this tower? On the other hand, he won't let this person do whatever he wants. He'll regret involving him in this plan. Off to the side is Bisque, all bruised, saying, wait, boy, what's going on? Do you know anything? He just walks away, saying, well, just look, we're on the 50th floor and the final objective of this labyrinth. She says she knows, but why is he so calm? And what is he planning to do? He turns and says that what a player does is decided. The goal is to clear and end this ridiculous labyrinth. She says he must be joking. The 50th floor is an unknown area. How is he going to beat this without information? He just ignores her and says, well, to complete this thing, we'll need a perfect weapon for the final stage. With that, he activates item synthesis and is going to use the gunblade. He's going to spend an SR item, 30 rare items, and 50 normal items. With that, the synthesis is activated, but the sword exploded. My god, the sword really broke, and there's nothing left? Yigon, however, says it's too late to give up. He just needs to lift his head. And there it is. It looks like a Megazord cannon. Peace Destroyer rank SR+, a weapon made to hunt large ghost beasts. It allowed charging energy to also serve as a cannon. While he's celebrating, Bisque is confused. She knows this is the weapon Gabriel and some guild members used before. The shape is different, but she's sure it's the same. She then asks if he's really planning to clear the 50th floor. He says, of course, he is. Now that he's prepared, they should start this now. Strangely, suddenly, it's like they're partners now. She's excited, saying she can't believe she's going to clear the top floor with him. He, however, says, calm down. Why are you on my side? And she asks, are we going to clear this together? The protagonist, however, responds, why would I take someone? It won't be any fun if I get help. And she's confused. But wait, you're planning to clear the 50 alone. The protagonist just walks away while she's cursing, saying he's lost his mind. He has no idea how much harder the 50 is compared to the 15th and 14th floors he was on before, but he just jumps, completely ignoring her, and leaves. In another part of the island, there's a ninja man, Bion, who was noticing that the 50th floor was much tighter than the others. He's not sure without getting closer, but the structure of the place seems simple. The pillar of light that could be seen from afar was surrounded by 4 other terrains. To the east, there were burning jewels. To the west, there was a waterfall. To the south, the wings of a tornado. And to the north, the mountain of thunder. And he explains that he failed to approach the pillar of light directly. It seemed to be blocked by some kind of invisible barrier. The man with the swords says he understands. They will have to meet certain conditions. And Bion said, of course. Probably, such conditions are related to these scattered terrains. The man says, fine, it's time for them to head to this mountain and start clearing the floor. The scene shifts to a girl from the Jinza Guild, this noir, running and everyone calling for her. Someone comments, you said we would be able to clear those 4 locations, but if we're only heading towards the waterfall, what's going to happen to the other places? She responds, I know there are other people who came to the 50th floor, and obviously, they will also want to clear the other areas, especially Bisque and explosive sword users. Apparently, she was uninformed because she has no idea why this bug happened, if it was on purpose or what the intention is. And also, if Ryuki is behind all this. Back to our boy, while Bisque continues following him from behind. She asks where he's going. There's a bunch of crystals on fire. Clearly, the path should be over there. He, however, responds that this strategy is normal, but this isn't a normal map. She tells the idiot to stop making things up. She's sure he has some involvement with this. The boy stops and tells the idiot to shut up, asking if she really thinks he's going to cooperate with the Linza Guild. With that, he tells her to disappear and runs off again. Bisque, however, thinks this whole situation is part of his plan, and she's the only person who can stop him. And she comes for the attack, saying she doesn't know what's happening, but she won't give him the chance to clear this place. Excalibur comes at his head, but the protagonist barely turns and defends the attack. One moment she's helping, the next she's trying to kill. It's just irritating. Suddenly, her foot starts sinking into the ground because of a bug. Wow, it formed a crater. Apparently, she fell into a hole and can't even get out. I'm lost here too. She seems to think this was the perfect chance to conquer the demon tower. I get it, she lost the perfect chance, and she questions if this bunch of errors and this whole thing was the ghost world just from the inside. She's getting demotivated, saying this is weird, and she can't believe she dedicated her whole life to something like this. A flashback comes in the next chapter. she's a child staring, saying, "Men are so cool. I'm here poor and worn out." Some men from afar say, "That skinny girl thinking she's going to be able to use an axe like that." The friend next to him, however, tells him to be careful. This child has been hunting non-stop for 17 hours straight. They've even given her a nickname of Crazy Dog. Where I come from, dog means something else. The men comment that one day maybe she'll reach the ghost world, but she thinks that's ridiculous. Her goal was far beyond that. She wanted to conquer the demon tower before anyone else. But now she screams desperately, and when she opens her eyes, she's in front of our boy. Can't abandon the girls. Men are difficult. He went there and rescued the idiot with a rope. She's confused, asking, "Why did you save me?" He says he's sure that if he hadn't pulled her out of there, she would have died. He doesn't care what happens to the Linza players, but the idea of also letting someone die for no reason makes him feel bad. Friend, in this case, she tried to kill you. I think you had a reason to let her die, but okay, it's difficult indeed. He comments that it's ridiculous to die in this trash game, and she humiliates him, saying this game here is amazing. He makes a ball and says it's time for her to accept the truth, the real nature of how this labyrinth works. The item seems to hit a wall and disappear. She asks why there's nothing, and he tells her to look closely. With that, the two observe some fake holograms, and the protagonist asks if she, a player at this level, doesn't understand what this means. Scared, she says it's impossible for something like this. The labyrinth and the ghost country are above anything else ever created this century. The protagonist, however, picks up a bunch of stones and says she really won't accept it. With that, he's holding a bunch of stones that create a lot of electronic mess, and he explains that this final stage of the demon tower was nothing more than a discarded land. This was a project that was never finished. I get it. So the game, in fact, that she's been dedicating herself to in the ghost world, never even had a solution. That's why this place is so poorly made. She puts her hand, but at the moment it turns into a skeleton and pulls it back. Confused and scared, she asks if he always knew this. He says, of course not, he just found out. But considering how full of bugs this game has always been, it wasn't even a surprise. The problem now is whether it's possible to finish this game considering how incomplete it is. The protagonist leaves, leaving her in the middle of the bugs. While Yugon comments that less than 40% of the terrain work correctly, it's very likely that a lot of things related to the map's solution haven't even been created. This is a spoiler of what happens if we could access GTA 6 today. The protagonist is staring, saying he has the feeling it's around there. Yigon, however, wants to know why he came to these scary mountains. Not to mention he's on the edge of a cliff. The map may be incomplete, but he'll get hurt just the same. He, however, says he's in the perfect place. The goal is to jump from there. Yigon is about to say something, but too late, the protagonist jumps. What is this? Activated a portal and fell to the ground. The crazy guy is all confident. Seems like he knew this was going to happen. I don't know how. The problem now is that the terrain was strange, and the path seemed to lead up there. But how is he going to climb this? He starts walking through the terrain of the flaming jewels while Yugon is asking if he's okay. In theory, extreme heat and burns are the worst kind of pain men can endure. The protagonist, however, is noticing that this flame was weird. Yugon realizes that, in fact, they were just visualization information. Apparently, it wasn't real fire. With that, it becomes much easier to climb, and he jumps from stone to stone. Upon reaching the top, he says now it's just about dealing with the boss, but in front of him, the monster is lying on the ground, and there's a bunch of people fighting. Everyone wants to know what the damn Ryuki is doing, and the protagonist notes that it was a battle zone. Everyone wants to kill him, but he responds that he doesn't have time to deal with everyone. While an explosion is happening far away, Asia's team comments that indeed the 50th floor wasn't finished. It seems Gabriel wants to use this as an opportunity to end Lazia, and he used everything he has to create something like this. Asia says that this idiot has been taking advantage of everyone in a disgusting way. But what are they going to do? The hooded one responds, I also have no interest in cooperating with them. But letting everything go according to the plans they set up would also be tedious. If things go as he planned, the labyrinth will collapse, and soon after, Gaze will create a new era. I get it, but Gaze is Asia's guild, which is the rank 2 guild. Eventually, all the pieces fit together. And back with the protagonist, he's saying that fighting monsters takes a lot of time, but having to deal with this bunch of people made him spend much more than he expected. They should stop irritating after realizing the power difference. The man in the green armor, however, responds that now that it's come to this situation, he'll be forced to use that. Suddenly, everyone is agonizing with blood coming out of their chests. Everyone is drawing a black dagger, and the protagonist remembers that this was the one Gaze used. With that, everyone starts transforming, and everyone looks like minotaurs, with wings, some horned, some jackal. Remembering Ase, the protagonist knows very well how this is done, and says that for having the courage to use this item in front of them, he'll have to make everyone regret it. The monster lets out the first roar and sends a bunch of claws to the protagonist's back, who, on the other hand, farms in the area. But at the same moment, the werewolf with a crocodile mouth is coming to bite his back, but he manages to turn and defend in time. Explosions are happening everywhere. The man holding the weapon being thrown away, the protagonist too, each one firing, trying to understand what's happening. The weapon seemed to be starting to fail and couldn't shoot anymore. With that, one of the monsters is coming while the protagonist tells Wygon to explain, who says that his Peace Destroyer was hit by a bug, and unfortunately, long-range attacks seem to be sealed. And the biggest problem is that it seems the more he uses it, the more the bug will infiltrate his body. The problem for the protagonist is that he's surrounded by people in front, and Wygon comments that the only way to restore the weapon's data would be to log out. However, with the 50th floor being so unstable, there's a high chance he won't be able to return there again. So, what is the boy going to do? The protagonist says whatever. In the end, he manages to solve the issue by cutting everyone off and starting over. The explosion continues, with some bodies turning into ghosts and disappearing, and it seems like everyone is finally being logged out. It looks like he really did resolve everything. The only problem is that he's genuinely affected by a bug. He tells Akatsuki that he's going to send him the bug data for analysis, explaining that it's going to be extremely complicated. He'll have to create a debug just to access this bug and start understanding the GS data. Ryuki asks him to try to do it as quickly as possible because more scorpions are appearing in front of him. However, the protagonist is discouraged. Once again, the monsters appearing are like a level 1 scorpion, the red scorpion. The level 50 scorpion is the same, just with a level 50 purple color. Let the protagonist play New World to see if it's the same thing. The level 5 monsters are the same as the level 80 monsters, only the color changes too. The scene then shifts to a waterfall, with Noor jumping from rock to rock. She was almost at the top when she suddenly felt something strange coming and activated the sacred rope to latch onto another rock and pull herself up. She warns the team that this path isn't working, and one of them responds that yes, there's some barrier blocking the way from there on. Moreover, the rest of the teams investigating this region aren't responding. They ask what they're going to do, and Noor realizes that no matter which way they go, they can't move forward. She has encountered countless bugs trying to finish the tower, but this seems to be the worst of all because there's no solution. Perhaps this entire region is incomplete. She's staring at the black dagger, contemplating doing something reckless. The scene, however, returns to the lightning mountain, with everyone being struck by lightning. Bayan warns the leader, half of us are already dead. These lightning strikes are killing everyone. The leader says they have no choice. Everyone will have to use the dagger and already plunges it into his chest. Someone hesitates, saying it was given by gaze, so it was dangerous. However, the leader says it doesn't matter. Even if necessary, they will win using the enemy's technology. The leader is almost in ecstasy, saying that the power is growing inside him. This sensation was wonderful. Bayan is confused by the captain, who is now in the same state, but with a purple aura and a red eye. Meanwhile, Asura can feel that the daggers and seeds they planted long ago are sprouting. She tells Cynthia that just a little longer. The show was about to begin. Meanwhile, the colorful monster is being torn apart. Bats, minotaurs, all being cut, exploded, and the protagonist is taking them all down. Wow, but he's full of bugs too. My god, soon the entire screen will be censored. But now, he's face to face with the top of the mountain with the burning jewel. That crystal was the core of the entire mountain. And, in theory, it was the key to reaching the central area. The problem was that everything was incomplete. This jewel should be inside that puppet, which is the system controlling the mountain. He's surrounded by monsters on all sides, and Wygon warns that the bug infiltration has already exceeded 50%. If he continues at this pace, recovering 100% will become completely impossible. Just then, a message arrives from Akatsuki saying that the analysis is complete. It seems that GS was using fragments from other labyrinths to create bugs. This is because, by colliding data from separate places, you intentionally create damage. The protagonist says he doesn't care about the explanation, he wants to know the solution to eliminate the bug. Akatsuki says, incredible. Well, it will take a little longer for me to fix the bug, at least 6 hours. The protagonist is about to take another hit from the Minotaur, while Yugon says the recommendation is to leave now. At this rate, he will never recover. It's almost hitting his head, but he manages to move forward, while reminding himself that there are 3 ways to destroy a labyrinth. That's what Akatsuki explained. The first was to destroy all the resources allocated to the labyrinth. The second was to have fewer players than the minimum required for the labyrinth to remain active. And the third was to create a critical problem that made maintenance impossible. The problem is that for the Ghost World to run out of resources, it will take a few years. The second was quite complex. The Ghost World has a ton of players, so it's unlikely they'll have fewer than necessary. In other words, the third option was the only way. And Akatsuki warns that this plan is based on the trust he has in our guy. And the third method, exactly, was the reason he had come so far. He was about to conquer everything possible. In the next chapter, everyone is on the ground, exhausted, saying that damn Ryuki is a bastard. People are disappearing, thunder is striking, a bunch of bugs. Even I don't understand what's happening anymore. Imagine the player. Someone observes, saying that everything is starting to be destroyed. The order of Latia and Linza was beginning to disappear. Asura says that this, however, is just the beginning to restore the light of this world. One of the hooded figures says that the bug erosion is at 47%, just 3% more to reach the target value. When that happens, the demon god will finally return to them from gaze. It's no exaggeration to say they would be taking the ghost world for themselves. At that moment, the guildmaster Gaze appears, a blonde named Seven, who thanks Asura for everything she did, saying it's thanks to her that they managed to create this bug. She, however, responds that, strictly speaking, this bug isn't her doing, since they created it. He, however, replies that it was she who managed to create it and take down John Doe. The bug is already at 49%, while she remembers that this John Doe was the best player she ever encountered. But, unfortunately, he was necessary. He must have been sacrificed so they could create the technique to manipulate the labyrinth data. This was bug control. And now she doesn't regret anything. It's too late to feel any remorse. There's nothing more she can do. She doesn't know what Gabriel is thinking, but he will regret his decisions. In the end, it will be them who will win this. Finally, the bug reaches 50%, and bugs are happening everywhere. It's the only thing happening. But apparently, an earthquake has also started, and people realize that the control ability has been removed. They can't control the bug. She wonders if John Doe betrayed them or if they studied something strange. In fact, what's happening is that the territory of the burning jewels is being destroyed and collapsing. At the moment, Seven comments that these particles in the air, don't they seem like that same ability that took down Linfall before? They tell Seven to look up, and wow, isn't that the protagonist's giant sword up there? It's not the protagonist's sword. No, I'm crazy. Actually, it's the demon tower that's entirely collapsing. And AC asks if it's really him again. The idiot who, after doing that to Linfell, was once again there to ruin her plans. She yells, calling him an idiot, cursing the protagonist, saying she'll never forgive him. Meanwhile, our protagonist is alone, dodging and wondering how is it possible that an entire game is collapsing because of a missing core. Yugon is telling him to evacuate, while the protagonist wants to know what his chances of survival are if he jumps from up there, and Yugon responds that, obviously, it's 0%. It would be better for him to use a teleportation skill or something similar, or just exit the game. But the protagonist knows that teleporting in this region could be even worse because he might fall into a bug. Yugon wants to know what he will do. He says that since it's like this, he only has one chance. With that, the guy runs towards the abyss while countless rocks are coming to crush him. Wow, a portal opened. I don't know where he's going. The entire ground is destroyed, and in another part over there, people are seeing an opening, wondering what's happening. And another group arrives, saying that since he got caught in this, he's probably dead. These three, it seems, are reinforcements from another guild, and the one on the left comments that it looks like the damn Ryu 7017 is there as always. The crouching one says that in this situation, there's no way to use teleportation, meaning there's a high chance he's dead. But while he's thinking about this, the protagonist is right in front of him, just in a different region that can't be seen. The problem is that Wygon is warning that the bug is worsening even faster than before and that he needs to escape immediately. The protagonist is confident, saying, I know that in this place we're in, the bug isn't that bad. Yugon says he wants to trust the judgment but wonders if this decision is his or the intuition skills. Because of the bug, his intuition might be off, and he might be making a wrong choice. Meanwhile, the other two stand up and say there's no one there, so it's best they leave. Several explosions continue happening on the ground while the protagonist says that inside there is indeed safer than outside. They just needed to wait until this place almost collapses. The only sad thing is his awesome weapon, which is completely destroyed. Finally, Akatsuki appears, saying that the debug tool is complete. The protagonist begins to be restored and is impressed that it was much faster than they had said. The bastard said 6 hours. And then Akatsuki explains that, actually, restoring something to its original data is much easier. With that, he leaves the bug zone, thanking them, saying that without this help, he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. And now the bastard is still excited, saying that the view from this floor is wonderful. Thinking about it, it's crazy that the whole place collapsed because of a core. Yigon wants to know what the next step is, and he says that, obviously, it's time to become active on the map again. After all, the collapse itself is also revealing other parts of the terrain. They need to reach the birth of the ghost world and the final destination of the demon tower. A fragment of Yggdrasil, it would only take a few more hours to bring the end to this server. However, while he's there organizing and making plans, there's a strange eye watching him. And it's the damn blondie. Get out of here, bastard Gabriel Darius. The whole place continues to be destroyed, the protagonist jumping here and there until he feels something strange and is almost hit on the shoulder. He tries to step on another stone, but everything turns into Minecraft at the same time. Then he activates that new SR mobility skill and starts jumping from block to block. Even though it was a 5-minute cooldown, it was better than nothing. The problem is that he seems a bit exhausted, and Wygon asks if everything is okay, what's happening. He explains that, for now, he can still stand, but that excess of bugs is leaving him in an overloaded state. That's because, the moment he stepped on the 50th, his instincts were completely heightened, and apparently, this is level 2 of this place. If it reaches level 3, he thinks the chance of survival will drop drastically. Yugon says, keep going. this is the hero's path. While the protagonist realizes that this bastard doesn't have his best interests at heart, so he decides to think about it later. First, he's just going to move forward and see what happens. The problem is that right ahead, the entire forest was being destroyed and burned. Wow, some beautiful effects. The burned forest, and now all electrocuted with several glows. Meanwhile, Bisque, who had disappeared, is trying to head towards the center. I don't know how this girl is standing. The protagonist needed Yugon's help, needed the super weapon, needed Akatsuki's help. While the crazy girl is going straight, she wants to know what's happening. It seemed like the end of the world, and that's exactly it. She wants to know what that explosion was before and if that bastard Ryu has anything to do with it. I'm sure this whole chaos has something to do with him. And at that moment, Noir finds her and asks what she's doing there on the 50th floor. Bisque gets all excited and runs, saying, I couldn't stay still. I wanted to catch that bastard Ryu with my own hands. I managed to find him. I'm sure he's here on the 50th floor, but unfortunately, he escaped. Now, the most important thing. Where's the rest of your team? Noah reveals that the group was self-destructed because of the bugs. They were all deceived by Gaze from the beginning. If she had used that dagger they found, they would have also suffered much more dangerous bugs. That's why, from now on, she's going to be much more cautious. Yeah, you guys were pretty stupid, huh? Incredible idea to use the dagger the enemies gave me to cause a bug in my body. Surely it will work out very well. She's trying to explain how unsafe it is even to log out. And then Bisque says she must be thinking the same thing. Then, no way they would give up like that. They would see the end of this game with their own eyes. Nora gets excited, saying she's going with her partner. However, the courage of the two begins to break as the whole place around them presents bugs again. They're running towards a man who appears. Wow, it's the guild master all bugged, logging out the entire guild. Bisque, confused, wants to know why he's acting like this. What's happening? And the man trapped in the dagger, all destroyed, logs out, guys, or you'll die. Completely torn in half. Bisque, all brave, pulls out a staff and is going to shoot a laser. Nor, the healthiest in history, tells Bisque to stay focused. The two of them were going to solve this. Even saying that, she has a scared, insecure face. Even so, she went ahead. Explosion in the sky, and we arrive with our protagonist, who is arriving where? In the middle of the fight, seeing the two in the fight against the boss. He's wondering why the Linza Guild is fighting against themselves, and then he immediately recognizes that it's Gaze bugs. Then he talks to Wygon. This situation here is perfect, isn't it? Obviously, the scoundrel is having an idea. Meanwhile, the boss is advancing there with a mantis arm and striking Bisque. The poor thing is about to be hit on the head but manages to defend herself and is thrown far away. But before she can get up, there's already another blow coming her way. Noir says, "Run, Bisque." Oh, blood spills. No, the greatest, whom our protagonist could have befriended, has just been pierced in half. Yeah, now it's over. She agonizes in pain, screams for Bisque, who is there just seeing the little hand, crying desperately. The scene changes to someone asking, the 50th floor? Who's streaming this now? Hey guys, watch it or you'll miss it. And then, the whole city starts watching. Everyone is confused. Wow, this last floor. Everyone reached it, and it's completely bugged. I'm sure the Ghost players already knew something like this. Were they delaying progress intentionally? Or is it, once again, Ryu7017 causing that mess? Apparently, he finished off Linz and is wanting to destroy that world. The big guy is telling the kid to turn off all the live streams of everyone now. He explains that it's impossible. Access is blocked because of the bugs. This is because there is a system that belongs only to the 50th floor, which is taking control of everything. It was probably the effect of some Yggdrasil item. The big guy is hitting his hand, saying, we also have a Yggdrasil item. Even if the signal is blocked, use anything we have. Where's that damn Gabriel? Meanwhile, Gabriel is watching everything calmly with his arms crossed. The chubby guy reveals in his mind. The plan was for no one to reach the 50th floor for 2 years. Then they would shut down the ghost world because of unknown incidents. That way, they wouldn't even need to develop the game and would keep all the money for themselves. Wow, it sounds like the new Nintendo games, like that Pokemon that looks like it was made in 2005. They keep all the money and don't develop anything. The friend tells the chubby guy named Larcia to take a look at what's happening. One of the screens on the 50th floor finally found Ryu. With that, we see a crazy person with a sack head who warns, guys, we're from Target TV. We're keeping an eye on all the streams at this moment on the 50th floor, looking for that certain person everyone wants to watch. It's when someone says they just found Ryu. The sack-headed man tells them to take a look, and you can see our boy face to face with the fallen bodies. While the protagonist is there, Larcia is obviously wanting to kill the poor guy. Apparently, he logged out. He's already on the stretcher, while people wonder what Ryu thinks he's doing. Okay, while the two were dying to the man, he pulled out some popcorn and went to watch the fight. Our boy is really a simp. He lets the girls die and doesn't even help. Poor Bisque, she's going forward, activating an explosive blade cut towards the boss. While the fool is struck, the protagonist is there eating popcorn, saying that this view of seeing these Lin's warriors fighting was wonderful. This fight was incredible. Worse yet, Yugon isn't even judging. He's praising, saying this was the best idea the master ever had. There goes poor Bisque, once again, activating a trunk cut, hitting a full attack in the middle of the boss, who tries to defend with both arms. And it seems it's too much even for her to dodge. Blood spills. Oh, no. Actually, he activates a bug evasion and dodges. Then, he sends another attack. She tries to move to the side. Wow. She ends up going in the direction of the protagonist, right when the poor guy was throwing popcorn into his mouth. With little choice, he says that since he's been recognized, he'll have to resolve this here. But the bug passes by the little ear. Wow. And suddenly, the scene changes to Asura. She's confused, saying she recognizes this feeling. It was the same she felt when she touched that bug dagger. Oh, I see. It was her from afar, noticing the presence of the protagonist far away. Is that it? Back in the fight, Bisque looks to the side and asks when he arrived. He wipes his face and says, "Oh, damn. I thought you would have already died, Bisque." She's struck once again and asks what he's doing there and threatens him, saying she'll kill him when she finishes this bug. The poor thing is thinking too much of herself, must be thinking the protagonist is hunting her. Then the boss throws her far away and runs towards the protagonist, who says that something as weak as this won't work on him. Then he easily blocks the first attack, while Bisque returns to interfere, telling him not to get in the way. But he pulls out a paralyzing dagger from the inventory and stabs her right in the shoulder, warning that those who can't fight properly shouldn't get involved. Meanwhile, the boss is coming from behind to attack, but a purple glow appears, which the protagonist fires with a bazooka. Wow, did it open a crater in his chest? What is this? Really strong weapon. The poor guy just took a shot that finished him off. Actually, no. He starts to rise again, saying he's the strongest. He keeps repeating, "I'm the strongest, I'm the strongest, I'm the strongest," like a madman. While hitting himself, an aura begins to expand. The protagonist realizes that the sick guy is trying to create more bugs within himself. However, this would be more self-destruction than a power increase. Suddenly, some new bugs start appearing in the sky. My god, how many bugs? In theory, it was a rain of bugs, but actually, it was the annihilation skill. Stellar arrows. For the protagonist to be nervous like this, it must be strong. He tries to dodge, turns cutting one, while the bug man was completely shot. Bisque is lying down, saying she can't feel her own leg. Yeah, you can't feel it when you don't have it. Almost nothing is left of the poor thing. The protagonist is nervous. Even with level 2 intuition, he couldn't even feel this attack coming. And right then, who's there behind? Asura, saying that he was around here. The girl is already biting with rage, while our boy turns, "Wow, hey, Asura, long time no see. How are you?" She, however, wants to know, "Ryu, are you the one responsible for destroying the 50th floor?" He says, "Yeah, that's right, it was me. I just didn't expect it to collapse so easily." She's furious while saying it's his fault. Everything they've been planning until now is being destroyed. The protagonist, with an indifferent face, says, "Well, if it's collapsing because of me, it means your plan was flawed from the start." The poor thing is about to explode with anger, while he says it's unbelievable. She shouldn't be reacting like this against him. That's because seeing her so angry like this makes him too satisfied. The next chapter begins with the bugged man, all red and confused, wanting to know what's happening. They said these bugs were stable, so why can't he move? He tells Gaze to answer why she deceived him, but she ignores him and says, "Ryu, you don't even understand what you've done. Everyone has been preparing this for years." The protagonist responds that he doesn't care. He knows that Gaze's group is trying to control the bugs with a certain technology to spread this to the players and everyone in the labyrinth. He already knows that the more bugs are used, the more they infiltrate. In a well-made world, this would be impossible, but they took advantage of this ghost world, making everything here increasingly unstable and bringing Lattice's software to control this place. She's extremely angry, saying there's no reason to try to hide. Their plan was too simple and became easy to discover. "So, what are you going to do, Asura? Are you going to want revenge on me for ruining your plan?" She tells him to stay calm because she hasn't given up yet. The white tree inside this labyrinth belongs to Gaze, and she won't let him interfere anymore. Then he asks what business is this about him having interfered. That's because, in the flashback, when she kept wanting to talk to him, the fool wasn't the usual Sigma. He would blush just from receiving a message from the girl. The mother would ask, "Are you going on a date with a beautiful woman, you virgin?" The protagonist says no, he's just going to finish the strategy book. The mother, looking at the message, says she's really beautiful. "I don't know. I prefer our dear one who was destroyed in the middle, Noir." The mother keeps laughing, the protagonist all silly, but we know that, in the end, she was destroyed by the experiments. Back in the present, the protagonist says he knows Gabriel gave the order to Linfil, who gave the order for her to finish off his mother. In other words, in the end, they were the ones who started this. She passed those data to him, only to later accuse him of leaking the information. Clearly, Lin's and Gaze were corrupt from the start, long before he did anything, and he wants to know if they really thought it was worth sacrificing them along with the mother. This bastard Asura, instead of responding to our protagonist's argument and debating, throws a dagger saying he can't be taken seriously. However, he He just defends the dagger with the sword. Damn, a bug descended on the weapon. She's laughing, but he doesn't care, just wanting to know what kind of smile that was. Do you think this bug here will make any difference? She warns that it's over. She canceled the bug control he had because she took Linful's data, and then he advances, saying he doesn't need anything so complex to defeat someone like her. Sequence of attacks, she defends. Several blows, those attacks face to face, Bisk confused. Not even she, who is one of the top ranks, is managing to keep up with the speed of this fight. After all, even if she could, my dear, you don't have a leg, so it wouldn't do much good. She starts crying, saying, "This is so frustrating. No one is caring about you, crazy girl." While the protagonist realizes that the bug, once again, is infiltrating his weapon, while Asura continues striking, saying he talks a lot, but he's not impressive. The protagonist is being thrown far away, thinking he needs time to activate the debugs. However, the strategy is interrupted when Asura shoots an arrow. Wow, she even has style. The bomb comes towards our boy, who decides to try to dodge with intuition. But suddenly, a flame skill activates, surrounding him on the sides, and unlike the jewel's flames, this one he's feeling the heat. He can see a small exit and throws himself into the fire, even while Asura aims again with 3 more arrows on the way. She sent a rain of stars towards the poor guy. One falls near the foot, several explosions. I can't even understand what's happening. It's lightning. It's a bug. It's the protagonist running away. Not even he knows what's happening and wonders why the terrain is falling apart. Yigon reveals that the one being attacked is his true body, and it was recommended that he leave that place. Asura tells the damn guy to stop hiding, and he listens, appearing to shoot in the back, activating God's speed for 5 seconds while loading the bullet of the weapon. Wow, fired with a bazooka. She tried to shoot some arrows, but I think it won't work. What is this? Hit under the stone, out of nowhere. Then he holds the trigger, and the stone starts to break while Asura realizes there's no way out. Oh my god, was hit in the rib in the end by the damn bugged boss. The bastard can't even pronounce the word and is attacking from the side. And then Asura says, "This is your end, Ryu. You and your grand escape story." The protagonist is completely beaten, crawling on the ground. He needed his intuition skills to dodge. The problem is that Asura's bugs were on a completely different level compared to Lindsay's. At this rate, there was only one last method. Yugon notices that he's trying to increase his intuition level, but warns that it's too soon. His intuition had already drastically increased to level 50. If he pushes it further, he might end up dead. While Yugon says this, he's about to take a hit to the head. So, there aren't many options. Blood spills, but it's him defending himself, questioning if he's really going to die. Yet, he manages to slash at the neck. Intuition goes to level 3, enhancing his 6th sense. At this limit, he can see glimpses of the world's root, and he doesn't even care if he's going to die or not. Asura's sword falls to the ground, and she steps back, wanting to know how he counterattacked like that. The protagonist ignores her and thinks, now I understand why Yugon gave that warning. Sight, smell, hearing, touch. He was experiencing everything in a completely different way. It was as if he could perceive everything in this world, almost a strange illusion of being within reach of anything. And now he's curious about what would happen if he raised his intuition to the level of Yggdrasil. Another attack comes from behind, but he dodges without even looking back. Even though she's attacking with bugs, he can now notice the corrupted areas, leave a small opening, and defend at the right points. This way, the bugs can't corrode his weapon. Asa, obviously, is confused, wanting to know why it seems like he changed in an instant. Ryu responds, "Weren't you proud of your perfect attacks? It's just a shame that none of them will work on me." The bastard is somewhat desperate and throws a dagger in his direction, telling him to shut up. A laser appears in front, but he smiles, saying it's useless. Even her appearance makes it clear how fake she is, shooting again in the middle of the attack, undoing it. And he passes through, saying he noticed she can cause bugs but can't rewrite things the way she wants. Wow, she's trying. In the middle of the bug, he broke. She appears on the side, asking if he can dodge something like that. Ryu easily notices an attack coming, but she sends a purple flame sequence. The attack is burning Bisk and the former boss. However, the protagonist stands still, saying she's really sharp. If he were the same as before, he might have died. But our boy activated the Sacred Knight rank SR shield. She's wondering where he got that shield from. But when she takes a step back, she ends up stepping into some kind of quicksand, and the protagonist laughs, saying she got caught in her own trap. Apparently, she had left several corrosion areas near the tree, also no one would approach to destroy it. It's just a shame that the techniques kept growing, and now even she doesn't know exactly where it is. Sei asks if he really attacked her from that angle to force her to dodge to this one. Ryu is activating the meteor enchantment and saying this is her end. And here comes this blonde guy. Is he arriving or just watching? Bisk knows this meteor technique is one Linfel had used, so why does he already have it? Sei sees there's no time for a counterattack while the protagonist is with the wall burning. However, from 1 second to the next, his magic seems to fail. Or, actually, no, the magic has a range of 10 centimeters. Basically, it has to touch the person to hit. The protagonist is forced to flee, while Yugon says the evolution seems to have caused some different configurations. On the other hand, Sei realizes she didn't die by luck. Meanwhile, something is hitting the ground. She broke the bug and is advancing towards our protagonist, who is now running a marathon. She stretches her arm and asks where the brave man who was so full of himself is. The protagonist continues reading the attacks, seeing two coming from the left and manages to defend. He activates the demon's blessing with True Key, but there are many attacks coming his way. In this, he's having problems while wondering why he's running instead of fighting. Why did he have the feeling she was too dangerous? Yugun explains that he warned him. He prioritized intuition too much, and intuition, on the other hand, prioritizes survival above anything else. His objectives are being ignored by the force of intuition that wants to make him survive at any cost. The protagonist asks if Wygon can analyze this ability, and he says, of course. Meanwhile, Sei, who is becoming a demon, already tells him to stand still. Where's the brave man who said he was going to take revenge on her? Another attack comes his way, and once again, he dodges. He's activating the delete on his hand, and she seems to recognize it. However, she warns that it's ridiculous for him to think he can defeat her with something so insignificant. In this, Yugon tells the protagonist that he analyzed the intuition code at the technical level. However, it's risky to try something like this, as he might be completely deleted. I'm already imagining he must be wanting to erase the will to survive from intuition or something like that because he's putting his hand on his own face and counting from 1 to 5. While remembering Serial's bugs, the moment Linfell's spear was destroyed, trying to concentrate to choose exactly what he wants to delete. Black and green screen, he takes his hand off his face and seems disheartened. Asi is confused while Yugon calls the protagonist, wanting to know if he's okay. Of course, she advances, not knowing what happened, but sure, this is the perfect moment. In this, she runs with her dagger telling Ryu to die, but our boy grabs her hand and draws the weapon up close. Now it's going to hit. The bastard is confused, and the protagonist already throws her to the ground, saying it's thanks to her that he managed to feel so excited. Wow, he opened a crater in her arm. Arm falls to the ground, and she's surprised, while the protagonist says he feels like his soul has been purified, and the boy is all psychopathic asking, so Asia, how does it feel? The poor thing agonizes, while he's sure it must hurt a lot. After all, he made sure his attacks nullified the pain reduction. He's impressed she doesn't fall to the ground in shock. The crazy protagonist is getting really sexist, grabbing her by the neck and saying she should stay alive because she has to suffer a lot more. However, with her other hand, she pulls the dagger and says it's not over yet. He throws her away without caring, but she grabs the dagger. She cut her own neck to benefit from a bug. Pause for the flashback. Someone comments on the ether immunity disease. They were sisters. The older sister, Cynthia, and the younger sister, Asia. Basically, this ether disease was something caused by the presence of Yggdrasil. Both little girls were in treatment, but they would probably die this year. People around comment, but if they have this disease, and if it's contagious, it's better to get them out of here as soon as possible. Cynthia takes her sister's hand and says, little sister, let's go back to the hospital. It's okay, we will get better. The man with glasses then appears and comments that at least these children had one stroke of luck. That's because he has great news. The hospital had developed a surgery, and both could be cured. In the operating room, someone comments that this surgery is scary. The deformation in their bodies had advanced a lot. But, of course, there's malice. The doctor is there adjusting his hand, saying, oh, they believe that when the surgery is done, they will have healthy bodies. It's just a shame that's not the case. Screaming in blood, and with that, experiment 248 is finished. The boss asks what the result is, and the man has a bug dagger in his hand, with blood on his face, saying that, as he can see, they couldn't take it and died. And, worse yet, they didn't get any useful information. Damn, is it their bodies? It's not possible. I think I'm confused. The Green Doctor is saying that great achievements are accompanied by great failures. It was to clean everything up that soon they would move to the next stage. The guy sucking up wonders why they are using children for something like this. Everything seemed extremely insignificant. The other doctor tells him to be careful with what he says. If he doesn't understand how crucial this moment is, with this deformed body from the tests, they will finally be able to find what they are looking for. The key to conversion. The girls are lying down. Conversion, if I'm not mistaken, is that they want to send the two into the game. In this, he gives the order to start both simultaneously. When the item was activated, it was to insert 10 centimeters at a time. The poor things lying down realized that everything was actually a lie. While Asia is there, crying, Cynthia is saying not to worry, that she would protect her. And that's when the sack of the burned man starts moving, throwing the doctors against the wall. At this moment, Cynthia gets up and grabs a dagger. The sister is a bit confused while Cynthia knows these guys will use this machine for the experiment. If she can destroy it, they won't be able to do anything against them. She throws herself to stab. She pierces the middle of the machine. Thunder, lightning, explosion in the place. This incident was recorded as a malfunction of surgical equipment, and apparently, Asia survived. The disease that was tormenting her disappeared. When people asked, interacted, she just said she didn't know anything because she had no choice but to hide. Now I'm confused. Cynthia destroyed it, and Asia assumed her identity. And then she started working with the simp fool. She wanted to pretend she didn't know anything and enjoy that happiness. However, there was something much more important she had to do: avenge Cynthia. Back to the moment she cut her neck, blood went everywhere. She started a transformation, screaming while the protagonist was a bit confused. Really, she was persistent. He says he doesn't care, striking again on the head, saying he has to move forward, even if it means ending her. The poor thing calls for Cynthia and hits the ground. What is this? Still holding the arm. This girl doesn't die. When the protagonist turns around, he sees the rest of the guild, including Seven, has arrived. And obviously, the guys aren't very happy with Ryu, warning that if he did this to their comrade, he better be prepared to face the consequences. They walk to help Seven, whose condition isn't 100%, while the protagonist laughs, saying they arrived at a very right moment. Were they hiding by any chance? In this, Seven turns and says it's the first time they meet and introduces himself as the master of the Gaze Guild. While the transformed guy there is cursing him as a scammer, saying he handed over this bug dagger, which was a trash item. Then he jumps to hit him on the head, but someone blocks the attack. At the same time, a sword appears on his back, and Seven tells him to stop interrupting while others are talking. The poor guy is pierced and disconnected. In this, Seven says that this damn Lin's guild always gets involved without thinking, which is annoying, and this was the perfect chance for Bisque to disappear along with them. She may have come a long way without using any bugs, but there's no way she can get out of that place. The poor thing doesn't know what to do. So far, she's only taken a beating. In this, a shot was it at her. The protagonist is there saying it's good not to ignore him, and Wygon told our boy that the enchantment was removed and the system is back to normal. Seven says he's very impatient. Apparently, he's wanting to be killed by his hands. The protagonist tells him to stop talking and just go for it or let Asya disappear. The blonde responds that, for a stranger, he really is a big talker, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. After all, he's going to die anyway in the end. There are already more than 3 coming from behind the protagonist, but he turns defending the first one. The NPCs were all scared, wanting to know how he was defending against 3 people and still running away. I'm confused. Ryu is running, saying, "Your tricks are obvious to me," but at the same time, he seems a bit scared. Wow, he tore one in half with force. My god. They're wanting to advance to the tree and not to face him. While they say it doesn't matter how strong Ryu is, all they need is for the ghost world to be in their hands. However, the protagonist hears a scream, and when he looks back, the man is standing still, but with the bugs activating. Wow, an arm came out of the tree holding the man by the neck. Wow, look at the damn Gabriel emerging from the tree. Now it's complicated, my dear Ryu. Even you're scared, not knowing what's happening. An attack hits the ground, almost hitting him with a banner. He remembers it was this same banner that John Doe placed in the cave mission. Do you remember? That everyone died. And the problem is that a red ball starts to appear with expanding energy. Wow, the protagonist is being undone. Gabriel says they chose an interesting method. Apparently, this is how Gaze does things. I'm not understanding, but apparently, it's going to be a fight between him and Seven, who says yes, it would be foolish to fight Ryu and him at the same time. He asks how Asia's condition is, and they say it's extremely serious. She will have to abandon the game account soon. And at this rate, maybe even her brain in the real world won't be 100%. Seven then says they have no choice. It was to log her out now. Gabriel is about to say something, but Seven already tells him to shut up, saying he's a coward who kept hiding. He responds that he wasn't hiding but waiting for a suitable challenger. Apparently, a one-on-one is going to happen. I still want to know where the protagonist is. Suddenly, a bunch of portals appear, and several souls start to rise around them. Seven pulls another bug dagger and pierces his own chest, along with everything he summoned, and Gabriel questions if he can really withstand this effect. Cool. He activated the 7 swords in swag, saying he's not the type to underestimate opponents. In this, the rest of the clones stab with bug daggers on the ground too, and a bunch of waves surge in front of Gabriel, while Seven swears the ghost world belongs to them. Back with the protagonist, he was teleported far away and wonders how he's going to get back now. Yigan says that instead of complaining, they should leave because the collapse was accelerating even more. The whole world, even the skies, were being destroyed. Ryu knows, even with the buffs he has, it's hard to get out of this place. Yigan says it's too late, the 50th floor will collapse. Besides, he managed to confirm something based on previous situations. He then asks if the protagonist knows the term GM. Famous game master? Our boy knows. Yigan says it's the supreme authority in the game, and the protagonist says that when he worked as an analyst, he heard rumors about it. The game that came before the Ghost World was called Genesis World. In theory, in that world, people could use the power of Yggdrasil itself. Yugon says he's going to connect him to do an investigation, but the protagonist finds it strange. Was this important now? In this, Wygon reveals that he might be exaggerating in what he's thinking. However, this situation is weird, with everyone being transported to the 50th floor, the white tree emerging, the new tower project, and this guy disappearing and appearing anywhere. All of this was strangely abnormal. Maybe Gabriel's power really is that of a GM, and if this is true, it means gays never stood a chance. Yeah, apparently, that's exactly it. Seven is already there fallen with 7 swords in his back asking to be logged out. While wondering how it's possible that the entire guild was wiped out like this, Gabriel takes off his glasses and says that unfortunately, he doesn't deserve to know since he couldn't take a single step towards him. The next chapter tells that the so-called Genesis world, which came before this game, had much more strength and influence than the current Ghost world. And it seems that one day, a certain player received the GM power. As the name suggests, he had the ability to govern any authority in the labyrinth. However, so much power obviously drove the guy insane. He declared himself the king of Yggdrasil and started acting like a tyrant, creating battles that went beyond the labyrinth. However, the players created numerous subjugations and, in the end, succeeded. With that, the nightmare that was the power of a GM was finally erased. It's Akatsuki explaining this and says that's how this incident came to an end. The protagonist is impressed. This isn't the kind of information people usually have. However, Akatsuki reveals that the strangest thing is that none of the members of the subjugation team survived. It's odd that they won, yet everyone died. How did that happen? The reason everyone thought the GM was dead is because he disappeared afterward. He then mentions he has one last piece of information about the subjugation commander. Oh, her name was Cecilia Darius. It's the same last name as Gabriel Darius. Apparently, she was his mother, who died and was buried. Wait a minute, we're as confused as the protagonist. So Gabriel is the son of the mother who was the commander of the subjugation against the first GM. Ryu says he was wondering why Gabriel acted that way. However, if this authority of a game master still exists, everything makes sense. The problem is that if the enemy has this, he was much more formidable than they expected. He's spamming a bunch of status windows, saying they will need a strategy to defeat the leader of the ghost world. The scene shifts to the hospital, with Bisk getting up, her leg all red. She can't feel her leg. She's already getting up in a panic while her friend tells her to rest. Meanwhile, Noor, stretched out there, says she's happy Bisk survived. The two hug while the poor guy who was completely transformed is still unconscious. The one with brown hair explains that they don't know everything that happened because they were forcibly disconnected. She will show what happened in the fight between gays and the guild master. It was more of a miracle in the end. Watching, everyone is a bit confused. This guy was powerful in an unnatural way. There were no bugs, but at the same time, the abilities had no restrictions or cooldowns. Bisk is confused, asking if it was really Gabriel who fought that way. The one with brown hair, named Ragna, says she doesn't know the details. Suddenly, she changes her expression and says something strange is happening. Our protagonist comes face to face with Gabriel. My God, how do you defeat the GM? And the fool is laughing, bad-mouthing Seven, saying he kept shouting he would finish Gabriel, but apparently did nothing. As he disintegrates, Seven swears this is not the end. However, Gabriel doesn't care. He just congratulates Ryu, saying it's impressive that they are now the only players. The protagonist looks and says, all right, but before we fight, tell me, what's your true objective? Gabriel responds that his goal is the fall of Lartia and nothing more. He doesn't care about the trash of this world, but doesn't want the ghost world to exist anymore. The protagonist, now knowing the story, says, stop lying, bastard. It's because of your mother, Cecilia, isn't it? Just by Gabriel not reacting, Ryu is sure this is the truth. Yugon realizes they've discovered the reason. Gabriel says he indeed has enough information to know something like that, so he will reveal something in return. At that exact moment, the entire floor 50 is being filmed and broadcasted, and information can always be destroyed and modified as he wishes. In other words, to everyone out there, Gabriel is the great guardian of the labyrinth, and Ryu is the intruder wanting to destroy it. The perfect story. Now it's clear why he wanted Ryu to advance. To make him the villain. Everyone really thinks he's the villain. Ryu, however, just responds, I don't care that you're manipulating the media to create these narratives. None of that matters to me. And now that I know you're streaming, I'm also sure you have the power of a GM. Time in the labyrinth moves 10 times faster than reality. In other words, a transmission of absolutely everything would be impossible without interference from someone with a lot of access. Not to mention that the transfer of all players to the final floor clearly shows the power of a GM. Now it's clear why you've been so full of yourself. And for this revenge goal of yours, you've destroyed countless lives. Gabriel just responds that those who care about the insects under their feet get nowhere. Yeah, now Ryu has discovered that this is the guy behind his mother's death, and with that, he advances, warning that his arrogance would end now. He activates Intuition, Demon's Blessing, Holy Sword, Dragon's Key. But, folks, the man is a GM. I don't know if this will work. A circle with chains appears in front of Gabriel. The protagonist lands a full attack, but in the end, it's repelled. And now he realizes that even with 8 abilities activated at the same time, he doesn't stand much chance. Gabriel asks if that's all the strength he has, and Ryu says, of course not. While trying to understand how many abilities and how powerful a GM can be, Gabriel is about to say something, but then a dragon appears behind him. The protagonist smiles, the attack seems to hit fully, but the bastard has a barrier. In other words, the bastard has automatic protection, and there's no point in trying to attack him sneakily. He still goes for it, saying the only way is to destroy the barrier. He activates the slash, triggers an explosion, but Gabriel asks if that's really all the strength he has. Ryu is immobilized, but still manages to activate the weapon's shot. Everything explodes, but when the smoke clears, Gabriel is intact, saying the boy isn't bad. He's the first to make him use this power in a real battle. The bastard activates GM powers, along with the authority of the ghost world. The man is transforming, and Ryu asks if this is his true power. Yeah, now the guy looks very stylish. The armor, the lance, and the GM's gold. The protagonist seems to recognize that this is the GM, and Weigon explains that it was actually an artificial intelligence to support the game master. Weigon says that there is his inferior version. The protagonist sees that the robot there is all shiny, well-made, modern, while his tin can is all worn out, wondering if the one over there is really the inferior one. Yugon tells him to say what he's thinking, while the protagonist says he's scared of the fact that they will have to face a GM. How did Gabriel Darius obtain such power? The blondie tells him to stop with these useless questions and go for it. That's because floor 50 was practically evaporated. Just a few more minutes and the ghost world would be completely destroyed by the king of Yggdrasil, and he has no intention of stopping it. And obviously, he's already restricted Ryu's logout because he can't let the boy escape. With that, he activates the lance, saying they will now decide who will have the last laugh. He sends a meteor explosion along with a star arrow, a magna explosion, a lightning blade. The protagonist is scared. Energy goes to the sky, smoke rises, crater, a bunch of rocks, and the protagonist survived. However, he realized that this bastard doesn't even use abilities. Basically, he just defines the protagonist as a target, and things come raining down on him. How is he going to fight someone who has all his movements and techniques adjusted by the system? And here comes Gabriel once again, asking if he's already given up. Wow, our boy speaks, pulled out his SR shield and gave. Just because I said, the shield was completely shattered. The protagonist, poor thing, realizes that all his items from the ghost world are really useless against this guy, and the man is coming with a sequence of 300 magic circles, energy rain towards the protagonist, while the people outside watch in shock at how this guild leader Lindsay was so strong. And it really seems like people think Ryu is the villain, hoping Gabriel doesn't lose and the world collapses. Everyone in the companies is in shock because if the ghost world collapses, all the ethers and items coming from that place will disappear for a while. However, they are also curious to know what kind of ability this is that no one has ever heard of. Meanwhile, Larcia was already banging on the table, confused. He thought the damn GM had disappeared. Apparently, Gabriel had hidden this from the start. But it's okay. As long as the project ends, the game doesn't matter. This man with the hat appears from time to time, never serves any purpose. But he's saying this is getting interesting. He can't take his eyes off the screen. The protagonist continues dodging, and the problem is that it's getting more dangerous. He's got intuition activated along with Eagle Eye to further improve his vision. However, even with these buffs, it still wasn't enough for him to keep up with so many attacks. Another explosion, Gabriel says, Ryu, your effort is futile. Do you really think using smoke will give you any chance? I can see absolutely everything. You should have realized that this kind of attack will never work. The protagonist, even being seen in the smoke, fires a shot, but Gabriel defends easily, saying he really underestimated a guy like him. But what he didn't expect is that along with the attack, some grenades came over him. Gabriel seems to take a bit of damage but says that a shop item is useless. Our boy activates another explosion of the blooming of the Peace Destroyer's sword. My god, it seemed like it was going to hit, but it went through Gabriel. Appeared behind to give another hit to the head. Wow, hold on. Did he really take the head off? Seriously, he's there. Did I win? But, of course not. The bastard has a Phoenix Feather, SR rank, which allows him to be resurrected once. The protagonist remembers he also had one of those items, and Yugon comments that Gabriel must have access to all the items in the game. Gabriel is confused. Something is wrong. How was Ryu using a technique from another labyrinth? The protagonist wants to know why the bastard didn't feel any pain, because he responds that pain isn't enough to discourage him. He raises his arm, activates Meteor Key, and says enough. It was time to activate the overlay of characteristics. The man has fire damage, water damage, lightning damage, wind damage. My god. While the protagonist is there, the same as always. Limit Break, Peace Destroyer. But unfortunately, Gabriel's power was on a completely different level from his. But at the same time, the blondie is impressed. The bastard was perfectly blocking the timing of all abilities. He has no choice to solve this. Once again, Ryu charges forward, saying he will create another opportunity. He stretches the weapon, activates the demon's blessing, sword mastery, eagle eye, but suddenly, Actually, it didn't activate. Those 3 abilities were locked. That's just cruel. Neither his abilities nor his items were working. Gabriel says that for someone inferior, he did well, while the protagonist asks how it's possible that the abilities were sealed like that. Did he fall into some enchantment or something? Gabriel says he's quick to notice. This was an ability created to deal with Linfell. And now, finally, it's his end. The protagonist is down, realizing that half of the items and abilities he received from the box were gone. He says he doesn't know if this will work, but he has to try something. He doesn't have time to worry. All he needed was a powerful attack. After all, he only has one more option. With that, he asks to summon the reinforced armor, arm, leg, the scoundrel calling the Power Rangers. However, it's a reinforced armor, V10SR, an exoskeleton from the Galactic Empire. Gabriel recognizes that, once again, it was an item from another labyrinth, and he seems to realize that even against him, who can control the ghost world, this was indeed a good trump card. And since that's the case, he will have to respect and fight accordingly. Seeing the immense power appearing, the protagonist asks Yigon how that was a weaker version of him. Yigon will say he was a transcendental system, while the protagonist holds on, telling him to enter some kind of flight mode. With that, our boy manages to escape this explosion and really flew away. The problem is that just dodging wouldn't be enough, and the worst part is that this armor only operates for 30 seconds. He extended the time with that energy pack, but it only added another minute. That's the time he has to finish this and starts firing multiple shots. Then a sequence begins. The entire place starts to get all glitched while everything explodes to the sides. But then Gabriel is already behind with the lance. Comes for the attack, but it seems the armor really defended. The blondie is shocked that his lance really didn't penetrate it, and the protagonist grabs him, saying he may be the god of this labyrinth, but his item won't be affected by the rules. Comes with a hand to the face and tells Gabriel that the game is over, but the bastard obviously pulls out the shield. He obviously knows the protagonist is trying to use delete, but if he can't get a direct touch, it won't work. And with that, another explosion happens in the skies, and the poor guy is thrown to the ground. And the worst part is that he can only use delete 2 more times. He used it once against the flaming jewel and once against Asura. The last use has to be saved to destroy the ghost world, meaning he can only use it once. With that, Gabriel approaches, saying, I know you're trying to use delete, but I also know it has a limited number of uses. And since you pulled out this weird armor, you've been strangely desperate. Does this item have some kind of time limit? Poor protagonist. His plans are all exposed. But what can he do? The desperation continues. He needed to delete this bastard as quickly as possible. But the damn Gabriel uses a clone ability, saying it's useless. His end would be there. He says goodbye to Ryu, while only 9 seconds remain for the armor, and an attack comes towards the head. Another explosion, flames everywhere. He activates the armor's shield while wondering if everything would really end there. 6 seconds for the armor, while he says it can't end like this. 1 second, and finally, the system analysis is complete. With that, all the restrictions the GM had placed on the protagonist are removed. Yigon is feeling smug, saying he already explained that the other one is just an inferior copy. The protagonist takes advantage of the moment and activates the demon's blessing. Wow. But with that, he increased the armor's duration to 9,999, right? Basically infinite. Well, he cheated too, but it's okay. The GM is cheating. Let's cheat too. Incredible gentleman here. If everyone is super, no one is super. Ryu activates sword fencing. Once again, limit break with the other. The sword master's enchantment charges forward along with the reinforced armor. Gabriel, in the background, is confused. How did this kid remove the GM's restrictions? At least he won't be able to use delete since there are a bunch of clones. Ryu, however, cuts through everything, saying not to underestimate intuition level 3. Gabriel wonders, how is this bastard able to distinguish the clones? In the end, I'll have to blow up this entire area along with him. But our boy is already behind with the armor's enchantment. Gabriel tries to look back, but it's too late. He's pierced in the chest. And with that, the protagonist finally says goodbye to Gabriel and activates delete. The fool, before disappearing, says there's something wrong with him. How does he have a power that allows him to use items from other labyrinths in any of them? Not even the power of a GM in a labyrinth could be like that. He asks Ryu how he obtained such power, and our boy remembers when he was just an emo with hair in his face, and Yigon appeared all cute. Unfortunately, it was exactly as he always says, luck, nothing more. Yigon tells the scoundrel not to reveal the secret of life, and Gabriel begins to disappear, saying it's almost comical that he has the power to destroy the world basically by luck. Anyway, he congratulates him on his victory. At least the world outside must be in complete chaos, so the goal he aimed for was achieved. With that, the transmission is cut. The chubby guy wonders if he should delete the ghost world or leave it to see what happens. As he fades away, Gabriel says he'll leave one last choice for the boy. The GM authority is now with him, and face to face with the tree, the protagonist says there's no reason to hesitate. This filthy game, he was planning to destroy it from the start. Delete is activated, and he touches the tree, but suddenly, he feels something strange and ends up in an empty place. Someone approaches, saying it's him. When he looks back, oh, not even a friend. It's a weird blondie saying he now understands the source of this disruptive power. Yigan is wondering why there's a common human in this place, while the protagonist, on the other hand, is sure that in front of him is the king, the only diamond-rank creature in the entire world. He was order and law itself, the king of Yggdrasil, called Norm. He warns that he's there to make the protagonist pay for everything he's done. The poor guy doesn't get a second of rest. He warns, I already know about this whole situation. Larchia's experiment, the tower's collapse, and even your revenge. I have information about everything in this world. The protagonist wants to know, then, what he's doing there. The Tower of Demons and the Ghost World had all disappeared. He says, don't worry, I'm not here for you. He explains that he's actually there because he really enjoyed this journey, watching our boys struggle to get there. As this game was starting to stagnate, I wondered if I would have to intervene. Then unexpectedly, you appeared. And thanks to you, this stagnant water began to flow again. The residents will return to Yggdrasil, and after that, everyone will be transformed into parts for the next labyrinth. The protagonist is surprised, observing their aura and wondering if this is the power of a king. Norm congratulates him, saying, you really have a beautiful ultra-rare system. Now even Yugon is confused. This guy knows who he is. To which the king responds that it doesn't matter. Neither of them are normal people, and now the era of wrath has ended, and a new wind is coming. That's why he has a request for our boy. Ryu is told to say, he explains, I think you're the perfect person for this job. I prepared a gift that will make everyone happy. I'm not sure if this boy is a hero or a villain. I'm a bit confused. But with that, we move forward 3 months after the Ghost World closed. Since that labyrinth was half of the world's ether, everything obviously became a mess. And everyone knows that the culprit behind it all is Ryu 7017. The guy slams the table, saying the public has already demanded it. This guy needs to be arrested. However, another crosses his arms and says that unfortunately, many people are defending him. That's because many were also tired of the monopoly of that place. Not to mention that, along with the end of that labyrinth, many discovered that the content was unfinished. There were various criminal activities and even human experiments, a case so serious that the king personally had to resolve it. However, even so, not even he mentioned any punishment for Ryu, and now the banners show that a new labyrinth is coming. Larchia is in shock, telling them to study quickly and find out when it's arriving. The guys comment that in 30 minutes, and the big guy says that this damn Gabriel was useless in the end. He stole the GM authority, served no purpose, and now disappeared. We see in a conversation that I believe was earlier. The king asks if Larchia is developing a new labyrinth. He says yes. Society is in chaos, and many people are doing vile things, and the balance has been destroyed. First, to ensure the future, we have to punish that person. The king, however, just tells him to shut up, asking if he really thinks he knows nothing. The smell of blood and rot had begun to dominate Yggdrasil since he created that server. Larchia tries to apologize, saying it's not like that. All the sacrifices made were necessary for a better future. The king asks when the new launch conference will be. Larchia responds that some incompetents are holding them back, and the king just tells him to answer quickly. Nier says that in 3 months, the announcement will be made, and Norm responds that if it's a success, he will ignore everything. However, in return, if he fails, he will have to abandon his current position. Larchia knows that if he loses his platinum rank, his crimes will be exposed, and he will certainly be labeled as unknown. So today was finally the day of the announcement. I have a feeling something is going to happen. In theory, this was the new generation of labyrinths that would be beyond the ghost world and should replace everything it provided in terms of aether. I'm not sure if Gabriel is hiding there, but everyone is wondering why the king did this. Suddenly, Akatsuki appears behind, asking if they can talk for a second. Looking beautiful, she says she knows he is the former master of Linza. He, however, asks, "Oh, Shugetsu, damn it, what are you doing here? Are you trying to laugh at me?" She responds that she has no hostility against him. However, he already knows, right, that she was a collaborator behind Ryu. Akatsuki responds that it's not to be misunderstood. She was simply an informant, nothing more. If they knew who a common enemy was, maybe they could have worked together. He shouldn't have taken on such a dangerous role alone. Apparently, he likes being hated. Gabriel responds that he trusts no one. People do anything to achieve their goals. Even his mother didn't die because of the false king, but because she was betrayed by those who wanted the GM power. Their conversation is interrupted, with Larchia greeting ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for everyone's patience. Today, we will announce the next generation of labyrinths. This one was created with an item given by the king himself, a seed of Yggdrasil. And here in this cube, we have all the information about the next labyrinth we developed. Now, everyone will be able to witness the birth of a new era. The cube begins to glow golden, and everyone is there with their mouths open. As the plant begins to grow, people wonder if the labyrinth is being generated. And unfortunately, there's an error. The construction of the labyrinth fails. The big guy is confused. It tries again, but fails. Insufficient information. It tries an arbitrary construction and fails again. People are confused about why it's failing, and one of them takes a look at the information and sees that it was basically a copy of the ghost world, even the monsters and terrains. With that, everyone starts throwing a bunch of trash, saying he's filthy. How does he have the nerve to announce a new game that's literally a recycled copy of the old one? Larcia is all confused, saying there must be a mistake. This is a conspiracy. He would never fail like this. People are all recording this failure, while Akatsuki says he must be satisfied with this level of failure now. Finally, the main event was about to begin, and suddenly, someone approaches Larcia. The guy takes an explosion, apparently, and is thrown against the wall. Obviously, it's Ryu appearing. At that moment, the big guy is sure that's why his masterpiece failed. Destroying the ghost world wasn't enough. He wants to end even the next generation. The protagonist says, "Hey, bastard, what are you talking about? You made this trash game." The big guy wants to call security, but then the protagonist advances with his hand on the Yggdrasil seed. And did he activate the delete? Wow, that's complicated. He's ending the ability to create a new labyrinth. Wow, everyone is pointing guns there, while everyone asks if he really wants to throw the world into chaos. The protagonist, however, turns around, saying that it's this kind of mentality that prevents any labyrinth from advancing. Wow, and he announces that, in the name of King Nord, he declares that from now on, the era of Ratchus, the big guy's company, has ended. A new millennium has begun. With that, an announcement about the seed is made, stating that Yggdrasil has undergone an upgrade and will now launch version 2. Interesting, huh? Apparently, everyone will have access to the game, and the game area now also includes the real world. In fact, the real world itself will be converted into a labyrinth with new areas. A system message tells everyone to continue enjoying the Yggdrasil labyrinth. Everyone is confused about this 2 thing, talking about the Earth being a labyrinth. The trio of girls quickly realizes this means that anyone can become a player, and that the reality of the so-called conversion game reality game apparently has been achieved. The big guy is finished. Not only did he lose the 1 seed he had, but also the game he had created. And the protagonist tells the big guy that it has been decided that his company no longer has the ability to develop games or manage the labyrinths, and from today on, they are officially destroyed. Now, he will experience life as an unknown. From the side, seeing this, Gabriel asks what they are planning. Akatsuki responds, "A new era is about to begin. Not only will anyone be able to become a player, if this labyrinth really works and things go according to plan, reality will be affected." And a new company was being mobilized along with its partner. So Akatsuki has been with the guy in the hat from the beginning, right? And she announces that, along with Ryu, they will make an announcement of a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I am out.